also. I mean, it's all based on biological algorithms, which is used in the computer world, where the horse is actually a replica of the real life horse.
Super, fantastic. So, guys, if any of you want to get into the entire Royal Calcutta Turf Club situation and all of that, I think this is the perfect time. Get into horse racing online and earn a lot of money. Stop working, give up everything, and just become a full-time horse breeder. Is that
Yeah,
what it
exactly.
is?
People in Philippines, people in Australia are like breeding horses. They have hundreds of horses, thousands of horses. There are like, I know personally this guy who has thousands of horses. Each costs around $2,000.
Meghdut, this is an idea. Meghdut, hello. This is the idea. This is it. This is the future. 2,000 horses. My next question is for Arpan. How do you get into the NFT space as an existing business? Like, how does that entire, what are the financial risks involved? If I'm a
Right.
business, for instance, and I don't want to perhaps get into horse racing, but I want to be able to, diversify my investment class or maybe make
Exactly.
money through this,
Exactly.
how do you think I would go about that in a risk-free or least risk way?
Certainly, certainly. This is the most important question. So, because at the end of the day, we will be asking ourselves, like, what's going on here, right? Some people trying to breed horses, some people try to ride them, uh, crazy shit, internet money, they call it, right, in America. So the black community is still confused, like what's going on with that. But the idea is such that we go ahead and try to figure out the true underlying value of that asset class. Okay. To do that, we have to study, and also it's a lot dependent on the behavioral part of human behavior, what people give value to, and why. So I don't know. All the hype was the metaverse. Facebook made it named Meta, and we had all the metaverse hype. Uh, and now you see that once the hype gets drowned down, once reality hits, once you see we are in a recession, and suddenly, because that behavior then drives these other behaviors, and now you see the meta stock is down. So short term, in economics, we call this irrational exuberance of the market. Okay, the idea, as you said, the most important question now, getting back to the most important question, what should business do about it? Because this is such a speculative asset class. How do I get into the metaverse? And why do I even get into it? If my money can go down to zero, when I know that it's a speculative asset class and my money can go down to zero, why do I go there? But yet I see a lot of money is to be made here. So the best way to do this is to follow the institutional investors and see what they are doing. I mean, the bulge bracket firms and the investment banks. So the idea they do is they diversify. Okay. So in the metaverse, there are multiple tokens, as you see. Right? There's Decentraland, there's Axie Infinity, right? You name four, there's the Love Potion token or something like that. Smooth Love Potion, which is just blowing up. So what happens is that one asset class will rise at some part of time, short-term arbitrage or pump, whatever you say that, because of the market's exuberance. And because of that, what will happen is that a lot of more people will come into that, get on that wave, and try to blow that up. But then something else would get triggered, and all of a sudden, boom, it can go down to zero, right? And when the market fears, everyone will be selling, and okay, all sell, and
Like
it's
a
going
classic pump and dump.
pump and dump, classic pump and dump. So the way to go by is to figure out which tokens or which, do your own research in one word, what I'm trying to say here. So just going over the hype and saying, okay, I want to launch a token or I want to just buy some NFTs is not the right way to go by. Understand the NFT that you're buying that should be on a blockchain which is a reputable one, just like an Ethereum blockchain or a Cardano blockchain.
I get your point, but you're gonna end now because time's over.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
I will
do
now
understand.
request Manish
Uh-huh.
to shed some light for those of us who don't know that much. What is an NFT and what is a blockchain? In simple language.
Sure. Uh, so basically, I mean, let me touch on NFTs. NFTs, I mean, everyone, if they don't know, it's what is a non-fungible token, right? It's a digital token which cannot be destroyed. And basically, why it exists on the blockchain is because blockchain is something that cannot be changed, right? Any transaction that happens on the blockchain cannot be changed or cannot be ever erase.
So it's like a ledger.
It's a ledger. So distributed ledger, what we call it. So when you put a sort of a digital asset on the blockchain, it becomes an NFT, right? So that's what an NFT is. And what was your second question?
So these images that are blowing up, showing that it was sold for like $10 million and
Yeah.
some guy made so much money, I can just right-click it and save it. So
Yeah.
why?
Yeah. So Fahd is sitting here next to me. He's collected one of my images. So
Nice one, well played.
He might be better to answer. Why he bought my image on the blockchain. But see, one of the things that you have to understand with NFTs is it's no different than collecting art in the real world. Right. The reason why some image sold for a few $1 million was because that artist was known. That artist, everyone wanted to own a piece of that art, right? And that's why the demand was there. It's the same thing as if you got an opportunity to own a Leonardo, right? Today, how much would you pay for it, right? It's the same thing in the NFT world as well. It's the artists that are creating that demand. Now, NFTs is not just about art. A couple of things were mentioned over here, like gaming and other stuff, which also sort of led me to this conclusion that we are so ill-informed about the whole metaverse and the NFT space in general, and we are so less informed about it, right? Because we're just talking about gaming. I'll give you two examples, and I'll just mention those two names, and you'll get an idea. One is Nike, right? And the other example, you might not know the name, but let's talk about Nike, right? Nike bought over a digital sneaker company. This company, only made digital sneakers, right? RTFKT, right? Artifact. So they only made digital sneakers, right? Now, Nike bought over this company, and what they are saying is, when you buy this digital sneaker, we'll give you a physical piece as well, right? And each sneaker is now selling for about $10,000. Right? Because of the scarcity of it. Everyone wants to get that token, wants to own not just that digital token, but also own that physical sneaker as well, right? There is another company that I was just talking to yesterday. What they have done, they are a couple of, a bunch of investors in the crypto space, right? And in the NFT space. They have come together and they are about to buy an English Premier League club. They are on that path. So they're getting the investors together and they actually want to buy that club. And why do they want to buy it? They want to monetize, the assets that that club has. The jerseys that you buy, the fan memorabilia that you buy. They're going to monetize that and put it as NFTs. So that is where we are heading. It's not just gaming and it's not just raising horses.
So technically, if somebody wants to buy me tomorrow, I need to just mint an NFT with my picture.
Absolutely.
And then there'll be absolute ownership.
Absolutely.
And there's only one me in the world. There's no like two me's. So that's like, unique. That's a unique NFT, isn't it?
Exactly.
Non-fungible. It's non-fungible.
So in fact, I'm an NFT on the blockchain now as well, as of 2 days back. So
like your own NFT, can we buy you?
you can buy me if you pay the right price.
Okay, that was a really fascinating take. I think now I just want to keep this the floor open, because I think we've had an initial overture of what this entire metaverse and the NFT situation is all like. So if you guys have any questions, any queries, because I know a lot of you have come here to get an understanding of what the metaverse is and what kind of opportunities you might have, maybe as an investor or maybe as a startup. How can you get into this space? So I think these are the best people to answer this question. They've given us a lot of interesting insight today. So we can, yeah, of course, there's one question. Should we pass around the mic?
So, hi everyone. My name is Kunal. The question that I have is, crypto values are fluctuating. It's like nothing fixed. So when you talk about owning an asset whose value is linked to the value of the cryptocurrency that you used to buy, what do you think, how to manage the fluctuations, sort of what is going to happen in that space? What's your take on that?
So the value of the asset itself is linked to the asset. The crypto value of that, like if it's worth 1 Ethereum today, it's worth 1 Ethereum tomorrow. Depends upon what the market is willing to pay for it. The value of that 1 Ethereum may change. It may be $800 today, it may be $3,000 tomorrow, it may be 20,000 in 2 months. So the value of that asset in fiat money will change. The value of the asset in crypto is linked to the asset itself. There are a lot of things you have to understand around this, like an NFT, is basically just a certificate of ownership. I am speculating that in 10, 15 years, I may be buying a car and getting the certificate of ownership for that as an NFT and not as a blue book that I get today. I may purchase a house and to make it permanent, it may come to me as an NFT on the Government of India blockchain. You know, so there is a lot which is happening. It is not just gaming. Even what he said about virtual horses, horse racing is as such unregulated. It was very easy for me as a programmer and as a gamer to create a digital version of that. But as regulation eases up, or alternatively as regulation increases and more industries open up to this, we will see a lot of these parallels coming in. What he's talking about is just a digital parallel for horse racing. If I like horse racing in the real world, but I have to have a stable, I need to have trainers, I need to have a lot of that. I don't need any of that anymore. You know, so the value of that horse and the revenue it is generating for me is coming in. The fiat value of that may change, but that revenue will still, you know, it'll keep coming as long as people are playing the game.
Sounds good. I know there is a bunch of questions. I can only entertain one last question because this is the first event and there's so many more talks left and time is really pressing. So, ma'am, I think I saw you first raising your hand, so please.
So how do we talk about the metaverse to the, let's say, the upcoming generation? Do we call it a escape from the universe? Or is it the better form of the universe? Because then you have to have a better self, a more beautiful self, a more healthy self, a more richer self there. So you don't have to have the same legal concerns or the same ethical concerns in the real world where you have to actually live and eat. So what about that, sir?
I don't think we were ready for such a charged question this afternoon, but anyone here who would like to answer?
Exactly, ma'am. So to the answer for your question is there is no replication. I mean, there is no alternate for real life. Real life was there. Real life is going to always stay. There is no other alternate for it, right? Metaverse is a place, yes, true, that it's a place where we can go and live our life, where we can actually live the fantasies that we have, right? We can never remove the real life and actually live in the metaverse. That's not something which we will, even I personally will say, is that not I encourage, right? And even when I am talking about games, right, one shouldn't always think that it's all about money. Yes, there's plenty of money in these games, right? If anybody wants opportunities, they can get in touch with me. I can tell them what are the opportunities. But yes, there's a lot of opportunities. There's a lot of money to earn. There's a lot of money from foreign investors coming into the games. But yes, this is just a game. It's not a full-time thing. So that's what people does a mistake, right? They're living their full-time job and they're getting into this game full-time, right? This is not something that even the game developers encourage. There's a time for it's a part-time thing where you can come, you can enjoy, and that's it. At the end of the day, it's all about real life.
I think this topic demands an entire session by itself. I would love to discuss this with you. I also have certain opinions, but right now time is pressing. Guys, it's been a fantastic talk. I really, really appreciate you guys sharing your insights and giving us more light on what the metaverse is and where it's headed. Thanks again for the opportunity. Offbeat. Thanks, Startup Carnival 4.0, Techno India, Po, Meghdut. I think I'm going to end the session here now.
Thank you.
Time for the next one. Meanwhile, the unicorn can come and entertain.
You had GTA 5, right? Previously, people played GTA 5, the virtual world, right?
Non-fungible tokens are a thing. I'm thinking of, me being so unique, turning myself into an NFT and it'll still be worthless. But next up, I would like to invite Meghdut Roy Chaudhary himself, the Chief Innovation Officer of Techno India Group, to the dais so that we can take the next very interesting panel discussion forward. So this is Meghdut Roy Chaudhary for you, boss. You're looking cool. And this is from one unicorn to another one. Have a nice time.
Before I have to do some perfunctory activities. Skand, can we have you back on stage along with all of the speakers and panelists from the last session? We have a couple of little gifts for you. So can we have somebody from the team to please bring the gifts? And so the wrappers are the NFTs actually. You just have to, the Cafe Offbeat logo is the QR code. And when you scan it, nobody understands it. I went so deep into my shitty NFT joke. Now it's now. But please, can we have a round of applause for Skand himself first? Skand ke de. Next, Skand, can you actually, can we also have the rest of the panelists? And if they're not here, then we can give it to them backstage. Orpon, can you please come back and collect your gift hamper from Cafe Offbeat? It also has these T-shirts inside, which say "Make Calcutta Relevant Again." That's what we're trying to do here. So we got these T-shirts printed. It's a campaign that I've been running for a bit now. Make Calcutta relevant again, because this city, every time you speak to people outside, they're like, oh, Kolkata to boyshko loke de shohor, people go to retire in Calcutta. So I have to change that narrative somehow. So hopefully you guys are going to help us change that narrative. So enjoy your Make Calcutta Relevant Again t-shirts and put up photos with them, and hopefully let's change the image soon. Who else is there? Arpon? We'll give it offline. Orpon, please take your hamper, and the rest of the speakers, let's just make sure we give them the hampers. We move on to our next session, a session that I got the most number of DMs for, so I figured, I might as well host it. So I'm going to call some dear friends. Where's Aishwarya, Biswa, Sauli? Give a round of applause for these speakers when they're coming in. Biggest rock stars in the country. You've seen them on Shark Tank, on Sony Live, if your app did not hang. I actually loved the way that they did the marketing for Sony Live app, like the whole negative narrative around the app, and people actually, everyone saw it. Then everyone tweeted, and all of marketing's become like that. I love it. So on the app that did not, everything was meme marketing. They killed it with that. Can we also have Ranadeep Shaha, my little brother from Rare Planet? These are the guys. Today you guys want autographs and all of that for big Bollywood stars. Tomorrow is going to be these guys, the big entrepreneurs, the unicorns. Let's also have Shomik Guho from Altor. Round of applause, guys. Shomik, the Marvel fan, hiding it behind his jacket, his blue blazer. And we have Devang Singhania from Beyond Water. Huge round of applause for Eden Gardens to Shark Tank, the panel where we talk to the four, please sit down guys, the four startups who went to Shark Tank from Calcutta and managed to secure investments from there as well. Now somebody from office has created this little parchi for me, which has information on all of their sessions and what the interaction with their various judges was and how much money they secured. But unfortunately, I forgot to take a look at it. So now I have no content for this session except for finding out what you guys, and they're done with the tough part, right? They went to Shark Tank already. They stood in front of the judges. They got grilled by Ashneer, by Aman. सबने ले लिया इसका. तो अब यहाँ पे लेने के लिए नहीं बुलाए उन लोगों को. We just want to hear how their experience was, and get to really know what how they feel like. And also at the very end, maybe we'll talk about business a bit. But before that, you guys have a couple of mics there. Let's start with Aishwarya. Aishwarya, the gorgeous, who is always, and she obviously, having created Auli, which has become a household name for cosmetic products and for products in the city. She does that very well. She also evangelizes entrepreneurship for women in the state very positively. She organizes these mixers. I follow her on social media. I think a lot of you might already, and if you don't, please do. She gets a super powerhouse of women from everywhere and creates these mixers so they can get to meet each other, get inspired by each other. And your journey's been on from way before Shark Tank was there. Yes. Auli, we've known of each other for a very long time. Tell us a little bit about that, about your experience being a woman entrepreneur in a space which is getting more and more crowded now, but when you started off, there weren't a lot of them. How did you break through the glass ceiling as well? And then a little bit about how you've managed to get all of these women entrepreneurs from the city together and how that helps you in your day-to-day journey.
Hi, everyone. The tough times are, I think, a little behind us now. But I remember coming into this building for a Thai competition. Akib, where are you? He was there, Ravi was there, and that time Ollie was, few months old. Yes, women entrepreneurs have a challenge, but that's like I would say that's a woman challenge. It's not a woman entrepreneur challenge. That keeps happening. I had a job before this for 8 years. I did face a lot of glass ceiling even there. I quit that and came into entrepreneurship thinking that this is going to be easier, but yes, it's easier than that because here you have your own say. You can say yes, no, whatever you want to say, but it's still not, it's still a man's world. Is the poster here? Yeah, but never mind. There are challenges, yes, but if you seek out the right people, and the reason why I said yes to Namita on the show as well on Shark Tank is because I never had a female mentor who understood our product. We all the women here know that we need skincare. All of us need it. I took up a simple business because that's what I'm good at. I think, when you start your own business, first thing you have to see what you're passionate about. If I was passionate about tech, I would go for tech, but I am passionate about beauty, and so I stuck to that. Women help each other out a lot, so that's also something that I kind of picked up on the way. So you can always go and ask for help. I think asking for help for a woman entrepreneur, for any entrepreneur, it's something that you should do more often. And
in India, we don't do it as much, right? We're not very comfortable with seeking help or like asking questions and going beyond that.
We don't. But you have to, if you learn that, once you learn that, then you're good to go. I remember Skand is here in the audience. When I had just started, I asked for help. I said, Skand, I need help. I don't know anything. I'm a first generation businesswoman. I've never done. My father's a bureaucrat. He's not agreeing to this, but I still want to do it. So help. So like that, if you go and ask for help, man or woman, I think you can get that help required. But most importantly is that when you start up your business, I think it has to be a place of passion. Otherwise, at least for me, it wouldn't work out.
And also, maybe a follow-up question on that. You're also a creator yourself, right? Like
yes.
And maybe, I don't know if it's because you genuinely enjoy doing it or because you're in a sector where it's important to show face, because it's cosmetics and not tech, it's more tangible, so people like seeing it. But what do you enjoy about that? We have a whole session on the rise of influencer marketing and creator economy. And we see more and more, even like the biggest influencer in the world is probably Elon Musk, right? And he basically controls the entire market.
Yes.
If you look at like the way that the way that eyeballs have changed and the way where eyeballs are targeted is becoming more of a thing where we ourselves are becoming more and more creators. We're talking about our own products. People like the genuineness of it perhaps a little bit more than, okay, I paid किसी को 20 लाख रुपए दे दिया, वो आके some model or some actor वो आके मेरा publicity करके गया. Rather than that, we are looking at ourselves or getting people who actually genuinely believe in the product, becoming spokespeople for that product. So how has that journey been for you? A little bit more from you on that.
So I started blogging when blogging was not a thing. This was when I used to get bored in my workspace. And I started a blog which was called As You Like It. And that kind of later on became Ollie. It was AULI. So As You Like It became Ollie later on. And then I kept the brand name Ollie as well. And so I had quite a few years of blogging behind me when the product kind of launched. But having said that, Meghdut, you're right that today, if you cannot, stand for your product, then a lot of it is lost, I think. And people want to see me apply it on my face and then give it to them. So it's also a matter of trust, and it kind of instantly kind of brings the trust on the table, especially when it's skincare or anything to do with beauty and skincare, where you want a face, but mostly you don't see it. I think Shehnaz Hussain was the last person where there was a name and a face attached to the brand. But I want to keep it like that. I want to be leading by example that, I'm telling you so.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing that. We move straight to Devang Singhania here. Skand, have you noticed the similarity? Where's Skand? He's also from Lamartine and he looks exactly like you did like 10 years ago. You have the same glasses and everything. But great resemblance here. Devang, he's the only one on the panel that I just met today. Devang, let's hear a little bit about your product. I understand that Beyond Water is a brand where you have a product which you put in water and it increases the nutritional value of it and it also adds flavor. Why? Why did you come up with this idea? How did it materialize and why did you figure it was your calling?
So Beyond Water is India's first liquid water enhancer. What it does is basically turn any glass of water into flavored drink, as well as it adds vitamins and electrolytes to it. So we came up with the brand because we wanted to give the Indian population and the market something clean to drink. Our products are completely clean label, so we use only completely natural colors from say carrots or turmeric or beetroot. We get like completely natural flavors from say fruit peels or pulps. So we wanted to give a good substitute for most of the sugary drinks that are currently available in the market. So that was our calling for the particular industry that we are in. And, just the whole shift of people wanting to, not drink, sugary drinks anymore, which are really, really bad. We just wanted to be the substitute that is there for everyone to think of. And like the larger mission that we had for our brand when we launched was to get people to trust beverages again. Because, bottled beverages especially, because currently anything that you see that is packaged in the market, your mind just automatically, goes, it has chemicals or preservatives or like too much sugar or oils, which is not good for you. So you want to make like a trustable brand where people can just be like, anything, it's a clean label brand which you don't have to think about before you consume. So that was the thought process.
But do you come from a first-generation business family, or do you have other entrepreneurs in your family?
No, so I come from a family of businessmen, and actually that is a good point that you bring up because, there's obviously a stigma where they encourage you to join the business itself. And, when I started my new business, and then when I went on Shark Tank, so, there's the whole concept of dilution. And our family is not really, when I was going for the show shoot, I was told that, are you sure you want to dilute a company? And after I did dilute my company, my family was really okay with it because I had already explained the whole scenario to them. But like I had a lot of relatives who came to me like, oh, it's your business, you've built it, why do you want to, we diluted 15%, so they're like, isn't 15% a lot? Do you not want to, just keep 90% or 95% of it?
What do you tell them at this time?
So, I mean, my answer to that is, if I'm diluting just 15% right now, think about the gain. It's like comparing a grape to, say, a watermelon. I have 85% of a watermelon compared to, say, 90% of a grape. So the kind of association you get with these new age, the sharks that are there, they're the guys who've built, billion dollar companies in India. So the kind of connections, the kind of, networks that they have, the kind of experience that they have, they basically they fast track your whole process, and the learning curve, which would have been say 2 to 3 years for me, they will make it like much lower to say 6 months, only because they already know what the future is going to look like, what I'm going to experience in the future, and they will basically guide me better in those steps. So I mean, giving 15% is much more valuable than not.
Yeah, so super interesting lesson here, guys. It's also about the size of the pie. It's not just about, okay, 15% de diya, so I am only left with 85% of the company. But what they will enable is the size of the pie becomes much bigger. And also what you're looking for is not dumb cash, right? There's a lot of dumb cash available in the market. I think we've spoken about this before on various sessions as well. It's not what you're really looking for. It's not just about, oh, chalo, funding le liya, hum log ye 2 million ka funding kar liye. That's not the idea. The idea is you need mentors or you need investors who genuinely see value in your business and can help you grow from within. Bring in their connections on board, and they're not stigmatized to call them your connections or your portfolio, you as their portfolio companies, right? So very interesting points, Devang. Thanks so much. We can move on to Ronodeep here. Ronodeep probably has one of those very unique stories, completely. I don't know how many of you know about the product that Ronodeep has, Rare Planet, where they used to paint coolers. I think they've moved way past that and they do a bunch of other things. He just told me this morning that he's opening up, he just bought some, what is it, some chocolate company in Bangalore or something. I'm so lost, Ronodeep. Like you keep, every time I meet you, it's something new that you have under your kitty, and he's always got a big smile on his face. He's come here for this program from Gurgaon. He lives in Gurgaon. I didn't even know that till today. They were like, oh, you called me, tab to aana hi pada. I'm like, Gurgaon se aa gaya ye program ke liye? Haan, dada, ke what, so these are, again, very sweet kid. He's been one of those, beacons of Kolkata entrepreneurship for me, and he had one of these experiences where after the deal was finalized on Shark Tank, they went back and renegotiated the deal, and he managed to secure 75 lakhs funding for 1%, if I'm not mistaken, which was as opposed to 65 lakhs for 3%, which was the original deal. So how was that experience? And I don't think there was anybody else at Shark Tank who managed to do that. How did you guys manage to pull that off?
So when Shark Tank happened, So when Shark Tank happened now, अपने को क्या था कि 250 लोग पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं, हमें भी पता था कि 250 में से 120 या 125 ही टीवी पे आएंगे, या जो भी डील मिले ना डील ले लो, ये टीवी पे आना है. So as a consumer brand, as soon as you come on TV, things becomes easy for you. And we are in a part where we are there across airports. And there were certain private airports like Adani airports and other places where we wanted to get in. And it was a hindrance. So पता था TV पे आते ही सब कुछ ऐसे ही खुल जाएगा. So सर कि जो भी डील मिले डील ले लो. And we were already raising a round back then. We were raising a $2 million round. And whatever we took the deal. But we can't downsize the round for someone. Even if it's a shark, it's not possible. Then everyone else will say कि हमें भी उस valuation पे चाहिए. But somehow I feel that we had the best shark. Namita ma'am was really, really supportive, and we got her. So yeah.
So 2 Namita fans in the house, huh?
3
Shamik,
Namita
3
fans.
Namita
3
fans.
Namita fans.
4 Namita.
Oh, all Namita.
Calcutta's favorite shark, Namita Thapar. Right?
We should have got Namita ma'am. Ravi sir, you should have got Namita ma'am here.
Next one. Oh, big shout out to Ravi Ranjan as well, who's been intrinsically attached to the Shark Tank India experience with Sony. He's curated the speakers. Ravi, can you come in front actually like a thanks on behalf of the country. Thank you for creating the next biggest K serial, but it's an S serial, Shark Tank, and making entrepreneurship a household name. Ravi Ranjan's been part of the Techno India family for the last 4 or 5 years, ever since I came back. He's one of those bizarre people who, you know, some of the coolest things happen on DMs. He sent me a message one day like, yo, this is who I am, let's meet for a coffee. And since then, we've just been working together in really different ways. He handles our MBA entrepreneurship program, he handles technopreneurs and a lot of the entrepreneurship activities that happen, and does other cool things like, curate Shark Tank. So a big round of applause for Ravi, and thank you for doing what you do. Cheers. So, yeah, going back to Ranadeep, sorry for letting Ravi steal your thunder, but I don't think you mind, right? Like
No. So Ravi has been that one human I know since my day one. Yeah. So my story started back in 2014-15, and back then entrepreneurship was a very rare word in Calcutta. Yeah. There used to be something called NASCOM 10,000 Startup Warehouse. And Ravi was heading that program.
The smiles in the audience when you said 10,000 Startup Warehouse. Like those.
So I met him in 2014-15, and it's 2022, long way, but Ravi has been the man.
Yeah, I think we can all say the same. He really understands the ecosystem, knows people, and I think that's important. He's always had that one agenda: let's evangelize entrepreneurship across the country. Ranadeep, also you've spoken to so many students, right? I think one of the things, I mean, even at Techno India's faculty development programs for schools, we've had Ranadeep as a speaker coming and talking to people in Bangla. You know, I think, relatability is a big issue. If you're talking about entrepreneurship in a city like Calcutta, where most parents are extremely averse to pushing their kids towards becoming entrepreneurs, everyone's like, "Sarkari chakri kore na, do a job, do your, it's stability over everything else." There's young, bright shining beacons like Ranadeep who we need then to bring to the forefront. He's like our Iron Man. Like, jao, samne jao, kotha bolo, and try to explain to these teachers and who are also parents, and then they have a huge impact on students on why this is a good idea. So on that, Bangla bol ektukhani, I think let's also keep it a bit more vernacular. On your interactions with students and teachers over time, you've spoken to so many of them. Have you been able to actually change mindsets, you think? I mean, and let's talk pre-Shark Tank now. I mean, Shark Tank obviously has made entrepreneurship a household name. But before that, there have been people like you and so many others, do you think you've actually managed to change
কিছু fundamental change to এসেছে Shark Tank এর আগেও I remember কলকাতায় এসে when I used to talk in schools and teacher development program as well অনেকগুলো চেঞ্জ এসেছে আমাদের সোসাইটিতে but then Shark Tank made it too mainstream. Entrepreneurship got into limelight, people wanted to do entrepreneurship now. মানে see, it's not only me. I have got so many people in Calcutta now doing it. There are so many people sitting in the audience. I can like pinpoint and say people who have actually done it. And অনেকজন স্কুল থেকেও করছে প্রচুর স্কুলের লোকজন করছে
শুরু করেছি যখন স্কুলে ছিলি
I started in my first year of college but হ্যাঁ মানে the ecosystem has to change, Calcutta has to change, and I can evidently see the change. And খুব ভালো লাগে কলকাতায় মানে যে এত কিছু চেঞ্জ হচ্ছে, মা বাবারা যে বলছে যে না একবার চেষ্টা করে দেখ না, যদি না হয় তো চাকরি তো পেয়েই যাবি। তো দ্যাট ইজ হোয়াট আ চেঞ্জ হ্যাজ টু হ্যাপেন। বিটেক তো সবাই করছে, মানে majority of us, let us consider a spectrum of 100, at least 45 people are doing BTech, okay? But I don't know, 45 people are doing BTech. Now parents have got this notion ki hai ছেলে বা মেয়ে হোয়াট এভার ইট ইজ কি একবার চেষ্টা করে দেখ না যদি হয়ে যায় সো দ্যাট প্লাঞ্জ দ্যাট প্যারেন্টস আর পুশিং পিপল টু টেক is what has changed. And with Shark Tank and episode season 2 season 3 coming forward and more student entrepreneurs coming on Shark Tank, things will really change.
Excellent. So nice to hear, from the horse's mouth how it's been part of a longer series of changes and how finally seeing critical mass, because thank you Shark Tank. Interestingly, do you know that Shark Tank started off as a show called what was the name?
Dragon's Den.
No, Dragon's Den to baad mein hua. Pehle Japan mein tha Tigers of Money, na? Tigers of Money in Japan, I think in the mid 90s or something. I think even before 90s, like late 90s or early 2000s, and then Dragon's Den. I still love Dragon's Den. Great show. They've done some. Yeah, I haven't seen the Canada one, but yeah. I'll come to you. Shomik seems to have. Sorry, সবার সাথে কথা হয়ে গেছে, শমিকের সাথে কথা হয়নি এখনো. Shomik is actually right now been in the huge limelight. Last night, Arvind Kejriwal and his team from Delhi, they cut out a snippet of his video from Shark Tank, I think, and publicized it, and suddenly he's trending. So this is Shomik Guha from Altar. They make smart helmets for motorcycle riders and to avoid accidents and stuff. And let's hear your story. What is it like? First, of course, how was it like being on Shark Tank? And another thing, where in a country like India, where most people still there's a huge lower middle class which still cannot afford cars, for example, where bikes are the only way of moving around. How did I remember having met you guys at the very beginning, I think, when you guys didn't have a prototype yet, and we had met at Technopreneurs, and it feels so good to see you having come a long way since then. So a little bit about the Shark Tank journey, about why the product itself, and then about becoming pals with Arvind Kejriwal, perhaps.
Okay, so thank you, Meghdudda, first of all. Pals with Kejriwal ekটু বাড়াবাড়ি হয়ে যাবে, but ঠিক আছে. No, so of course, like it's been long. মনে পড়ে গেল ওটা. Yeah, we met there. Yep. So again, the Shark Tank journey has fundamentally changed one or two things. That is, this is a very common joke in my household also, within my team also. কি ভাই কাজ তো কালও সেমই করতে হবে, যা শুটের আগের দিন করেছি কালকেও তো একই জিনিস করবো, যা যা পেন্ডিং আছে তাই করবো. So what has changed? So I asked myself this also a couple of times. So if I am to frame down, I think আগে যতটা difficult হতো to reach out to say potential, so to say partners and everything, অতটা Shark Tank has fundamentally changed that. Now they are reaching us. So that is a massive difference in terms of marketing or in terms of reaching out to people and stuff. So yeah, I think as a fundamental show, Shark Tank is very important, and I have a small thesis on this also, because আমি নিজে বিশাল ফ্যান, like for a show like Shark Tank, Dragon's Den. So আমি সেটে গিয়ে লিটারালি আমি চ্যালেঞ্জ করতাম ওদেরকে, তোমাদের কিছু if you want to take a challenge with me, do that. I can beat you definitely on any past show reference, any information anywhere. So the thesis is all these economies, right? You go to Japan, you go to UK, you go to Canada, US, Australia, everywhere. A show like Shark Tank or something around that is at a prime time slot always. So in the US, my uncles and all, they discuss that ABC, they watch it every day whenever it gets telecasted. So the conversations in those households are very different, right? And that's what is missing. So India, fundamentally, we have always shown businessmen at a Bangla serial kalo suitcase niye ঘুরে বেড়াচ্ছে, কিছু একটা shady কাজ করবে এই লোকটা, ঠিক আছে? So that's the entire portrayal. Yeah. কিছু একটা ঘোটালা করছে লোকটা. Yeah. So that's what needs to change, because unless that changes, কোনো বাবা মা বাচ্চাকে encourage করবে না তুই এটা কর. So
because nobody wants their kids to do cash money kind of deals.
Or just random ghotala, but yeah. So that, I think a show like Shark Tank in India, and Sony has absolutely done a brilliant job. Of course, Ravi sir himself was a massive part of it, but they have done a brilliant job in Indianizing it, right? So it's not necessarily dekhe mone hoy na eta foreign rip off.
It's case serializing of the Shark Tank concept. Like
correct.
Masala na hole India te to cholbe
jombe na, exactly. You need the emotions, the sparks, the backstories, connect. So that way they have done a really good job, and I am confident jodi eta next 10 bochor chole, this will be a massive difference in the country, because ঘরে ঘরে এবার India's main power ki population, right? The manpower available everywhere, and we have the largest growing middle class, not just middle class, and also the young population growth. I think world er one of the best amader. So when that sort of drive collates with the growth of a Shark Tank like show, that is a massive boom to the country, to the economy in the border play.
Super. So a follow-up question on that. So you said before you had to call people up and now they call you. Have you ever picked up the phone and somebody you were really pissed off before because they wouldn't give you time and said, the tables have turned? Like, have you ever played any of those cards?
Almost similar, just that I didn't pick the phone up in the second case.
Thug
I'm
life.
just kidding.
Thug life. All right, I think we're going to keep this one short. Obviously, this is a conversation which I think we're going to be having offline as well and continue the talks. But before we end the session, quick 30-second elevator pitches on one question that I'll give all of you. If you guys are, so say for example, the average age of this crowd, I would say, is between 22 to 25, if I'm not mistaken, a lot of students. And I don't mean everyone who's sitting here, because there's only about, I think 150, 200 people who are watching this, but there's about 500,000 people watching this live right now. The entire session is being telecasted across every single social media page for Techno India Group to a direct audience of 500,000 people right now. And all of those people, we are looking at an average 20 to 25-year-old age group. And so if you were to take yourselves, right now, looking at yourselves at that time, when you were starting off, if you had a message for yourself, back in the day, think of when you were 22 years old. I'm guessing you guys are all a little bit older than that. So between 18 to 22, what is that one message for yourselves that you would have had? 30 seconds, elevator style pitch to yourselves, do's and don'ts. Devan, start.
Okay, the first thing would be that stop planning. I mean, plan to an extent and just start, because if you keep planning, you won't be able to start. So start, execute, and after that, things will fall into place and you'll figure it out on the go. Because if you keep planning and don't execute, you'll just continue to just plan. So that's very important.
All right, next, Ranadeep.
Just go there and do it. Don't procrastinate. Kiভাবে করব, কেন হচ্ছে না. Just be there. Keep doing it every day. If it's not happening on day one, it will never happen on day one. It took 5-6 years for us, so it will not happen on day one. Just keep doing it and don't be harsh on yourself. And just have that vision. Vision is very, very important.
Would your 22-year-old self be proud of you now, Ranadeep?
Not really. I feel so what I have done is very small enough. So other than business, I really want to contribute to the social impact now. I feel that's the massive thing which is still left.
You started with that. Your whole concept was about social impact.
My concept was social impact. But now, with so much of people watching it, so I dream of making 50 schools in underprivileged parts of this country with English education on it. So that's been my dream. So I'm just 25 now and I have a long way to go. But I really want to achieve this. So that has been my dream. And let's see.
Any help you need with building schools, always there.
Always.
Thank you. Shomik, up to you.
I would say be realistic. Don't set unreal expectations. Know what can happen. Like there's always, we get bogged down success stories. Don't do that. Know that the day-to-day struggles are equally real. Questions hashbe, doubts hashbe. Live that. Keep working. That would be it.
Aishwarya.
I don't know. আমি খুব ছটপটে ছিলাম at 22. I couldn't stick to one idea, one plan, one anything. I might be even like that even now. But একটু mindfulness, একটু patience. কারণ you'll not see results immediately. In fact, সবাই এখানে, we've all gone through a time when we've seen a lot of rejections. And somewhere when you're 18 versus when you're touching 40, there's a lot of difference in how you accept that. তো ওই সময় যদি একটু নিজেকে বলতে পারতাম যে একটু শান্ত হ, একটু পেশেন্ট হ, and use that as your character trait, your patience, that you're very patient and very shanto and very absorbing. That would have worked. But now I think I'm a master at that.
Super. So, huge round of applause for these very candid confessions that we have from the Shark Tank Cal crew. One very interesting lesson for all of you watching here as well. You might be 22 years old, you might be touching 40, as Aishwarya just said. It's never too late to start, right? Ranadeep started when he was what, 18, 19? When did you start?
I started when I was 24.
24, Shomik? 20, Aishwarya? 35. And they were all on the same platform. They're all here today, and they've all done great things on their own accord. And I'm sure if you have a dream of doing something big, of changing the world, taking one problem and solving it so well enough that the whole world comes and looks at you and lauds you for it. And most importantly, when you go to sleep at night, you sleep well knowing that you've been able to change that one thing that really used to tick you and bother you. age will never be a problem with that. Thank you very much. That's the end of this session. Over to Orko. Cheers. Before these guys leave, yeah, the hampers. Can somebody please bring the hampers for these lovely guys who, thank you so much, guys. It was super fun talking to all of you. And, এখানে থাক একদম একটু। Quick little hampers, we're going to give them on stage. In the meantime, can we please get the next crew, the next set of panelists and participants ready on one side? Yes. Pass it on. As I had mentioned before, these also have Make Calcutta Relevant Again t-shirts, which hopefully you are going to wear and put up some photos. And if you do, tag us, tag the page. The whole idea is to create a campaign where in Calcutta we're able to create more value for young people to come back so that, you know, we're not talking about Calcutta as the city of old people anymore. Cheers. Thank you very much, everybody. All right. Sorry, Rashudar kotha shuntei hobe. Rashuda is always the most important. Thank you. Cheers. Thank you. Over to you, Orko.
We have to take a picture for Namita.
Yeah. Okay. I can take you guys a photo. Yeah. Here. In front of this? Namita Fan Club.
We'll have this on Namita Fan.
So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to welcome on stage the one and only. May I have Ms. Pauline Laravois in front of the stage, please. The next panel is on sustainability and an authority of sustainability in the city of Kolkata. She is the co-founder of Y East and has done so much for the city of Calcutta. I still remember when I first saw Pauline and we were talking, and it was in one of my classes. I really didn't know that she was heading such a big task. And when we talk about sustainability in any kind of modular aspect, we know so little. And I think I would be out of my wits and depths if I keep talking about sustainability. But the person who would be heading and moderating the next panel, Pauline herself, I would like to invite her to say some words and her experience of what it has been to run Y East, to be a part of Techno India, and not only that, to be such a youth leader herself in helping clean up the environment of our city of joy. First of all, a very big thank you, Pauline.
Thank you, Arko. Thank you so much again, everybody, for being here, sticking around. We'll be able to take a little break after this last panel, before the next one, a little while after that. One question for you. What did you think of the idea of a business based out of digital unicorns earlier today? First, the thoughts. Is it super exciting? Is it, oh, I'm not interested? What is your first reaction? What does your brain say to that? It's cool? It's colorful? It's interesting? Okay. Is? Fascinating, agreed. What else? What did you think? It's the future? Okay, interesting. My brain screams, why? Yeah? Why is this a need for us to build another business and make more money on digital horses? Yeah. That's what the first thing that my brain thinks is this. Yeah. And I agree, it's fascinating, it's super interesting. I want to go and buy horses over there. But my brain screams at the same time, okay, who's going to make money out of it? Are these people who are going to make money out of it needing money? Is this going to be an inclusive business that is going to enable this world, the real one, to be better? We all know what's happening with digital universes, right? I'm addicted to my phone. Mental health issues coming from that. I'm not saying there's a right or wrong answer to it. I'm saying, can we stop 1 second and try to answer why the hell we would create such a business? Is this going to bring real social and environmental value and utility to this world, to the people who live in the slum just behind us? Is it? My take is it's a very brand new business and universe, and it's going to be fun, and it's going to benefit the gamers and the tech, the tech savvies of this world. Is it going to be inclusive? Is it going to provide real good opportunities for the people who need it the most? Maybe eventually, but my suggestion is we start thinking about it now, before we actually create businesses that end up being tomorrow's catastrophes, like plastic is. Yeah? Can we think? Just stop once and think about it, is my take for today. Yeah? We have had a little, oh, thank you. We've had a little introduction to the ways in which business can actually create real social and environmental impact in the roundtable just before. Ranodip, you touched upon it. I don't know if Ranodip is around still. Of creating schools from the money that is made out of it. Great. Can we imagine businesses that have business models themselves that benefit society and environment as they thrive as a business? We together and today have the amazing opportunity to welcome 4 such entrepreneurs that go beyond the financial bottom line, as in the profits, and look at what we call the triple bottom line, or the 3 Ps of profit, people, planet. You can even add one more of purpose, the 4 Ps if you want. How do we use business as a means to make this planet a bit better? It's my real pleasure to welcome these 4 entrepreneurs. Meghna, if you can join me on stage. Meghna Nayak is the founder of La Tacita. Hello. Welcome, welcome. Thank you. Founder of La Tacita. La Tacita is a fashion brand which uses second-hand material, used materials, to create beautiful fashion pieces that sell all around the world in different international fairs. Congrats again for your amazing work, Meghna. This is my pleasure next to welcome Ankit Agarwal, the co-founder of Add My Bin. So you probably have seen, everybody here, these bins. I think they're yellow, all of them, yellow, green.
Started with yellow, now blue and green.
Blue and green, yellow, blue and green all over the city to be able to provide better infrastructure for waste management in the city. And there's a beautiful business model out of it. So we will discover that just before. Please, thank you. My throat. Sujata, my friend Sujata Chatterjee, the founder of Twirl. Hello. Welcome. Please take a seat. Twirl, what does Twirl do? It's very interesting because not only do they work on environmental impact, but they also elevate, especially women who are working in this business, to be elevated. What Twirl does is again also take damaged fabrics, clothes, different fabrics that and upcycle it into brand new accessories, right? And then we have, who else do we have? Sam, you're here. Hello, Sam. Good to meet you. Good to see you again. Sam is the co-founder of the Burlap People. I have an example here. I love it, by the way. Thank you, Sam. Another sustainable living brand that we will discover throughout this roundtable. Thank you so much to the 4 of you for being with us today. All right, we can have Mike with you. I will just first start with a basic question so that the audience here can better understand what's happening in our brains when we try to think about what we call sustainable businesses and the importance for us to really take social and environmental impact as importantly as the financial sustainability of our business. So maybe Sam, do you want to tell us how the click started, your journey of entrepreneurship in the sustainable business space started? Over to you.
Right. So, of course, there was a lot of different life experiences that led to that one point, but if I had to define it to a moment in time, it would be after this solo backpacking trip I took in the mountains in Himachal, and being exposed to a certain kind of lifestyle where you see how people live in sort of synergy with nature and the resources they have accessible to them immediately. Coming down from there, sitting at this bus stop outside of this town called Manali, and I was just sitting there and sort of watching this massive, massive mountain of trash that's generated from this one small town. Looking at all the construction on all these buses just like bellowing black smoke kind of made me really sad and depressed. And I think that was the click when I was like, in order to protect this amazing experience that I've had, to see like people live in synergy with like nature around them and realize that how badly we are messing it up. I think that was the click moment where I decided I need to be a part of somehow protecting this. So
Thanks,
yeah,
Sam.
yeah.
And in one word, how would you say the Burlap people is a sustainable business? How is it that you include the environmental impact in your activities?
So from the basic raw materials that we use, they're all natural fibers such as jute and hemp and nettle. And just the idea of, the 4 Ps like you were talking about, that's sort of the starting point of it all, right? Thinking about the kind of impact we are generating for the community, for the planet, for the people around us, and at the same time keeping it financially sustainable. So I think that's what, yeah.
So on behalf of the planet, thank you, Sam, for providing an example of a financially, socially, and environmentally sustainable business. Is the why question that I was telling you about when I first started speaking. Sujata, over to you. So what was the click when you started Twirl, and how is your business a sustainable one? If you can say a word about this.
Sure. So I think, my click moment was the state of my wardrobe, or rather the overflowing state of my own wardrobe at one point of time. It had far too many things that I knew I was not going to use again. And everyone that I asked, I asked everybody, what can I do with all of this? And everyone said, we have the same problem, but we don't know the solution. There was no organization working on a solution for this problem. And my research led me to realize that fabric wastage has huge socio-environmental impact. But no one cared to talk about it. And it was at that moment that I realized that if no one cares, I can still care. And if no one was willing to take up this cause, I could still take it up. And that's what I did. I decided to start Twirl, to start the conversation, to spread the awareness, and also present a solution that could be ongoing and available for everyone to, be part of. So that's how it started. And, I think, what makes us unique is that we're able to solve so many socio-environmental problems by one very simple model. All we ask people to do is send us their unwanted clothes and fabrics. And with that, a part of it is being given to those who need it as essentials in far-flung slums and villages. The rest of it is being upcycled as fabrics, and new products are being made out of it. And all this is again being done by the rural women. So it's providing them a source of livelihood as well. So just by one simple model, we're able to touch so many points and create such a good impact. So I think, that is what, keeps us going, and that's the real motivation.
Thank you so much, Sujata. Always an inspiration to hear from you. You've hustled your way through. You have a business model that works financially, socially, and environmentally. Again, back to these 3 Ps that I was telling you about. Ankit, welcome to this roundtable. What about you? How was the journey? Well, how did it start from the very beginning to you also appearing on Shark Tank? Yes. You can say a word about this experience as well. Let us know more about Add My Bin.
So, sure, as Sujata rightly mentioned, so when you start with one point, you touch many points in your journey. So the one point which we felt was lack of infrastructure when we walk down the streets, when we are out somewhere, when we are eating something, you don't find a dustbin. So that's a common problem which we saw. And me, myself, don't want to litter the streets, but what options do I have? I can either carry that waste in my bag or in my pocket, but if it's not something which I cannot carry myself, it doesn't leave me an option. So that was the click which we saw, and then we started the journey. And going down with that journey, so we saw the multiple problems which were there. So one was lack of infrastructure, lack of dustbins in the society. Even if there are dustbins in the society, it's not being managed well, or the daily waste removal is not being done properly. So when we started doing that, then we saw that the rack pickers, so the major part of our work is, giving a good life to those rack pickers. So we started employing them, and they are currently under our permanent payroll. So giving them proper safety equipments, safety, you do insurance for them, health insurance for them, their families. So again, the overall collection process. So now we are only using EVs. So in terms of other authorities which are using diesel vehicles. So it's all in all a green way of doing things. So when we started, it was just the waste infrastructure, but now we have touched many points. And for the Shark Tank, yes, we were part of the 198. We were there on the show, but we were not telecasted. But yeah, next season might. Again, we will try.
My next question to the roundtable will be about these challenges that you may face also from the ecosystem. I'll get back to you on this. For the ones who don't know AdMyBin, do you want to say one word about the financial business model behind AdMyBin?
So we don't charge anything to the municipality or the society at large for installing and maintaining of dustbins. So the corporates come along with us, and this is an advertisement model. So corporates come in, they advertise their brand along with the social message, and they pay us for the entire maintenance of the bins throughout the year. So that's the revenue model.
And the ad is on top of each bin,
so
right?
Yeah, the bin is hanging on an iron stand, and on top of the iron stand, there is advertisement for the different companies. We have some of them in your campus as well, in Techno India.
Thank you so much for the work that you're doing for Kolkata as a city. I know, coming from another country, that the lack of dustbins was one of the first things that I noticed just walking around the city. I'm like, okay, I have a tissue, where do I throw it away? So if you don't have that environmental consciousness, you're going to throw it away in the environment, which becomes your dustbin. And you need definitely these infrastructures for the waste to be properly collected and treated eventually. So thank you for your work. Meghna, what about you? What's your journey been since the very first click that came to your mind and create La Tacita?
Well, I actually don't have a background in fashion or business. I was a journalist for Metro and T2 when I started. And Tama, I did not feel like, my interest was always in sustainability. And I was looking for the right, through my journalism, I knew about the massive waste that fashion produces. That is the second largest polluting industry in the world, apart from oil, which 10, 15 years ago was a big revelation. We did not think that these pretty clothes on our backs would lead to that.
Absolutely.
So, I don't know, I was looking at different raw materials, organic cotton, handloom, everything that is touted to be so sustainable. And I found that actually all of these things have great impact, and they're not necessarily so sustainable at all. I was very young, quite broke, just out of uni. And my mom, and we live in a tiny flat, Ma has one small cupboard. At this point, she opened her cupboard and said, and again, one thing I must mention is I grew up as like many of us, very anglicized child, always looking at England, America, Europe for my inspiration. I never looked inward. My grandmother was an actress in Bengali film. I never even watched any of her films. Suddenly one day, Ma opened her cupboard, and in that tiny cupboard where Ma doesn't shop, were hundreds of neatly stacked, beautiful
I don't wear a lot of saris. I think I have maybe 20 of them that I underuse, right? So that's exactly your point of discovering this treasure that was already there.
And I felt a real emotional connection. I understood consumer behavior as one of the hardest behaviors to change in the world. So you ultimately need an emotional access into changing even a little bit of that behavior. So I was lucky to come across this tiny collection of my grandmother's saris. And then from there, it moved on to old clothes, curtains, household linen, any manner of
So your
old
grandmother's
materials.
saris was the click for you.
That was the click. It was a very cliche moment. But as I touched it, I knew this was the raw material that I had been searching
A
for.
realization moment, as we've heard in the
Yeah.
past. I'm going to move on to the next question by using one of the posts, the Facebook post that I've seen from your end. I think it was yesterday itself, where you say, "It's been a heck of a ride running this small, sustainable business in a world that is absolutely not designed for such systems, a world that is specifically geared towards benefiting mass production, unethical production, employee mistreatment, disregard for raw material and process impact, and much more." Well said, first. Second, can you tell us more about this world, as you were saying, this ecosystem that hasn't really been supportive of the effort that you were trying to put up? Like, what are the key challenges that you faced? And maybe start giving a couple of things that you wish were otherwise.
I'm sure we all live in this world, you know. That's why it's so great to be here today. But this was, when I started this, I was only 25. This was a good over 10 years ago. I kid you not, Pauline, almost everyone, even some established fashion designers told me that we love your designs, but change your raw materials. I had stores tell me, they kept my goods.
What was wrong?
They kept my
with
pieces because it's old. You know, it's upcycled and it's considered inferior. And I had stores where I've stored my clothes for 1 or 2 months. I go there one day and I see they've removed all the labels that say they're made from upcycled materials. And they apologize. They said, "We just want to help you. We want to help you sell your stuff. No one is going to buy this if they know it is made from."
So the mindset was not there. I mean,
Yeah,
was
there is
blockages.
there is a huge aspirational thing attached to new in India. Like if you look at Durga Puja, if you look at Eid, you know, all our festivals are about buying something new, and that holds its own emotional value. So the idea of reusing is quite a big deal, actually.
Yeah, I've noticed this, especially in India. But
Yeah,
do you feel it's picking up?
It is picking up amongst an elite, you can say, where vintage is the buzzword. But words like secondhand, old, used are very bad words in fashion, and you know, still the elite will not necessarily subscribe to it. It's only like a woke amount of the population, or it's the it's poor people who cannot afford to buy new. So it's a strange, but it's exciting.
Right.
It's strange because there's so many people in India. But when I started over 10 years ago, everyone said, "What the hell are you doing? Like this is
did not believe in
this is
that.
not good business." And it is definitely
good
not
business now?
necessarily good business. No, it's not. But what is good business is the idea that we have to change the definition of what is
Absolutely.
good business, right?
Thank you, Meghna, for this food for thought. What is good business? Does good business have to mean that it's a huge business at scale? Does it? Why? Right? Adito at the beginning of this session was mentioning that we need millions of small entrepreneurs better than 2 big entrepreneurs that
If
take
I was
it all.
a big business, huge business, I would not have survived the 2 years of the pandemic. This is the power of small business.
Amen. Thank you, Meghna. Sam, what about you? What are the challenges that you faced on the way, and what is it, maybe a couple of elements that could have helped you in this journey?
So I think apart from the most obvious, challenges that a business like ours face in terms of, acquiring talent or, financial support and all of that, I think it's the to be able to prioritize impact over profit. I think that's one of the biggest challenges, right? And to be willing to keep learning, along your journey, realizing that you can't be 100% sustainable, or you're not, and you have to keep working towards it. It's an ongoing process, and I learned that early on. For example, we started using leather in our products, leather scraps that we were acquiring from exporters and manufacturers, waste essentially. But over time, I realized that this might be enabling these companies to create such waste, and it's not a solution. And just using virgin material, newly process material, and Meghna has been a big inspiration. You know, when I heard about Lata Sita and what she was doing, you know, to be able to utilize like used scrap from people, that was sort of a revelation. And to be able to sort of try to implement something like that in our own business. So I think that willingness to keep learning and keep engaging and keep working towards being more sustainable, that's a massive challenge, you know, especially when the changes you make might not be financially exciting,
Right.
you know.
So it's what you're saying is it's a journey of compromising on what exactly the perfect socially inclusive and environmentally respectful business you want to build, but having to play with a world that is a bit less than that.
Yeah, and being honest and true to yourself about the vision that you set out with, right? You know, because we all sort of start out very passionately and wide-eyed, and you know, then you start getting into the day-to-day stuff, and before you know it, you sometimes forget why you started and what your vision or goal was, and you keep reminding yourself and, you know, sort of getting back on track and getting back into the saddle and, you know, putting your head down and keep working.
Thank you, Sam. So continuous questioning, getting inspired by other sustainable businesses that are there is part of your journey. Thank you. Sujata, what about you? We've had this conversation recently, actually, and you highlighted the fact that for you, you started on your own. You had not a lot of support around you. How has it been for you on this journey?
I think, you know, entrepreneurship is in itself a very difficult journey. But when you're building a sustainable business, it's a sustainable startup, the journey just becomes, you know, much more difficult. Many folds, you know, the difficulties increase. But, you know, I will probably today mention that, you know, a lot of the problems is also about the kind of mindsets we have around us, the kind of things people tell us. People have defined success in very different ways. It's being fed into our system that to be able to be called successful, I have to have 10x or 100x growth in this minimum amount of time at any cost. So, you know, it leads me to believe that, you know, it's okay to be loss-making. It's okay to have a negative impact on my surroundings or people as long as I reach that goal. And, you know, at the end will justify the means, and then suddenly one day all the loss is going to magically turn into profit. And this negative impact, I'll offset it by some random CSR activity. So this is what is, you know, regularly fed to us. So when you have to go against that tide and do something else, that's difficult. But I believe that, you know, growth or success is a very relative term. It should mean different things to different people. For example, I like to believe Twirl is successful because we're so tiny, but we're profitable. And, you know, I would like to measure our success in terms of the number of smiles we've been able to spread, you know, across these 4 years. That should be also a measure of success.
Is it showing on your balance sheet, the number of smiles?
It should. It should.
Should.
Exactly. That is the point. But these
the
are
smiles
things,
balance sheet.
These are things that are not told to us, and hence we're under this pressure that, you know, we have to, you know, follow someone else's footstep. So, you know, I think that is a challenge for sustainable businesses.
Thank you, Sujata. I've had a conversation recently with a friend who was struggling to find one person to talk to that would understand her willingness to stay small as an entrepreneur. So you can reach out to Sujata also, because, and myself and probably everybody on this platform, we would understand the value of remaining small but true to our value and to our impact, and not lose control on this initial vision that we had. Ankit, you are interestingly positioned as a private business dealing with something that the municipality and the public sector should take care of. What are the maybe specific challenges that you faced on the road, from your corporate clients to the municipalities to the different stakeholders around you on the journey?
So the hurdles, so from day one till yesterday, hurdles are there every day. So if you talk about the authorities, if you talk about clients, so we made a space which was nowhere close to existent before we were there. So advertising industry primarily deals with big banners, you know, putting up hoardings, putting up big names. And when I go to a client, and so I'll tell you an example. So the client I pitched the idea that you want to put your ads on dustbin. We'll make sure it's clean. We make sure it looks bright. It's clean every day. So the initial response was, why should I do it? So the idea is good, and everyone wants to support the idea of being social, but they don't want to spend a penny on it. So why should I put my brand on a dustbin? But that was the initial challenge when we launched, and we had that vision in mind that okay, we are creating a new space in the market. It will take time, and we had that vision. We took the right path, and then clients started coming in, and it multiplied. So there was a multiplier effect once we had good clients, and now nobody asks me a question, why should I put my ad on a dustbin? So that is the impact, and that is the hurdles which we successfully managed to overcome over the time. And in terms of municipality, yeah, they are very supportive, because practically we are doing the work which they should be doing. But we don't mind that, and we don't charge anything for that, because ultimately we know that if we can create this model and we can impact 10 or 15 cities down the line, then the impact is real, and not only in terms of the infrastructure, but also in terms of improving the lifestyles of the rack pickers which we are engaging. So
How many cities are you in right now?
we are currently in 4 cities: Kolkata, Jamshedpur, Siliguri, and Puri. We are entering Durgapur next month.
Eastern region.
Mostly eastern, yeah.
Good.
But next year we have plans to go south and north. So that is there. But the journey has been very exciting. And also I want to add one point regarding that. We are small, currently in 4 cities, and actually that has helped us, because even in times of COVID, so when the advertisement industry was zero, so we quickly pivot our model, and we had a force of laborers. So what to do with them? So we were the companies who started the initial sanitization process back in April 2020. So our entire team were pivoted the model for 2-3 months, so that we can sustain that little part. But we had that vision in mind that it's only a temporary adjustment which we want to do, but our long-term vision should be clear. So just keep doing it, keep doing it, keep doing it until you make it big.
Thank you, Ankit, for this beautiful message of maybe the smaller and the more agile, the more resilient in terms of crisis. You were also, sharing this point. So thank you so much to the 4 of you. We come to the end of the roundtable. Before we we take our leave, I just want to give you the mic for one more time each. Our topic of the day was sustainable businesses, realtopia or utopia. Can we dare to believe that the corporate and startup ecosystem will today, tomorrow, day after tomorrow, bear as many sustainable businesses as we wish it can? So Sam, what's your response to this?
I think I need to be hopeful. Otherwise, what are you doing? But I think platforms such as this, I think this is a great initiative, and just more events and platforms such as this that allows people like us to come together and sort of build a community that can sort of be interdependent and help inspire, share stories, ideas. I think that's the starting point, and that would make everything else fall into place.
Thank you, Sam. Sujata?
I have a favorite quote. I think I'll mention that. It's from Mr. Nelson Mandela. He said, everything is impossible until you do it. So, and if I can also mention Twirl's tagline as well, which is be the change you want to be. So reality is as we will make it. So it is in our hands, and I think we are all sitting here as examples of people who are trying to bridge that gap between the ideal business and the practical one. So it will be as we choose to make it.
Thank you, Sujata. Ankit?
So my thoughts on this would be, do what you're doing, and if you believe that it's correct, the world will definitely adjust. And in our case also, we have seen that shift from different corporates. And so I want to share a small example. So as you mentioned about the plastics, so primarily plastic packaging and plastic temporary products is majorly which is there for single use. But now when I go to market to buy that plastic stuff, so a plastic plate or a plastic cup, you get the alternatives. And there is a cost implication difference between them. So if you buy a plastic spoon, that's $1. But if you buy a biodegradable one or a wooden one, it's $3. But eventually, if we start changing our habit as a consumer, then we can see the difference in coming years.
Thank you, Ankit. Absolutely. So you see the change already, is your point, right? So of course there's going to be a transition. We cannot hope for everybody and all startups to. But we need to change first. We need to change first, as consumers, as citizens, taking a decision, taking a vote, taking a stand every time that we buy something, basically. Meghna.
I mean, honestly, Pauline and everyone else, I'm sure, would agree. It's like an everyday process to try and, I have so much to say, but to try and put it very briefly, we cannot, at least the business I'm doing, I'm sorry, Sujata, Samrit, we cannot mass produce. Okay, it's not like I can make the jackets, jeans, shirts that you all are wearing right now, take one picture, sell hundreds or millions of units. We cannot do that if we are working with waste. Investors. So many people have offered to invest. I've had to say no. I learned this term from an investor who said every day you're not growing, you're degrowing. I learned this word degrow for the first time. Oh my God.
So you said no to investors because they could not understand what you were trying to do with your business, mostly?
Pauline, scores of investors. I've done this on my own steam, broken my FDs, done whatever. But I have not taken money from people who would like
to change what you were trying to do.
Which is what most people, they do not understand, you know. So mass production is not possible. Taking investment from everybody is not possible. Public perception is another big thing because aspiration. But it's all I want to say is that it is a daily practice of saying no, I could make this much profit, but I'm going to make this much profit. And that does not, I really want to be clear, it does not mean that you have to be extremely privileged, because it is easy to have like a hobby or, you know, a vanity project. But if you have to be really committed, you have to be, to put it bluntly, you have to accept earning much less than your probably friends and peers are earning in benefit of other things. Like we have been, our business model has been, you know, after 5-10 years, so I finally got some validation. They have been studied by like LSE and Harvard and this and that. Finally, I understood. They said, we are studying the economics of happiness. I was like, oh, I've just been poor all these years, but if that's what you call it.
Reviewing the definition of success for yourself.
Yeah, but it's like an everyday kicking yourself in the butt and accepting less.
And I like one of the takeaways from what you said is learning how to say no to mainstream ways of doing things, you know?
You have to, and it's damn tough. It's really hard. Tough. People are giving you money and you have to say no.
Exactly. Wow. Yeah, absolutely. I'm just going to share a couple more comments on first. It makes me think of actually Meghdut started getting these brands on Instagram to reach out and say, oh, can you post something for us? You know, influencer branding, whatever. And I think because of this ecosystem, the sustainability topic, he said no as well. He's learned how to, I don't know if he's around, but I'm quite proud that he did, which is quite the achievement. And second, I want to take this opportunity to thank also all of these partners of Beat, Techno India, Technopreneurs, and all of the partners of this event, and overall the ecosystem for trying to understand and further embedding and including topics such as sustainability, which to me should be the headlines and the first roundtables and the one transverse thing that everybody should be talking about on how do we use businesses and startups to create social and environmental value. But we are on the way, as we've seen, and I'm really thankful to the four of you and other entrepreneurs of the city, more and more of them, who are showing the way and providing concrete, tangible examples that the combination between being financially sustainable, socially inclusive, environmentally responsible is actually possible. So thank you so much. One and very quick.
Because it was just such an inspiring session, ma'am. So I am going to ask this as an educator. Thing is, you're talking about perception. That's something very big for all four of you. But perception gets built from this age. We are suddenly expecting adults to start understanding something they have been fed throughout their lives. So is it important to take it to the schools? Probably, you know, getting some kind of skill building programs for creation of such clothes, creation of such material at the school level. Maybe you people creating curriculum interventions, something on, if possible.
Okay, one by
Absolutely. I think, for sustainability to be a success, everyone has to be part of it. Till we think sustainability is going to be a niche segment, it's not going to work. It has to become, and that is my motto as well, it has to become a mass movement. So everybody needs to be educated, not just the children, who I will differ with you and say who probably understand it more. I will say everybody needs to be educated on a regular basis. They should be forced to sit through, sessions like this and hear us speak and, see our products and understand it.
Thank you, Sujata. And working on it for Techno India School. So
And I do a lot of sessions with Mahadevi Birla, South Point, Hanatana. Lot of schools, and kids are the best. As she just said, they are the champions.
They understand.
They are brilliant. And I talk to kids and do classes all the time. So it really works.
And this is happening. So the education system is actually adapting and including many parts of this. So we ourselves were covered by Amar Chitra Katha, and there is actually a story about Add My Bin in Amar Chitra Katha, which is being taught in many schools.
Mahadevi Birla do a fashion show made of waste materials every year.
That is true.
And I judge it and all that.
True.
So
that is true.
many
Thank you so much. A big round of applause for the four of them. Thank you, everybody, for sticking around. Thank you for inspiring us. I'll just request, thank you. Few gifts for you. Thank you. Okay. Let me just, yeah, okay. Fine. There you go. You can take it up. Thank you so much to the four of you. Thank you. Thank you. I'll go back to you. Okay, a little photo over there. Thank you.
Thank you so very much to all the guests. And Pauline, thank you so very much. Hearing all the inspirational stories, it's really inspiring, You have a take, you have an idea, and that takes a shape of an enterprise, and you go forward. But without further wasting any more time, I would like to welcome on stage Mr. Aqib Hussain, founding partner of Free Flow Mindspace Ventures, National Academic Partner, Startup India Yatra, National Venture Building Partner, Invest India, TEDx Speaker, Technical Partner for Master Mentors, Chief Dreamer and Director for I&V, Advisory to IIM Shillong, IIT Patna, AIC Nalanda, and KSUM and more. If I say any more, Aqib will probably come here and strangle me because the list is long and the time is short. Aqib, welcome onto the dais, and the next panel is yours. And also, along with Aqib, the man of the hour himself, Mr. Hustle. Can we have Meghdud Roy Chaudhary on the stage, please? The mic is both of yours. There is an announcement coming in, also a very interesting panel to you guys.
So before we start the next panel, super quick shout out to, you see these hoodies that we're wearing? This was not coordinated per se, but we're trying to support local entrepreneurs. That's something that we've been doing for a while now. So these were made by this group of young guys called Sadai Online. You can check them up, sadai.online, and they make custom hoodies, and these ones are made for hustlers, the hustlers and all of us. It says hustle. You can go buy these hoodies as well. They're at the back at a discounted price, and these have been designed by One House Designs, who is our design partner for this particular event. Before we get into the big announcement, I would also like to take this opportunity to quickly introduce all of our partners. Techno India University, West Bengal, academic partner. We'll be launching a very interesting program in electric vehicle technology later on this evening. Please stick around. Technopreneur Surrogate Ventures, the incubation partner, YE, sustainability partner of Beat CCU, the venue partner, Ovons, they're managing the event today. Shomojit Mojumdar Collaborations, I will let you know how they're associated with it later. Webingo, our web partner, Startup and Rev from Bangalore for Bharatmala EV, Starshot Ventures, which is Kandi, they already curated the first session. Cafe of Beat CCU, today's food partner, Bengal Business Council, the chamber partner, Institutions Innovation Council, I'm guessing innovation partner from the academic perspective, Kolkata Buzz as our ecosystem partner, if I'm not mistaken. They have a massive base of young people who follow them. E365 India Private Limited, our event partner, Wiki, Lok, and Free Flow Venture Builders, which brings us to Aqib. What are we doing here right now? This was the announcement they wanted to make. So we keep talking a lot about funding and about how we are helping people raise funding in this part of the country. We're going to do that live right now. They've been working on a cohort-based model for delivery of startup funding, and there will be funding of about 72 lakh rupees right now on this stage. He's carrying the checks, and we'll be announcing the people who will be getting money funded right now on stage as part of Startup Carnival 4.0 for the great work that they're doing. And this is the beginning, the first tranche of startup funding, which will be a total of 12.5 crore 13.5 crore rupees, which will be given to people, to deserving startups, especially in the health and education, ESG space. So over to Akib, and for most importantly, Akib was maybe one of our first clients at Offbeat. I'm not getting to how old we've known each other. He's also a student of Techno India, of MSIT before, but entrepreneur, failed entrepreneur, successful entrepreneur. It's always like a, sort of a graph, and somebody that I'm very proud of the work that they've done. And from the very first day that he took on the office, he's only kept asking for more and more space. They need more space, need more space, need more space, more startups, more funding. And we've had such incredible experiences, be it in Kolkata, be it in Bhubaneswar. We have a startup event coming up in Bihar as well. So over to Akib for announcing the startups who will be getting today's funding rounds, and after that for what is in store, and then with the thematic of fundings. Mr. Funding himself, I think, at this point, Akib Hussain.
Thank you, Meghdut. It's often a hard act to follow when he introduces people. So that's a tough proposition. All right, I was carrying those checks not as gimmicks anymore. So we are in the season of fundings. We are in the seasons of celebrating entrepreneurship in India like never before. And we have started talking the language of Shark Tanks, right? We just celebrated 4 of our representations a while ago. What made us realize this particular, or what made us evangelize this particular roundtable was the fact that a lot of this capital wasn't available at the time that the startup needed it. And capital at the wrong time for startups is no capital at all. I was working with startups, on startups, and around startups for the last 6 years. And for all the introduction that has been given, there's a phrase that defines me that's called failure as a service. I bring that to the table for most of the people who are around. I see a lot of budding entrepreneurs in front of me. I see a lot of ecosystem players in front of me. And the one phrase that always defined us when we were starting off was, we were failure as a service. We made you fail-proof on the failures that we had been through, not the ones that we would commit together, because that's important. And what made us very clear on this particular journey of designing thematic funds was the fact that there are a lot of these startups which are coming in various spaces, which are connected to each other, not just with regards to the amount that they want to raise, but also how those ventures are built. What's the DNA of those ventures? Are they connected according to the industry, according to the theme, according to the model of customers' fulfillment that they are doing right now? And the idea was to combine the goods of 2, 3, 7, 10 startups together in respective industries and create special purpose vehicles for them on investments. It was not a fund pool. It was not a NBFC. It was not something that we generally relate with startup funding. It was not a VC firm. It was not an angel network that we were designing. And therein there were questions. Therein they were like, is it legal? Is it the right way of raising early capital for startups? Is it the fastest way of raising capital for startups? And what got proven was, we selected about 16 startups, 2 industries, ESG and health, 16 startups, a total raise of 13.5 crores, and 21 days to actually raise that capital, with we being 20% partners on actual investments ourselves. It was all possible because there were startups. There were people who were solving issues for people. There were people who were ready to collaborate with more people and enhance the gambit, enhance the footprint of their impact. And that is what made the thematic fundings click. Today, we are disbursing the first set of 4 checks on this to the first 4 startups. There's a total of 15 checks that we need to sign. The funds are ready for them, and it would be disbursed across in the next 12 days. And the total volume of fund that we are issuing is 13.5 crores, But our responsibility starts post-funding. Our responsibility starts in seeing them through to the impact that they promise for. Our responsibility starts in giving the investors back a sense of why this is new, why this is the way ahead, and why this is going to redefine how venture capital is approached in India. Long gone are the days when this was all about gimmicks. We are here to make it happen as we speak. So all about the thematic funds as such. I have a panel which wants to discuss about it, and the panel that made it possible for us. So in order of no particular priority, I am inviting them for this particular panel. They come from various walks of life. They come from various reasons and rationales to be part of this particular panel. They come from various backgrounds of saying yes to why thematic funds was something that attracted their interest. So I'll invite in order. I have somebody who's on call. He couldn't make it here. He wanted to stay on call. He's one of our first investors on the platform. He went ahead and put in, without asking a question, he understood the power of thematic funds. He understood how ESG funds could be brought together and invested upon electric vehicle models and invested upon sustainable fashion, sustainable food, and so on and so forth. He's Mr. Anand Dugar, who is on with us virtually. He's the founder of One House Design and one of the designated partners of the particular thematic fund companies and the special purpose vehicles. I would also call upon Mr. Azam Rais, founder and CEO, Blue Medic's retail pharmacy chain. He has established a tier 2 and tier 3 network of pharmacy availability across 9 states in India with functional operations across 4 of them. And what he wanted was, how do I increase my value chain of health impact? And that is where he went ahead and invested money on health startups and the health syndicate that we had at play. Mr. Rais, if you could take a seat. We also have Mrs. Swati Singhania, who made it possible for us to actually vet it on part of the startups. Because for them, it was a new journey. For them, it was like, okay, how are these funds raised and how do we do this? She was my brain behind it. She was a person who kept nagging us with regards enough number of questions to be asked before even one penny was transferred to any one of these startups. And then they kind of asked me, why are you delaying the inevitable for us? And I was like, this lady is responsible for it. She's making it future-proof. She's making it legal. She's making it functionally acceptable in the future rounds. So Swati, thank you for that. If you could be seated. I have Mr. Ritvik Khator, who represents Chandar Khator and Associates, startup evangelist himself, reason and rationale and process designer for this whole syndicate for us. He gave us the legal vetting around it. He gave us the idea of the fact that what would be tax friendly, how would these startups actually end up with the kind of capital that you are proposing to them rather than just the gimmick around it, and designed us the structure of the special purpose vehicle. Thank you for that, and please be seated, Ritvik. We have Mr. Yazdani Feroz, who took a lot of pain in converting his evangelism for ESG into a fund pooling capacity. He went ahead and became one of our most aggressive investors on the ESG pool, wherein they started pooling in anything in between 50 lakh rupees to 2.5 crores for deserving companies and deserving models which needed that early stage infusion and which needed that early stage support. So thank you for that, Yazdani, and please be seated. And last but not the least, if there are thematic funds that need to be run, there need to be people who understand the themes. There need to be people who have lived their lives on creating sustainable models, on creating ecosystems that make it possible. So I have Mr. Neil Law with me, who is our service partner with regards a lot of these thematic lineups that we need to create for these startups. A structure for them on how this investment goes fast, and one of the credible investors who came on board with regards to the fact that I might not have the volume of money that I invest in it, but I'll certainly bring the strategic support to it. So thank you, Neil, for that. So I had a few more members in the panel. One of them is stuck in Varanasi. One of them is stuck on the call. I'll have a few questions with them. They know it all, in fact. They have better answers than me. And then I'll make the announcement to the respective startups who have essentially been able to raise the kind of capital that we are talking about. Interestingly, out of the 16 startups that were supported by the syndicate process, 7 of them came from the eastern parts of the country. Northeast India also being represented in the same. Long gone are the days when I kind of even acknowledge the fact that there isn't enough innovation happening in these parts of the world. There is enough of it. It just needs the right kind of mobilization and the right kind of visualization. And events like Startup Carnival and the man who is standing there, Meghdut Roy Chaudhary, generally makes it possible for me to make it possible in these ecosystems. So quickly for the panel, because I am on a leash with regards the time. So I'll take a seat too, for a change. Do we have functional mics? In order of clarity and transparency, because this investors on top of it is something that's unique, new, and pretty challenging compliance-wise in India. So I would put the first question to Ritvik, who was our designer-in-chief of the process flow, on how would this particular structure work? How would this madness that me and Anant kind of devised in a financial advisor office in Bombay in August take a structure and finally be good enough to release capital February onwards? So Ritvik, can you shed some light on what was it facing us crazy people designing this idea for you?
Right. So basically from the get-go, it was an innovative idea, and that's what we've heard from Akib from day one. Right. So he never has a single line idea or something that anyone else has ever done. So he and Anand came to us, and then we started brainstorming as to how to make this possible, how to put this into a legal perspective that would allow them to do what they're trying to do. So we tossed over whether it should be an LLP, whether it should be a company. Then we ran the pros and cons of that. Finally decided the swiftest way, like it has been the core principle for them, that how the money can come in the swiftest way for these startups. So we narrowed the idea down to the LLP, and then finally how the startups are going to be set up, how the agreements with these startups are going to be run, etc. Yeah, we've done that from day one.
I'm there? Yeah. The important part with this whole fund exercise was a lot of these investors who eventually came on board, and there are 12 of them in total, combining both the syndicates, was the fact that some of them had very typical Indian sensibility questions. Beta, eventually हैं तो startups ही ना, डूब सकते हैं, right? So अगर डूब सकते हैं तो मेरा return assured कैसे है? How is it assured via thematic fundings? How are you assuring me this particular baseline wala overall concept? And how does that work? And the lady who made it possible for us to assure that return and kind of function it out in a certain way wherein their components could be realized, could be invested in various components, and could be issued to the struggling startups with RBF and convertible notes and a lot of jargon, which a lot of you might not understand, was Mrs. Swati Singhania. I need to know, how did you figure it out with the startups कि तुम्हारे ऊपर 3 तरह से investments होने वाले हैं?
I think the core rule when you're working with startups is to deal with patience and to go back to the thought that, there was a day when I didn't know what debentures meant, right? Someone, or maybe because of my education, I got to know. So if you remember that particular day, that's the language you need to speak with them, and that's the language I spoke with them, assuming that they don't know, and it's totally okay that you don't know about it. So dealing with patience, and yes, if there are 20 startups, 20 will have different kind of nature, different kind of backgrounds, and also we've invested in 20, let's say 3-4 different kinds of investment strategies. So ensuring that they are aware of what they are investing and still getting the investor interest through is what my core idea was, and I hope the startups can tell if I've delivered that or not.
That we'll have to ask the startups.
Yes.
I'm not giving you a value addition till date. So we do have some active investors also on board with us on this particular panel. And going first with Azam Saab. Azam Saab, आपका एक successful running business था, and वो traditionally एक बहुत difficult market को capture कर पा रहा था. आपके reasons क्या थे to actually align with the health syndicate? आपकी motivations क्या थी, and how do you see them growing, one, their own businesses via the network that you can give them, and the capital, obviously, because capital के माँ बाप हैं आप लोग. But how does it give you hope about the ecosystem going ahead?
Well,
Thank you for your question, Akib. Actually, since we already set up almost 50 stores in Bihar, so we have a huge customer base, and I believe this kind of a startup can help us, and we can help them for their to build a value chain system, right? So this is the only reason when Akib suggested, discuss with us, we agreed on that, and we are working on it.
So a lot of people who are young here and who are working on their unit models, unit ideas often feel कि यार ये idea बताना नहीं है किसी को, मेरा ना IP है इसके ऊपर. If I share it with the world would kind of copy it and they'll have issues with it. I have never seen a unicorn, and Ravi could kind of validate that. I've never seen a unicorn in isolation. They've all been in the market. They've all been okay to be competed upon. And what Raisbhai did for us was open a Pandora's box on knowing that there are so many of these established traditional business houses who are wanting to support younger business models today because it gives them swiftness. It gives them faster decision making on things that they might not themselves have the capital or the readiness to put their mites into. So that is what he represents. Yazdani, similar question. You were building sustainability products at one point of time, a platform. In fact, he was incubated with Bengal Chamber of Commerce just a couple of years ago. And then they come back and they're like, we want to become the umbrella brand that funds all sustainability in the country. And I was like, where did you get the cash from? I have no such source of cash in the country. Where did you get your cash from? And he was like, there are a lot of people who want to build future-proof businesses, Akib. I'm bringing them all along, but can I invest directly? And that is where they have been one of our most aggressive investors in ESG. What is it that gives you hope with respect to ESG?
Yeah, thank you, Akib bhai. Actually, myself, Yazdani Firoz, I am representing Fashkut here. Fashkut is an IoT-based startup which working on AAA formula, aggregation, acceleration, and acquisition, and which main theme to fix the climate crisis. So the aggregation for the aggregation, and why climate crisis? Because एक data है जहाँ पे हर मिनट एक इंसान अपने घर से दर बदर हो रहा है with the effect of climate crisis. ये एक सोर्स थी कि हमें एक मोटिवेशन था कि हमें क्लाइमेट क्राइसिस को फिक्स करना है, उसके लिए हमें कामें करनी. देन अगेन एग्रीगेशन की बात करें तो हमें एक बंच ऑफ स्टार्टअप्स चाहिए था जहाँ पे हम एग्रीगेट कर पाए, कुछ वहाँ पे इम्पैक्ट क्रिएट कर पाए. एंड देन अगेन वी गॉट द ब्लेसिंग फ्रॉम अल्लाह, द आकिब भाई, एंड ही इंट्रोड्यूस क्लाउड टू अस. एंड अगेन अगर क्लाउड की बात करें फॉर द इन्वेस्टर इट इज़ द सेफेस्ट, एंड इन द पॉइंट ऑफ एंटरप्रेन्योर इट इज़ द ग्रेटेस्ट. और अगर बात करें अगेन फैशकुट की, तो फैशकुट इस क्लाउड ESG इन्वेस्टमेंट करने के बाद ये जो कॉमनली इंजीनियर्ड प्रोडक्ट जो फैशकुट लेकर आने वाला है, इट इज़ गोइंग टू बी द वर्ल्ड्स मोस्ट वैल्यूएबल प्रोडक्ट, जहाँ पे हम अपने स्टार्टअप जो ESG के अंदर जो स्टार्टअप्स है उनके लिए और रेवेन्यू चैनल्स हम बिल्ड कर पाए. अगर उनके पास एक रेवेन्यू मॉडल है, एक रेवेन्यू सोर्स है, तो हम एक और रेवेन्यू सोर्स उनके लिए डेवलप कर पाए. सो दिस इज़ द थीम बिहाइंड इन्वेस्टिंग इनटू द क्लाउड, एंड इट इज़ वन ऑफ द मोस्ट feeling that Akiba has introduced to us. And again, अगर बात करें फैशकुट की, तो it is going to be the fastest unicorn इंशाल्लाह. ये बताने के लिए कि इस पॉइंट पे भी, सस्टेनेबिलिटी पॉइंट पे भी, कोई कंपनी आके अपने एसेट को बिल्ड कर सकता है, यूनिकॉर्न जगह पे पहुंच सकता है. बी इट सैस पे आज के टाइम पे हो रहे हैं और भी कई एडटेक पे हो रहे हैं. लेकिन अगर सस्टेनेबिलिटी की बात करें तो यहाँ पे हमें ग्रोथ स्टोरी क्रिएट करने हैं कि लोग आएँ और इस पॉइंट पे, इस सस्टेनेबिलिटी के अंदर आकर काम करें और यहाँ पे अपने आप को ग्रोथ स्टोरी क्रिएट करें, यूनिकॉर्न लिस्ट पर लेकर जाए कि वर्ल्ड इस जगह पे आए और जहाँ पे वो अपने बिजनेस को भी बिल्ड कर पाए और साथ ही साथ वर्ल्ड को सस्टेनेबल बना पाए. देन अगेन अगर लास्ट November 1 प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने ग्लासगो में सबमिट में उन्होंने कहा उनकी एक मेन मिशन है 2070 तक ये नेट ज़ीरो का लक्ष्य जो अपनाना है, उसमें फैशकुट विल बी द बिगेस्ट प्लेयर इंशाअल्लाह. सो दिस इज़ अवर थीम, दिस इज़ अवर मोटिवेशन टू इन्वेस्ट, टू कोलैबोरेट विथ फ्री फ्लो एंड टू कम in a bigger manner. Thank you very much.
As I said, there are people who essentially are self-motivated. We did not have to do a lot. They were working around a principle of how they would make it happen, and the idea was not to let the startups go with only the capital being infused on them, because that has kind of become a fad. You've got that investment, you have been covered by media on your first raise, your pre-series, your angel rounds, and your series raises. The idea was to bring true impact stories. So I've actually stopped a lot of these startups who have already done a lot of business to actually do the PR, because we wanted to share the actual customer stories, the impact stories that they have created, rather than just the fundraise that they have done, because that's long done. And we have essentially been in the ecosystem long enough now as India to understand that we do not need to be talking about just funds. And that is where my next panelist comes in. He kind of opens a Pandora's box of opportunities for sustainability startups with regards service alignments, with regards government connects, with regards opening newer channel partnerships to different kinds of service models. So what are his motivations to be part of something like a syndicate funding model or a thematic funding model? Neelda, if you could.
Thank you, Akib. And I'm fortunate to be associated with Free Flow. Well, the journey started, I think, about a year back or so, where it started with the COVID situation, and we all trying to lend a helping hand for these COVID centers. Anyway, coming back to the topic of sustainability. Sustainability is the main objective of a startup which holds the ecosystem, because all startups come up with creativity, with a roadmap, with a vision. But without looking into the sustainability or the sustenance of what your project is, it is going to be throwing a stone in a blind alley. And what I want to talk about with my experience of being in business, especially in the service sector, you have to have a backup plan. Without a backup plan, you cannot support the entire ecosystem. So with sustainability comes a backup plan, because of course you're taking the money of people, investors, trusting Free Flow, trusting other people like Free Flow. But you have to also ensure that good money does not become bad money. And of course, aggregating investors together is again forming a group where your power of purchasing or doing things become much, much more. And after a period of time, you reach the next level of not really being dependent on investors. You are independent. You have people to support you and drive the car forward. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Already got a reminder from Orko that this is time. So I'll just wrap it up with one common question to the panelists, and something that might be clinkering your heads also, that ठीक है यार, सुनने में सब अच्छा लग रहा है, पैसे मिल जा रहे हैं स्टार्टअप्स को, जल्दी मिल जाएंगे शायद, थोड़ा कंडीशन करके मिल जाएंगे, इन्वेस्टर्स भी थोड़ा विन विन सिचुएशन में हैं, ट्रेडिशनल इन्वेस्टर्स के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं. वी हैव हैड इंडिविजुअल इंस्टेंसेस ऑफ catering to traditional investors in our life, who did not, and for a matter of fact, who did not consider startups as asset classes altogether. They were too much of a risk to be considered investment opportunities. So what is it that makes scratching this traditional investor bench today the most viable opportunity in the Indian startup ecosystem? If we actually cater to the behavioral changes that are going to happen in how India invests, how are we actually going to make these carnivals even bigger and make ground sizes smaller for the number of startups that we have? Your parting views on that, and then we can close the table. Anybody can take a lead.
Yeah, coming from a traditional investor background family, I think what is really changing is that people have started believing in the whole startup story. Initially, it used to be okay, ये कुछ है जिसमें लोग invest करते हैं and कभी कभार पैसे कमा लेते हैं. That used to be the story. Obviously, with the times changing, people have started believing in the whole startup story. What really needs to change and bridge the gap is more education and awareness about it, which can come in with more and more sessions like these, and obviously more and more success stories from both the people who are investing. So maybe when the investors go out and say, hey, we invested and we didn't lose our money, we actually gained some money too. And on the startup side, when they said हमें सिर्फ पैसे नहीं मिले, हमें वो mentoring भी मिली, हमें वो parenting भी मिली जो हमें चाहिए थी. So it's about bridging those two gaps, which is happening with institutions like Free Flow. But when it is more out in the open and it's there that, okay, it's a reality, it's happening, that's where I think all that money from the traditional bank account and tijoris will start converting to startups and it'll become a more accepted and recognized asset class.
As is often said, a woman's perspective is an all-encompassing perspective. We have 5 other panelists, and each one of them would concur with what she's speaking. And to supplement what Orko wanted, I'll wrap up the session on this note, that it's just getting started. We are announcing our next 5 syndicates in the next 3 months. There are going to be syndicates on education, 6 companies on that. There are going to be syndicates on finance, gaming, deep tech, SaaS, and property tech. So these syndicates are already ready. There are startups who we have been working for in the last 6 to 8 months. They come from all corners of the country. In fact, some of them cross borders for this. And we're trying to do the same journey for them. Fastest available cash, swiftest availability on mentoring, and only working on enhancing their core value proposition. And I'll need all your support to make this possible. We'll need all their support. We'll need the support from the team that's sitting upstairs and everybody else. Just because my team pushes me to that, we are essentially doing a flagship event with the Bihar government and Startup India and Invest India. The video of which is what you see on the screen right now. We had about 795 applications pan-India. We selected about 55 startups amongst them, and they're going to raise somewhere from anywhere in between 75 crores to 137 crores on 11th of March this year. So interested traditional investors, the ground is for you to actually explore. Thank you very much for your patience. And just one last announcement for the startups that raised with us, Orko, with your due permission, I'll have to call them here and get them their checks, because these are not the dummy checks anymore. They can go ahead and encash it tomorrow and start their core value proposition journeys. As I said, there are 15 companies which have raised with us via the syndicate thematic funding mechanism. Today, we are essentially issuing checks to the first 4 of them, and all 4 of them have Bengali founders or are essentially from Bengal. So that is cause for a round of applause, I hope. So I'll ask one of you to actually hold on the checks to these beneficiaries. The first check is for an ESG startup. It is one of the closest to heart startups that I have. They've worked from being college students at Heritage Institute of Technology to now being seasoned winners of startup events and now being actually officially funded. This is Rao EcoStone Private Limited. They essentially convert your unsegregated plastic into construction material, and construction material that is better than your conventional fly ash bricks, construction material that is better on performance, on cost, and on acceptability with regards ecological standards. This is our first tranche check. And I'll ask Yazdani Bhai to actually lend the check to Upamanyu from the founding team, Upamanyu Chatterjee. They are already live. The check has to be visible, as Swati tells. They're already live with around 6 production facilities in and across West Bengal. They're also starting their operations in Orissa, Bihar as we speak. And they're working on the first autonomous machine which can convert unsegregated plastic into industry-grade construction material. The second check, this is again close to heart because we saw what happens when our medical ecosystem does not add up. Last year was a travesty at best. We saw our infrastructure, the medical infrastructure, crumbling under the pressure of COVID, and it kind of made it very hard to digest. We started working on a cohort then, and we are lucky to say that the next 3 checks that we are essentially going to dispense are to health tech startups, which are either working on last mile logistics management or working on senior care and senior emergency care and mobility, or working on mental health, a space that's not often talked about, a space that's considered taboo almost in a country like ours. So 3 startups in those particular spaces. If I can have the founders in and around, I'll ask Raisbhai to hold over the checks. I have Rahul Bakhandi from Anon, who is receiving this first particular check on his particular investment raise. He has been chasing me for a while. He said it was supposed to be 21 days. What is Swati ma'am doing with our diligence that it's taking so long? Anon essentially works on standardizing rehabilitation centers for mental health and mental conditioning patients. They're also working on online counseling models which create anonymity with patient bases as well as with people who are essentially not feeling comfortable with a certain situation to share. It is the need of the hour, and then we know it. A crowd like this does not need any awareness on why his model and his idea is the need of the hour right now. The next model is into last mile logistics, wherein we failed miserably last year, is what they are enabling this year. This is Simpheel Informatics Private Limited. They have already partnered with a host of traditional business houses on health, and they're making it a point that your local chemist wala does not lose his brand identity when the last mile fake detected medicine is actually being delivered to the last mile patient. They detect fake medicines in circulation. They do branding of the last mile chemist himself. They do not tape it up with an X brand of their own. They know the trust. They know the hyperlocality of it. And they are young. So they are open for pivots and pilots. Raised by, again, it's the health ecosystem. So you'll have to help us with this. So this is there again, the first tranche check that we are talking about, and this is their first step towards making it big in the health tech space. And do we have Saurav around? Saurav here. There's one more, and this man flies all the way down from Bombay in the morning today to receive this check and to do a lot of other work. He's already signed up with 27 leading hospitals in the country. He's solving the issue of senior citizen mobility. He's also solving the issue of emergency care for senior care. And if he's around, I can hold over him the check or keep it with myself. Saurav, if you're here. Saurav? All right. So should I take it on his behalf?
I can hold on to the check.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Orko, you have been wanting to hold on to a check.
Yes, I'm the only unicorn present here. What do you think?
Absolutely. So Orko, on behalf of Saurav, can pick up this check from my seniors, and can I have Swati and Nilda getting over this check? This is the biggest dent till date. This is the first tranche. This is the first tranche check at 50
I have
lakh
never
rupees.
felt so good in my life receiving a check on somebody else's behalf, which I cannot even cash. But seeing all these numbers, yes.
So
yes, I'm a
finally,
custodian to it.
Yes. So your journey to be a unicorn starts.
Thank you. Though in imagination, but it's good.
Right.
It's not my name, really. No, it's not mine. Thank you so very much to all of you. Congratulations to me. Okay, I don't want to see this because then I would need that health tech up where mental patients go to talk.
Right.
Yeah, Akib, hi.
Right. So that was it. That's thematic fundings for you. That's the future that we are trying to build. This is an alternative funding mechanism, but it is with the responsibility of being a win-win for the ecosystem, the customer, and the investor. Thank you very much for your patience, and thank you for being a brilliant audience. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. That was awesome. That was inspiring, seeing all these brilliant investing minds talking about traditional investment methods. And Akib, my pitch is simple. I beat up people, so if I want to open new centers for beating up more people, please invest.
That's not very inspiring.
That's not very inspiring. I can teach people to beat up people. That's better, yes.
Go back. You can go back. Lying down on such short notice and for being helpful. Thank you for asking the tougher questions. Nevertheless, always adding up. Thank you. Brilliant, sir.
Can you just stand up and take a photo with him?
Thank you so very much, Akib. I would like to keep you on stage a little bit better, okay, and interact with you for a couple of minutes more. Free education, that's how you get it. This is me in my pivotal moment of actually leveraging. Oh, I'm speaking big lexicons. Yes. So, Akib, but on a serious note, we are talking about entrepreneurs in 2022. We have had 3 years of very depressing situations where entrepreneurs were forced to digitize. Now, there are businesses which per se means, my question to you is, there are people who make ideas, there are people who make business models, but per se are not business people, right? There are people who don't know what scalability is. There are people who are into direct to B2C, where technology has not yet penetrated. There are businesses, right? Like if taken into consideration, thinking of these questions and do not get their answers, what would that one thing, that one point be? Where do they go to get their first education, and what would your answer be to all those kind of businesses?
So the realization starts at knowing that you don't know it all. And a lot of startups in India do not want to agree to that, or that was apparently the case till a very short while from now. And the idea is to accept that you started because you believed in a core value proposition, you knew a thing or two about it, and you know where you are lacking. So the plugging in will only be possible when we only plug what plagues. So you go to somebody who can plug that plague for you. You don't go for generic mentorship anymore. You don't go for generic gyan anymore. If I am somebody who can't build tech, however much I might bang my head against the wall, I'm not essentially going to
can't build tech.
Yes. So, but if I'm great at networking my own industry, then I should consolidate that ability using tech. So the vision is to understand what can make me available to the world faster, sustainably, and yet give it back to my business. Okay. And that is where possibly venture building comes in. So I just plug in my own business model there. And that is where companies come in like ours. And there are a very handful of them across the globe. There are about 293 venture builders on the globe in total. And they only plug what plagues. They cannot be generic. So being specific with what we add to you.
Thank
example,
you so
example for the same. My team members handed me over this. This was one of our social enterprises called Action Lab 2050. And what it wanted to do was talk the taboo. Talk the taboo on menstrual hygiene. Talk the taboo on menstrual product distribution in the country. And in a transparent corporate social responsibility backed manner. They did not know how to do it. They knew how to manufacture and aggregate good players in it. But today they are talking the taboo with 12,000 partners across the globe. So that's the power of tech and the power of positioning. Sure.
Thank you so very much, Akib. It's always enlightening to talk with you, and that's business in a nutshell, right? If you're not good at anything, hire or go to someone who can and make your business bigger. So thank you so very much. That was Startup Carnival 4.0, which is still going on. And before we move on to the next session, before we move on to the next panel, we would be needing a little bit feedback from the crowd itself, because what are we if we are not talking to our audience? I see Vishnu sitting right there, and me going back to Vishnu. Vishnu, what's your take on today?
it's a lovely outing. I wasn't really prepared for this, but then here I am.
I like to take people by surprise, and people who are as handsome as you should get the piece of the cake much earlier in the day, right? So what do you think? Startup, entrepreneurs, young people coming into business. And as Meghdut was saying a few times, like a few minutes earlier, make Kolkata great again, right? So we are making people think that this city, which is per se, people might be thinking a retirement place for citizens to go to, so many entrepreneurs. What's that one thing? What's that one line or couple of sentences you would like to give them as advice?
Well, I don't really have to look that far away. The guy sitting right beside me, his name is Eric Roy. He's quite an entrepreneur himself. All you gotta do is just ask his story. Every night, you just get motivated, doing different things. Probably cracked a deal right now, for all you know.
Now, I'm interested. What's your story?
Nothing, it's a very simple story. Just started and figured things out on the way.
Okay, but we would need a little bit more details. First of all, an introduction to yourself and what's your story, because I believe that when you have a good story and you have a responsibility to tell it to people, because stories motivate people and motivated people make more stories.
So basically, I'm in advertising. I started off in GWT. And that is when I figured out that Calcutta is a place where they would need like small agencies to function much better for bigger clients. So that's how I started. It started off small and then it grew. And now I'm specialized in a couple of sectors, mostly real estate, lifestyle brands, and hospitality industry.
Telling a story every day, it seems. Thank you so very much. And when we are trying to move on, the next segment, it's all about the things that we like, right? As we know, and we have heard, it's all about entertainment. And I hope we are on the way. The next gentleman, the next moderator for the next panel that I would like to introduce is no stranger to entertainment himself. The man is a powerhouse when it comes to entertaining the crowds of Calcutta, entertaining the crowds of the entire state, the country, and globally. A recognized person in entertainment and music himself. A man who thought, knew his ideas, knew what he was doing, and created a pathway to excellence. A pioneer himself. I would like to welcome Mr. Kinjal Bhattacharya, an alumni of Techno India Group, who started the E365 and entertainment startup in 2006 while he was still in his second year of B.Tech course at Meghnad Shah Institute of Technology. An ex-musician himself, that's where he gets his passion from. He has always been a musician's friend, and I know him personally though, so I would tell you that's 100% truth. Through all his ventures, be it be Bandage Talent Agency Private Limited, East India's first ever organized talent management business, or the record label known as Bandage Music that has been releasing dozens of hand-picked original music by young talents here in the city. The festival, Kolkata's very own international live music IP, that has featured biggies as Poets of the Fall. We all know them. Michael Learns to Rock, Infected Mushroom, Bumblefoot, The Aristokids. You have Sky Harbor, Carnival, and many more. And Ovons.com, East India's first influencer marketing platform dedicated to content creators and brands. The other businesses that Mr. Bhattacharya has curated of E365 Group and E365 Private Limited, an award-winning full service marketing and events agency. The Bandhan Crafting Memories, a social celebrations business. Agency Wale, a post-advertising agency, and Amira Spaces, a content studio for influencers and creators. So Kinjal also co-founded Ovons Technology Private Limited in 2019, not too far away from here, with a young and visionary Manish Shah to enable brands to create ROI-driven communication opportunities with their consumers using content creators as their storytellers. So it's all about stories, it's all about entertainment, it's all about making sense of the chaos that is content in itself. You have seen those things, now it's about time to learn about those things. Mr. Kinjal Bhattacharya, I would like to invite you on stage. The mic is all yours, sir. The man himself, the man of the hour.
Thank you. That was quite a long introduction. I'm sure my colleagues at work must have worked hard to make me happy. You know, the big boss is coming to give some small talks. Before I introduce my panel, can I have a small AV on the screen, please?
requires a dynamic presence and a unique voice to inform the world of its significance. The tiniest of specifics matter, and that unique voice has to be just right for your brand. Luckily, you don't have to go hunting for specifics, because Ovance has got it covered. Come to Ovance, find the perfect influencer, and create widespread awareness about your brand. We have all the info you need: influencers' stats, reach, and USP. Analyze their profiles, connect with them, develop impactful programs, and monitor the shift in stats. A complete influencer solution. Are you ready to influence the world around you? Take your pick. Ovance is the perfect fit.
That's the product we are trying to build at the moment. We've just raised funds last year in the third quarter. Before I introduce my panel, I just have one short sentence that I was going through all the panel talks, and I figured out, an influencer is actually a one-man startup. We all are here, to talk about so many startups. An influencer is a one-man startup. Any creator is a one-man startup. My first panelist is an influencer, a talent who himself is a powerhouse. He's a content creator, published author, and first-generation entrepreneur. Mr. Indrajit Lahiri has published 2 books on culinary experiences and is a LifeFest panelist, and a Joe Stock speaker. Professionally, he is an IT entrepreneur with his own IT project management firm. Indrajit thus started his journey of food blogging in 2014 with www.mohamushkil.com, which has now more than 300 blog posts, and he's also the co-founder of the very famous Foodka YouTube series. A big round of applause for Mr. Indrajit Lahiri. Another Lahiri brother we have got over here, Mr. Jeet Lahiri. Jeet heads Entertainment East India for Meta, where he has been working from home for close to 6 years now. I think he is one of the only Facebook guys we have access to. Yeah, and also the first over here. He coaches production houses, GEC channels, actors, and creators covering the geographies of Bihar, Odisha, Bengal, and the 8 Northeast states for Facebook and Instagram. Prior to Meta, he was an ad man for 10 years, where he worked across agencies such as Ogilvy and DDB before moving to Disney Star as the head of marketing and AVP. To know more about him, you can always visit him on his Facebook and Instagram page. Don't ask for blue tick verification. My third panelist is a dear friend, Joy, Mr. Arindam Biswas. He is an MBA in Media and Entertainment. Arindam started his career in Mumbai at UTV in marketing and then Mukta Arts. He shifted to Kolkata in 2011 and joined SVF, the very famous production house. He was heading marketing for movies for 5 years and then started SVF Brands and SVF Talents in 2020. Now he is presently heading brand and strategic partnership for SVF, Hoichoi, and SVF Brands. He's a Guinness record holder for world's biggest poster for Amazon Obsidian 40, representing his brand SVF. Under the 40 under 40 nominee for the most influential marketeer in India. A big round of applause for my panel over here. We all may take our seats. I'll keep this quite precise and kind of scripted, because we all are from the entertainment industry. We believe in scripts. My first question would be to the biggie in the house, the platform, to Jitda. Jitda, you represent the world's biggest social media business. Do you feel that with the massive talent pool we have in the East, we still are lagging behind in looking at the creator economy as a sustainable livelihood?
Can you hear me? Yeah, I guess I'm audible. So the short answer is yes. That's the absolute short answer. Obviously, we are lagging behind. There's no two ways about it. I think yes. I mean, beyond those interruptive ads, I think which might happen over there in the background. So yeah, I think we are seriously lagging behind. And when it comes to the creator economy, I think it's important to kind of segregate what you mean by creator. So one is it pure play people who are growing on digital, or digital is their livelihood? Or is it public figures, actors and actresses who perhaps can also make money on digital? That's an important question to be asked and looked into. And when it comes to pure play creators, perhaps they have either not done enough justice to their skill, or brands have not identified them,
or they're not speaking a language which works across India or across the globe. So I think if those are in place, certainly they do really, really well. But we are seeing a big uptick and a big growth in creators. This is, I mean, the world today is completely different from what it was even 2 or 3 years back. So yeah, so it's a positive uptrend, but we have clearly not tapped the market like it should be tapped.
That comes from Facebook, that comes from Instagram. You guys, whoever is in the influencer marketing background into branded content, you guys should take this up very, very seriously. My next question would be for Joy, for Arindam. Joy, SVF has been the biggest movie production house in this part of the country. You guys have produced iconic movies and mega serials, launched superstars in Tollywood, attained massive success with Sangeet Bangla and Hoichoi as well, and also released most of the super hit songs during the last decade. What led to the formation of SVF brands as a business vertical during the pandemic, and how much of your business has been from content creating campaigns?
I think the idea of creating SVF brands is typically, we were discussing it, that the age of dubbing a Hindi content and running in Bengal is over. Bengal ultimately at the end of the day is functioning as a they call it regional, but we call it a local language. So if you have to tap into a Bengali person, you need content creators from Bengal. You need content from Bengal. Saying that, I think we've been working closely with brands for the couple of years, 5-6 years. And we thought that there is a chance for us to, because we are content creators at the end of the day, movie is also content, Hoichoi is also content, is that why don't we use our expertise in creating TVCs, branded content, digital content for brands. That's how we reached out. We started small, but we've been very fortunate to have a great team, a great pool of content writers, script writers. And I think I'm more than happy to say that it's been a great journey. We've created more than 200 plus campaigns in the last 2 years. And probably 80 to 85% of these things has been from content creators. Because without content creators, I think none of the verticals exist. The entertainment industry doesn't exist.
Point taken. I think businesses that are trying to scale up will always try to scale up both horizontally and vertically at this moment, because there are lots of opportunities. A question for Indrajit Da. You have done several hats as an advertising professional, an author, an IT entrepreneur, and last but not the least, a content creator. Which job role gives you the maximum creative satisfaction?
Honestly, the job role that gives me satisfaction is storytelling. Now, whichever way it may be, let me say, my son, he is 11 years old, he is hooked to visual content. Some movies, soaps, not soap operas, maybe gaming channels, something over there. My mother used to be hooked to a book, a physical form of a book, and later on, she moved on to Kindle. I am hooked on to, well, let's not go there. My wife is hooked on to, again, visual contents. So the idea is to create and tell stories. Whichever content, it's digital, better, because we can reach n number of people. It can go, if we may utter the word viral, I don't know what does that really mean. But any content can reach to any number of people in today's world. Earlier, we used to have books which needs to be sold, which needs to be published, and that used to take a long time. So personally, I would prefer the job role of a storyteller in whatever, or rather omnipresent everywhere.
I also think digital gives you the power of having that content shelf life to be finite and perennial, wherein mainstream media would have a finite time period attached to it, right? The next question will be for Indrajit Da. Did you purposely choose food as a central subject of your content, or was it like a decision driven by passion?
Honestly, if you just look at me, you can understand I love food. Let's be honest about that. So a person of my size, breadth rather, I love food, and I used to be quite opinionated about food. This used to be good, this used to be bad. And then I understood that food is a great leveler. Whatever we say, we all love a good food. We all can say whether a sandwich is good, very good, bad, super bad, worst. But then it hit me that more than being opinionated, it's better to go on to create stories. Because it's mostly to document a slice of time, rather our slice of time. So what we do is, we chose food, or rather I should say food chose me as the storytelling medium.
Fantastic. Fantastic. You know, it's like a filmmaker's dream. to create something that is evergreen and effervescent. Yeah, fantastic. Jidda, tell us about content creators. So what are content creators from the East doing wrong today? Because an average influencer or a social media creator from other cities like Bombay, Delhi, and Bangalore, their income is in a different league altogether. Are we doing something wrong over here? We are undervaluing our own talent, or the market is finding it difficult to accept regional and vernacular content, or what is it?
This is an interesting question. I don't think people are doing anything wrong per se. They might have missed a couple of tricks in the book. I think it's more like that. What are the things you have missed out on rather than what you're doing wrong? Now, understand that I think Indians by themselves have this mentality that anything you see on the internet is free. So why should we pay for anything that is free anyway? And if it is not free, I'll find another way to get the same free content. So whether it's on Pirate Bay or wherever else which is there, I want free stuff. I want free stuff without ads. I want free stuff without brands interrupting my content style or whatever else. That's the general psychology. Now see, when it comes to Bombay, there are a lot of things which are already in place. There are professional agencies which are out there. They depend on brand tie-ups with creators to make their own money. They also know how to pitch the creator to the brand and vice versa. Now, what happens is, suppose there's a marketing person on the brand side, they always ensure that they're seeing the creator that they want to associate with. What is their style of content making? The style of content making is very important. I mean, Indrajit cannot suddenly become, say, a Bongai. It's not their same style. But both of them might have separate audiences. Both of them might be doing really, really well. So the marketeer is A, aware of this. Two, the agency is aware of the same. And third is the brand also understands that when they go to a creator, they don't expect an advertisement to be produced. So how it works across India, not just in India, globally, the format is that a brand says, I want to be a part of your creative exercise, where you might put out a 3-minute video or whatever else. The creator decides to bring the brand in at the right point of time. And that's how it works. And the smartest creators know how to command money for the same. Because you do not skip those pieces of work. And it just doesn't work as an ad which is being promoted by someone. Even the organic views might be in millions. 5 million, 10 million, etc. might be the organic views which happen. So the creator is smart, the brand is smart, and the brand knows why they've approached an influencer. Because they want that influencer to make the most of the same. Now understand the Calcutta market and the Bengal market per se. One, there's a challenge of language. So they're starting off in Bengali, so obviously the reach is limited. There are exceptions, of course, like an RJ Praveen, who is a pan-India presence. He's one of the most remixed IG Deals persons across India. So he's an exception. So he can get more of the Hindi brands going for him. He's a pure play creator, a radio personality first, as well as creator, and does well. But if you're making your content in Bengali, A, the brands will be limited or will be limited by certain time frames. Say like a Durga Puja or something else which is happening at that point of time. And B is the company comes in thinking that, bhai, the audience is restricted, ye sirf Bengal ya Bangladesh mein kaam karega. So that's the psychology that they come with. So then immediately it becomes that, I am going to take it from a state budget and give a minimal amount. Whereas if it's a global or pan-India creator, they're always going to charge more because they're saying, say, hey, Hindi reaches out to 70% of the audience. So it's audience, it's smart, creative way of representing the brand, and 3, which geography you're coming from. But in the long run, will the monies be commanded higher? Of course, yes. Because even a person like a Wonder Munna now does content, if you follow carefully, she does content which is language agnostic. It is not Bengali content. You go to Instagram, you'll see it'll be in English or it'll be soundless. And it's a thought-through strategy to ensure that they grow over a period of time. So interesting question. Of course, I don't think it's the fault of the creator. They need to kind of project themselves slowly as national creators and not think of themselves as regional. That's a big psychological change that creators also need to get into. And brands need to get into the idea that, boss, I'm not paying for a Bengali creator. I'm paying for a national creator. So it's something that will happen over a period of time.
Kinjal, I would like to add on to this from a creator's perspective. I understand a creator from East can demand a serious amount of money if we talk serious numbers and ROI. For example, let me give a situation. Like a video is viewed, let's say, 100 times. Now, if I can show that the conversion, the link clicks, something is at least 1 or 2%, then that is 2 clicks. But if the view is in 1 million, then the click is 2,000, right? So if out of that 2,000, even 10% buys the product, that's 200 people or individuals buying that product. So if I can talk these numbers to a brand, that boss, I am giving you this conversion with a conservative approach, then they will be paying money. Secondly, I personally feel creators out here, most of us, we do it for fun. And we think that getting money is something down market. We don't like getting rich. Or we like getting rich, but we don't like to say that we like getting rich. Maybe there's a paradoxical situation, but we glorify mediocrity in terms of financials. So I feel one creator has to be shameless enough. If we are giving conversions, if we are giving numbers, we should be shameless enough to demand serious money. But obviously on the basis of the numbers. That's what I personally feel.
Pure TED Talk content. We've got inspiration, we've got opportunity here, and we have got hand-holding here, all sitting side by side. For content creators of the East, these are guys you should follow, you should get in touch with, you should shake hands with. My next question would be for Arindam. Arindam, SVF has a lot of A-lister actors and actresses in the roster. Do you purposely only pitch your own talents for influencer campaigns, or you work with other nano and micro influencers too? How do you shortlist the perfect influencer for a campaign, after you get the brief from the brand?
Firstly is that we work with everyone. Secondly, it's a very tricky situation, I'll take up the conversation from Indrajit Da, is that gradually the brands have moved from followers to influencing people. There are people who has 10,000 followers, but those 10,000 followers are genuine followers. Yeah. I think the entire essence of selection is, obviously, I specifically deal in numbers. I do not understand anything other than Excel sheet. So it's about CPV. What are you delivering to the brand? A person who can deliver the highest number of viewership and conversion of sales is an influencer and a creator for me. Doesn't matter if you are 2 million, 5 million, we are okay to work with somebody 10,000, 5,000 also. Depends on what content you're creating. And yeah, we do have A-listers, but we are open to work with everyone who has the potential. Like he said, people are yet to understand how an influencer platform works and what exactly a content needs to be created. I think if they take up seriously, I think we are there to do the hand-holding part.
Fantastic. That's so motivational for all content creators over here. These are the world's biggest businesses in their own rights, and they are all raring to work with you, young guys who have the potential of storytelling, who are true to their storytelling. I think everyone is waiting to work with all you. Jidda, tell me something. Picking up from where you left the last time, you mentioned piracy being a problem for all content creators till today, right? So with the blockchain technology coming in, most of the platforms would also want to have a blockchain version of theirs. So would it help in, cutting down on privacy or generating more revenue from content through NFTs? How is the game going to look at for us?
All I can say is that, see, I can only comment about our organization. It tried to launch a currency, it didn't work because of, not because they did something wrong. I think they tried to ensure that all the governments across the world are aligned. There's a lot of pushback against big organizations setting up anything in crypto. So I don't see that happening immediately, at least for the next 10, 15 years. I think there's also an anti-tech sentiment right across the world. So I don't see crypto coming in as a piece of the puzzle right now. Maybe, I don't know, maybe someone which is, the big four at least can't get into it. Maybe a Tesla can get into it at some point of time, but the big four certainly can't. They're not in that political position right now to push anything on crypto. Just going back to a couple of other things which you mentioned. So see, I don't think piracy is a problem for creators right now. I don't think that is there yet. What I meant to say is the Indian psychology is internet needs to be free. Internet needs to be free by definition also means a resistance towards other stuff as well. If I'm a brand, I don't want to pay so much to a creator. B is if I'm a viewer, the same creator might be viewing someone else's content, but they'll be the first people to click on that skip ad button. So it's a psychological phenomena that everything needs to be free, because if anyway it's on the internet, how expensive can it be? So that's a psychological thing. The other thing is, I mean, we were speaking of creators, and we were thinking of, you had asked the previous question, I didn't finish that, I missed one thing. You had said that maybe in Bengal we are undercharging and the creators are not there. Let me give an example of Patna. Patna, there's this creator called Art Kala. Art Kala, I think, without going into figures, I can just tell you that they can buy a flat in Urbana every 6 months from their own money. Okay, and they're a 16-year-old guy and two 17-year-old girls. They can't speak English to save anything, and they're doing damn well for themselves. They have cracked the DIY category, do-it-yourself category. It's viewed in US. They get paid exceptionally high CPMs, etc. So they've cracked a format. They've cracked great production. They've cracked consistency. They consistently produce content. They know that it's a long game, and it's paying off for them. So it depends on a lot of factors, and those kind of help you reach out to a global audience as well. And hence, I go back to the factor that creators need to get out of the mindset that I am only a localized creator. Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, all of these are platforms which reach everyone, yeah? Why would you think that just because I'm sitting out of Calcutta or Burdwan or wherever, I am a Burdwan or a Calcutta guy? So it's a factor of those, I think, which come into play. Yeah.
I think a lot of money is going to get pumped into the creator economy, in the days coming ahead. The last question for Jidda would be, Jidda, with the metaverse already here, are we looking at virtual influencers giving stiff competition to human creators? Like Lil Mikela is there. She has millions of fans all over the globe. We have got Kyra, an Indian influencer, a couple of months back, I think. So with the metaverse, I think a lot of virtual influencers will also start making an entry.
Okay, I think the term metaverse is extremely confusing for most people. So I'll just take a step back. What is metaverse? Essentially, metaverse, according to me, and I mean, I'm not obviously a spokesperson for the company, but according to me, is a version of internet which is like internet 3.0. That's the way to see it. Previously, if you would step into your phone and you would access the phone for your internet, or you'd open a laptop, perhaps 5 years down the line, you don't need to do so. Right, so and the thing is that you feel like this forum need not happen in a physical fashion. You're already live streaming it. We might be sitting here, there might be someone in the front row, someone might be on the third row, but they still experience it exactly like this, maybe with the help of a device. That's all that you need. And devices are getting smaller and smaller. Now the Ray-Ban glasses which are out there are like as thin as this. I mean, I'm not wearing the Ray-Ban one, it's not in India, but it's as thin as that, and it helps you be a part of the internet. So when it comes to virtual influencers or creators, they'll be doing exactly the same thing. But some creator categories might do even better, is how I see it. See, for example, very few people have cracked comedy as a category. They really have not cracked it, unlike what people think. Maybe you will watch a comedian's show in an event hosted by you, Kinjal, where the comedian is standing and he's making all the audience laugh. So maybe new categories will emerge. And as long as the creator has the dedication and the talent, it will work. Whether it's virtual or real, it makes no difference. People will find their own ways of making money, and perhaps new categories will emerge as more devices come to the metaverse environment. Yeah.
Interesting. Indrajit, tell me something. Do you have any interesting case study where a non-food brand has collaborated with you or Foodka, and how you help them achieve their marketing goals? Did you necessarily integrate food in those content as well?
We try to build a story with food integrated somewhere. Now, honestly, it doesn't need to be food focused all the time. We can honestly have a talk show while we are eating something or having a cup of coffee or having a sharbat or something like that. For example, we work for an app, a news app, which we try to popularize, which we did the marketing for. Now, whoever is watching the show will have a feel of that app while we are eating and talking about food only. They will come to understand what is that app, how does that work, what is the price, what are the features. But it needs to be built up in a story. So that's how I feel like anything can be part of a storytelling brand. If I am allowed, I may call this thing as a food startup pitching its brand to multiple investors and viewers. Now it depends on how we start the show, how we take the story, and how it moves on. So we easily can do that.
Fantastic. Tell me something, Arindam. Do you also have a specific case study like this, where a campaign that you have done with your talents, this has been super successful for the brand. There were some exceptional achievements that you gained out of that campaign. Can you throw some light on facts and figures?
I think top of the mind, I think would be our campaigns for Unilever brand called Sunlight. Sunlight came up to us with a very simple goal that they want to reach out to the sentiments of Bengal. And they're a detergent brand. It's a category where people spend least of their time. We don't even know what detergent brand is there in our house. What we created is, I am not sure if everyone has seen it, but we created a system. I'll talk about the latest campaign that we have done. With the entire COVID thing happening, now Sunlight talks about preserving colors. Poristiti jai ho, jibone wrong. But we don't realize that this COVID has affected the weavers of Bengal in a way that we cannot imagine. And these weavers are the one who weaves your colorful saris, and those colorful saris are worn by everyone looking beautiful. We created this campaign called Tati Wrong, where we reached out to these weavers from 6 different segments. We chose around about 20 weavers, and we made them the central point of the campaign. A $500 sarees is sold here for 12,000 rupees. So there is a lot of a spillage there. We created a website and where people could upload their sarees. We developed the entire system, and whatever you're buying directly goes to the weavers. It's a 5-year project that we are doing right now. To the point, if you go buy a Sunlight packet, you will see the change in the Sunlight packet is right now the weaver's hands weaving colors. So I think the impact is that recent data by Unilever showed that they have grown up to 2.7% market share in Bengal. I think that's incredible. It's not what we target. It's a 5-year journey. But I think brands like Sunlight, mostly brands like, who reaches out to the sentiments of Bengal, can do wonders with, platforms. So I think Sunlight is a great example.
Superb. That's pure understanding of what kind of audience you were catering to and building a content around them. I think I have about 10 minutes or 15 minutes of time to finish this panel. Before we do that, we will just ask all our panelists, one by one, to give that one parting formula that they truly believe in, and that formula that has given them success in whatever they are creating and whatever they are curating. Something that will help the generation ahead, something that will help our audience members over here. Yes, of course. After this, ma'am. Yes, of course.
I would like anyone to answer 3 simple questions to themselves, not to us, not to anyone. First, why are they doing it? Not in a superficial thing like I want to change the world and I want to change myself. All rubbish. Nothing. The answer should be such that he or she should be able to make a 10-year-old kid understand why they are doing it. Number 1. Number 2, how they are doing it. How means what amount of time, what amount of resources they want to invest. Not looking for a return for a certain amount of time. Like, for example, this kacha badam can be viral for a specific time period, but later on some paka badam some form of badam will come up. I'm very sure on that part. So why is there? How is there? And the third question, how long should someone do that if there is zero revenue? That is very, very, very important. Everybody wants to earn money, everybody wants to earn fame, but how long should someone want to go on with that if there is zero revenue? If someone can answer these 3 things, probably most of the battle is done.
I think the same is applicable for any startup around the world. Any founder would want that to happen. Yeah, Jitta, please.
Yeah, so I would say we live in a world where there's no shortage of information. It's there everywhere. Whatever you want to study or read up, it's already there. What people perhaps don't spend time on is researching what they should be spending that those 2 hours on. They just casually just browse stuff from one topic to the other to the other. It's not focused browsing. If you have to really go ahead right now, you need to understand a couple of specific things, and I'll stick to the influencer marketing platform itself, which is essentially in the space of social media, what I understand. One is you need to understand what are the formats that work well for you. What works well on an Instagram or a Facebook or a YouTube is completely different. It's not the same formats. For example, people search and go onto a YouTube, but they don't really search and go onto a Facebook. You just move your finger like this and you're onto your next video. So you need to understand formats that work. You need to understand the genre that you want to work on. That one needs to be super clear. And those genres should be something that pays for you. Otherwise, however much you think that you're doing it as a hobby, it will remain as a hobby and no one will know you and it won't pay your expenses. So you need to know the genre, you need to know the formats that work for you, and finally you need to know yourself as a person. If you don't have the ability to be at it for a couple of years, 2-3 years, then you're not cut out to be an influencer. Perhaps the marketing side might work, but influencer will not work.
So once again, we have why, how, and when, even in this. Yeah. Joy.
Mine is very simple. I think self-educate yourself. Learn. A kacha badam might work for someone else, but not for you. So you need to understand that the difference on where you can carve out your own structure. Work for it and give yourself time. I think we are very 3 months, 6 months, 1 year. But results, money will never come in 6 months, 1 year. But if you invest your time, money, energy, and educate yourself in the right way and what you want, I think you can get it in 2 years. I think whatever you deserve will come to you. But if you go with the flow, even though it's a trending thing, maybe somewhere down the line you'll fall flat. So self-educate yourself, learn as much as you want.
Patience and education. Talking about education, we have the Techno India group sponsoring this event, hosting this event. I would want all of you to give a big round of applause for Meghdut and his team, fantastic team over here, Offbeat CCU. I would like to thank all my panelists over here. I am representing Ovons, one of my sister concerns. E365 is managing this event. Beautiful to see a crowd after a long time. I think we are on the threshold of where the pandemic ends, and we will have bigger events like this, and we'll talk about relevant questions. I think ma'am has a question for us. We'll just take 2 questions, huh?
Thank you so much for entertaining it despite less time. Because I was listening to a lot of aspects coming here. This was like it was a bombardment. So many different aspects coming. So I kind of try to combine the two. Sir, you talk about, taking it further, not keeping it local. Somewhere along the line. But doesn't it kind of homogenize things? I mean, when it comes to food, storytelling, I think what works now is taking it more local, taking it more historical, taking it more ancient. So ancient foods being cooked in ancient environments with a story building around it. Doesn't that work better? I mean,
Sure. So we have extra mics, so that's all good. Thank you so much. So great question, first of all. So I think one needs to understand the difference between taking it local and what we want to do with it. Taking it local essentially means that you don't allow language to perhaps restrict your geography, because when you're going, when real money really comes from abroad. If you want to make money, it comes from abroad. Of course, brand tie-ups can always happen in India, but if you want to organically make money, it happens through ad playouts. And you can get a ton of ad playouts really happening if there's money coming in from everywhere. Now, how does the algorithms of any of the top platforms work? They know exactly to show your content to the person who's interested in that content. So taking it local does not mean that, or restricting it to local does not mean that you go out of your genre that you're comfortable in. Indrajit does not need to go into pizzas, though he might be great about it. He can stick to his biryanis and everything else that comes with it. But there might be a person interested in Seattle who's interested in seeing about biryanis. So the thing is that guy might not have never grown up with Bengali as a language. Think about him. So when the video plays out there, the ad revenue does come back to an Indrajit and to Foodka. And that's how it should work. And that is what is taken care of by most platforms, whether it's YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, or anything. They know exactly how to send the right content to the right person. Just don't create any language barriers, any visual barriers. I think that's really what is important. And of course, you need to do it in the right formats. So each media has a different format, just like T20 cricket is different from a World Cup, different from a test match, different from a one day. One needs to understand the formats and kind of stick to it.
Jeet actually addressed the same thing. What somebody needs to understand is that my second question, why? Either I can create content for Bengalis in Bengal, or for India, or for all the Bengalis throughout the globe. You need to define that. If I can cater to any Bengali in any damn part of the world, I'm through. Like in Foodka, we have an audience, a percentage of audience from Iceland. I don't know why somebody from Iceland would watch a street food in Calcutta, but they do. So if we can cater to that genre, we are through. Even English is spoken in probably what, 15-16% of the world. But if we can take to that 2% of the global Bengali audience or Hindi audience or maybe Hebrew audience, everybody is through.
We unfortunately
280 million Bengali people, as Arindam says. So that's a huge, huge dream number for anybody.
Yeah, and I think the world's sixth most spoken language at this moment. Yeah, you need to understand your target audience. Yeah, 16 years back, I started up with the support of the Techno India group. I was myself a student of Meghnasha Institute of Technology in my second year, and I got the support of my alma mater. I got the support of the audience. Now we also have this kind of biggies supporting all of you. We don't have time to take the last question. Yeah, I think we've got some gifts for the panelists.
Yes. There is always time for gifts, as Indrajita kindly puts it, always. And I think we can summarize this that even if you're local, you need to be vocal to a global audience. A huge round of applause for Mr. Kinjal Bhattacharya and all the eminent personalities who have enlightened us with what creators and influencers really, really need to do. Heartfelt thank you to all of you. Thank you so very much. But really, really, now moving on to our next panel, I would like to invite the man with the greatest shoes in the history of the Startup Carnival, Mr. Ravi Ranjan. Now, people might not have noticed his shoes. I did. Thank you so very much, Ravi. The stage is all yours. The man needs no introduction. And from a unicorn to a unicorn builder, the stage is all yours.
Thank you so much, Orko. We have a very interesting session coming up. It's called Moneyball. How traditional businesses are looking at startups, collaborating with them, investing in them, supporting the new age companies. And to have a very interesting chat today, we have with us, first of all, I would like to take this opportunity to invite Ms. Joyita Sen. Ms. Sen is the Director and Head of Marketing and Design at Senko Gold and Diamonds. I'm sure you must have known the brand, one of the most traditional and iconic brand from Bengal, Senko Gold and Diamonds. I would now like to take this opportunity to invite Mr. Hirak Bhattacharya. Hirak is from Shalimar Chemical Works. I'm going to talk more about Shalimar. I'm sure you all can relate to the iconic Shalimar coconut oil. Hirak represents that organization. I would now like to invite Mr. Subir Ghosh, Chairman and MD at Unirox Bikes Private Limited. Mr. Ghosh, and thank you so much. And finally, we have with us Mr. Abhishek Audi, Director at CCI Private Limited, Denkol India Private Limited, Bengal Precious Metal Private Limited, PC Chandra Group. Mr. Audi, thank you so much. Please have a seat. This is going to be a very interesting session. On one side, we have giants, I must call them. They have been running for the past 80, 100 years, and they have actually established some of the most iconic brands from West Bengal, India. And on the other side, we are going to talk about startups who are new age businesses without revenue and maybe a little valuation upwards of $1 billion. How do you justify that valuation? That's the first question. Number two, how does traditional businesses are looking at startups to not only support them, but also how can they collaborate with them? Because by collaborating with these startups, traditional businesses are also going to get that cutting edge advantage. And finally, we are going to talk about their personal experiences of how they have used the spirit of entrepreneurship and, very interestingly, the spirit of intrapreneurship, which is a very unique term which I'm going to talk about. Let me take this opportunity first to introduce Miss Sen. As I mentioned, she's the director and head of marketing and design for Senko Gold and Diamond. She has done her schooling from La Martiniere for girls and her graduation from St. Xavier's, Kolkata. Senko Gold and Diamond is one of the largest jewelry organizations in India. Senko is a brand of legacy, quality, trust, and value. This is the legacy of past 80 years, spanning 4 generations, values rooted in the past and history, but it also balances amazingly with modern forward-looking thoughts that continue to take the company forward. Ms. Sen, a couple of opening words from you. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm the director of Senko Gold and Diamonds. Senko Gold and Diamonds is a 80-year-old company, over 4 generations, and we have stores currently in 27 cities, 120 stores, and with a large number of stores still in the pipeline. And also with the growing change of mindset, we are also progressing with the digital platform for the new generation as well.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. We have with us Mr. Hirak Bhattacharjee. Hirak represents Shalimar Chemical. Shalimar has been an iconic brand. They have one of the most flagship brand known as the Shalimar coconut oil. They are also into spices, edible oils, etc. Interestingly, Shalimar has successfully converted themselves from a family-run business to a professionally managed conglomerate. Shalimar's capacity to shift ahead of the curve and set new standards in corporate governance and innovation sets it apart from the competition. That's very interesting. Would you like to take a minute to talk about Shalimar as the business we all know, the Shalimar which is now transforming?
When I joined the company, it was totally a family-run business, and the family members were taking decisions within the organization. Today, we have successfully transformed from 2015, and it took us around 2 to 3 years to transform into a totally, to change the internal corporate governance. And there's a governing body, the corporate structure. There are people who will take the key decisions and not the family members. And in that way, we have seen the output has been positive till now. And we have shown exponential growth in the last 5 or 6 years. We are growing at a pace of 20 to 25% YOY, with a top line right now for more than 800 CR.
That's
and we
wonderful.
are looking for around 1500 to 1800 CR by 2024.
That is phenomenal. I'm going to come back and ask you some more questions, but I will take this opportunity now to invite Mr. Abhishek Audi. Abhishek Ji is the director at CCI Private Limited, Denkol India Private Limited, Bengal Precious Metals, PC Chandra Group. He's an alumnus of IBS Hyderabad, a diploma holder in business finance from ICFI, and has done MBA in capital management and industry. He joined his family business in 2001 and concentrated on the development of the business. He was appointed a director in 2009. I was just having a chat with him, and he says that he loves chemicals. He thinks about chemicals most of the time. In a world today where we are seeing innovation in every field, we would love to hear your thoughts on what's happening in your industry. But before that, I would like to maybe just take a minute and talk about your business and your perspective on the topic today. Thank you.
Thanks, Ravi, for having me here first. This topic that we are, talking on today is very close to our heart. Why? I'll tell you. Because our organization has been into startups long before the word startup was coined. Okay. So I believe most of the people here are from Calcutta, right? Right? From Calcutta? So you've definitely heard of PC Chandra, right? Have you heard of the brand called Dendrite? Yes? Have you ever connected the two? Have you ever heard that PC Chandra and Dendrite are part of the same organization? No. right? So that's how long we've been in startups. 1961 was when we started Dendrite as a startup. You've all seen the PC Chandra Green project, sorry, right across here, right across the road, another startup. So we've come into, and whenever what has happened in our family is that whenever I am possibly the 4th generation down from Mr. PC Chandra. And whenever somebody new has come into the family, has been given an opportunity to what he was talking about, entrepreneurship. Okay, to have his own thing. So a lot of us have done our own things. Started something new with funds from the organization as startups.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. We have with us Mr. Subir Ghosh, Chairman and MD at Unirox Bikes. If you are a bike enthusiast, I'm sure you know about the brand. This is a Government of India certified star category sport house, which produces bicycles and e-bikes in the new factory, which is set up in Falta, ICZ in Eastern India. They have a very famous brand, Unirox, as well as they work with various EU and US customers as their OEM supplier. A very interesting, organization, Mr. Ghosh. My question to you, the first one is that if you can walk us through very quickly your organization and your insights on today's topic. Thank you.
See, in my last 10 years, I have seen my business has changed a lot. Because traditionally, bicycle was poor man's vehicle. It has gradually been out of that market world over. Poor man's vehicles is now motorcycle. So nobody uses bicycle. But now it has come down to rich man's leisure. For your health, for environment. So this transformation, all companies could not have succeeded this transformation. So this Unirox brand is a startup within our business. Because it is a high-end brand catering to the high-end customers whose use of bicycle is completely different from what a traditional use of bicycle. So in this way, my company is always looking for changing with the time.
That is wonderful. Now let me come to the topic. We are going to talk about how startups and traditional business can work hand in hand. I have a couple of very interesting points I would like to share with all of you. In year 2021, the entire oil supply from the Saudi Arabia as a country was $125 billion. Compared to the software export which was done from India, which was at $152 billion. So that's the first story where data and technology is the new oil, is the new power which is powering the world. Number one. Number two, interestingly, if you look at the New York Stock Exchange, some of the largest companies who are listed now are companies which are built in the last 10 to 12, 15 years. These are all technology companies. Companies such as Alphabet, companies such as Meta, companies such as, companies like Salesforce, etc., etc. That's the second part. The third part is that India as a country is today the third largest ecosystem in the world. Last year we had 46 unicorns. This year, in just the first few days, we have had now 9 unicorns. Now, there might be a lot of debate on these unicorns or these companies, if their valuation is justified. What are they trying to add value to? But one thing which we cannot ignore is that these new age startups are disrupting every vertical, right? From healthcare to sanitation to education to technology. I mean, can we imagine a life without WhatsApp and without Gmail? We cannot do that, right? Google as a company impacts all of us at a very, very deep level. That's a company which has no direct revenue model. I mean, we do not pay for using Google services, but they make a lot of money. So my first question I would like to start with, Ms. Sen, is that as a traditional business, more than 80 years of legacy, how is your company using technology to get more attracted to the millennial and the Gen Z crowd? Because today, most of the young people want to touch and feel the product online first before they step into a store. There are a lot of interesting innovation happening in jewelry. You are one of the best person to talk about it, so request you to share your thoughts, please.
Yes, actually, what you said is a very valid point, because today we see, especially, post the pandemic, the world is going through a huge change and it's mostly shifted online in a big way. And as a traditional company with a very, how shall I say, even more traditional product, which is jewelry, it's extremely tactile and it's all about experience, wearing it, seeing how you look. So putting that to people through a digital is definitely is challenging. But thanks to, the advent of technology, which like augmented reality, where through our website, basically the camera is on, your picture is there, and then you wear the set. You don't even have to imagine how you look. You don't even have to touch the jewelry. You see how you look, and that's how, today the young Indians are very busy. And you have to cater to these busy Indians. So you have to bring the product to them. So technology definitely plays a huge role over there. The next step of technology is apps, from food to medicines to everything. I mean, including jewelry. Apps is like the next new level from websites and augmented reality, because it's all inclusive. That is another technology that traditional business, especially like I can say for our business, that is implemented. Then also I would like to say that from a family business where we started out in Kolkata to, being in not only in the state and region, but moving all across India, definitely required a lot of organization. So it has to be system driven, system oriented. So ERP was implemented many, many, many years ago. Otherwise, it's not possible to control or bring it into a system. So ERP is another technology that we've also invested very heavily in. So, this is how, so this is from the point of view of organization, ERP, from the point of view of reaching the customer through the apps, through augmented reality for the experience and the service. Now it become WhatsApp and chatbots where it's not just enough to wear the jewelry, but you have queries, you have questions. Artificial intelligence comes into play over there where they anticipate the questions and then they answer. Then manually they are answered, but also a lot of artificial intelligence also plays a big role. So these are the technologies that traditional businesses, especially like jewelry, have definitely, we as a company, we have implemented.
I think that's really commendable how you are using some of the most important technologies to diversify your business and be very close to your customers. So congratulations on that. Hirak, I have my next question to you. As a business, your family-run business is now more professionally managed. My question to you is, what is your take on startups? And as an individual and as a business owner, how are you collaborating or supporting startups? Do you have any initiatives which you already launched or you're planning to launch so that startups can take advantage of many, many years of legacy and access to capital which your organization can provide?
For us, first of all, as the topic of discussion is investing in startups, I'll start from that. For traditional businesses or houses like us, it will be same like investment in any kind of dividend instruments right now in the market. And startup models right now are giving more returns. There's a high risk, but the return is much higher in that case. Apart from that, within our organization and within our group of companies, we are simultaneously developing a venture fund, and we will make it public soon, maybe year and next year or the year after that. So we are developing that fund, and whatever the technology and the service we are getting through the startups today, we can implement that in our logistical part, and which will actually bring innovation in the mode of operation of business. That is much relatable to our things, to our line of business. Apart from that, we are looking for startups who are working with value-added products in personal care and skincare. We are already reviewing them. We have our team to do that. And apart from that, we want to, one more thing as traditional businesses, as we are called, it is very important that the startups today, we shouldn't think them as our competition. We should think them as our opportunity. So that if there is a proper quantifiable handshaking, then I think any product scalability can be enhanced through these startup models.
That's really, really interesting. I have a follow-up question. We invested in a couple of companies in the space. One of them is called Beardo. It's India's first men's grooming brand. Interestingly, Marico acquired the company, and they were really, really aggressive that we want this company in our portfolio. Some of my friends also run D2C personal brands such as Nykaa, Sugar Cosmetics, and etc. You see, on one side we have giants who are there for last many, many years, and then we have these new age companies who started just few years ago. These are eventually online first and maybe a little bit of hybrid, but just with the online presence, they are able to cater to a really wide audience. How do you feel as a brand you are able to, you'd be able to reach out to the new age people who are very impulsive buyer? They look at an ad on Instagram and they buy immediately, and once they love it, they are going to come back again and again.
The products should be acceptable among the people, and for that reason, following up, if you see our product lines, 2 or 3 product lines will come up in the coming year. They are only D2C products, and they will be only sold online. The online market, which has opened up, the D2C business, has given us an opportunity to nullify the fact that India is a price-sensitive market, and we can get the proper price if we can place the product at the proper place. So this is very much, this has been a revolution right now, because see Mamaearth and companies like that, they have come up and they have put a price point. And in the Indian market, that price point is accepted. That is what we, in the FMCG business, we are targeting it. Because our traditional, whatever, the coconut oil, what we are doing, we have always, our competition is Marico, and we have always fought on price point when we are when we are selling it in the market. Some places it's a price point, some places we are doing the distribution, aggressive distribution, these kind of things. But the D2C model, which we have seen, maybe the volume growth takes a little bit of time, but we can just nullify the fact, and we can just brush off the fact that, we have to sell on price point. We can sell right now, if we can give proper service-oriented, utility-based, value-added products through our portfolio, that is going to work.
Very.
These D2C brands have showed us that, and we have adopted it.
Very interesting. I have another question, but I'm going to come back later. Mr. Ghosh, you have a very interesting company, Bicycles, and as you said, today it's the way Khadi was a few years ago. It was for people who could not afford, but today it's unaffordable. Yes. My question to you, there are a lot of startups sitting here. As an organization, what are the opportunities for startups to collaborate with large companies, and what should their approach be? Let's say today you get 2 companies who come and tell you that we have created a spokeless design for bicycle or a chainless design for bicycle. There's a company which is doing it in the US. How open would you be to collaborate with such companies?
So we are open to new ideas. In fact, we are looking to collaborate at this moment with a startup who can help us to sell B2C on a hybrid mode. Why I tell you hybrid? Because ours is not a book or a shirt that we sell it on Amazon and who buys it and use it. Because it needs periodical service and it needs some technical things to assemble. But when you buy online and you go to your nearest store, he will not serve you. So there's some new innovations is needed. One big US company is Trek, he is a leader in bicycle. They are already on process of creating this hybrid mode. So I'll be very much interested, my company will be interested to who can be a solution partner for this hybrid mode. That company can be doing the B2C business with our share in it. So the product will be ours. The platform can be joint only owned. Because it will be, we cannot sell on, why we cannot sell on traditional Amazon, I told you, because it needs a hybrid mode.
Wonderful. I have one very quick follow-up question. There's a brand called Decathlon. Decathlon sell sports and lifestyle products. They have bicycles, they have all of the things. One of the model which they have done is that they do zero advertisement. It's all word of mouth. If you look at Decathlon stores, these are typically large warehouses in remote part of city, so they don't have to spend a lot of money. But they work like a startup because they are able to add SKUs every day, and they have very, very huge control on quality. They are able to expand to most of the countries in the world today. If you have to give an advice to a startup to scale very rapidly while maintaining profitability, what would be your advice to all the young startups?
Well, it's a tricky question. For startups now are expanding in frantic space, making huge losses, which I myself is not very much comfortable with. like running up in hundreds of crores of loss and having $1 billion value. So I will be more cautious in my part to expand. But talking about Decathlon, Decathlon is a multinational. It's more like a Walmart of sporting goods. Cheap, and across the world it is available. So I think Decathlon is not a good example for the startups. You need huge capital to start a Decathlon, having 5,000 stores globally.
Absolutely. Mr. Audi, my next question to you. A lot of young startups today need guidance, and they need mentors such as all of you who can guide them on how to bring more profitability, to have less burn every month, and at the same time create a long-term brand identity. We would love to hear your thoughts on how a startup can learn from, first, how can they find good mentors who can guide them to make their business more profitable and more successful at the same time? Mr. Audi.
See, the question you've asked me is very dicey to answer. Why? I'll tell you. Whenever an angel or a venture is investing in a startup, it comes with its own set of guidelines, own set of rules, own set of to-dos and not to-dos. So there, for any outside person to give guidance to these people would become very difficult. Okay? So first is that if you ask any of us to guide and it is somebody else's money, I do not know how well that would be taken. We are people who were taught business in a different generation. We were taught that a business is dictated by your turnover and your profits. If you do not make profits, then you do not do good business. So this is somehow not true today. At least that's what the papers tell us. But that's how we were taught. So if we were to mentor people, I think they would get a different message, which I do not know how well the ventures would take it up and how well the angels would take that up. Secondly, what I also honestly feel that there is a lot of good ideas. Good ideas should make good profit. If you are operating for a substantial period of time and still not making profits, then you come back to the question or primary question, was it a good idea? So if the answer that I leave to the people at large, the answer to that, what is a good idea? If it doesn't make profit at the end of the day, was it a good idea? Or why the hell are we in business? Are we in business to make profits or not to make profits? Now, maybe the venture or the angel who is investing has his own way of making profit, which may be different from the startup's way of making profit. So let us understand, maybe the venture would go out making a profit from the startup, but the startup would fail at the end of the day. So are we okay with that? So we have to ask ourselves these questions very deeply. If we are okay with that, if say somebody like me or somebody like Shubhida, whom I really look up to, we love our products. Shubhida loves his bikes. I was a BCom graduate, then I became I did a degree in finance, no science, by the way, then I did an MBA, that also in industrial marketing and in finance. So nowhere in my educational career was there any chemistry. Today I speak with chemists on a one-to-one. Okay, I understand the chemistry that they're doing. That is because I have gone into it. Today, anyone in the cycles domain would think twice before asking him, telling him something about cycles. Because we love our products, yeah? We are very passionate about our products. I would kill if somebody tells, that something's going to wrong, somebody's going to sell my company away. So, if this passion is something which drives you, well, then, it becomes very difficult to accept how it's operating today. That's all.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Ms. Sen, my next question and also the last question, very quickly, if you can summarize in 1 minute, 10 years down the line, how do you see startups and businesses, large businesses, working hand in hand, where they can collaborate, they can maybe get capital infusion from them, and most importantly, how can they leverage technology and they can coexist at the same time?
For the future, it actually has to start now, So like I said about all the technologies that the jewelry industry or even other industries, for example, today you're doing digital marketing. That is a very new concept. Today I'm doing a augmented reality. That is technology driven. That is an innovation. And this is just a nascent stage. So this is going to develop more and more. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it goes into virtual reality where some devices come and you're going to be actually at the store and then experiencing the experience of a, so maybe not for all sectors, but for some sectors. Then, so these are the future which has to happen now. So all these people we have partnered with are all startups. So they are giving the services to us. So in a way, the support that you're talking about has already started. And the generation tomorrow is thinking today. So, and the startups are something that has to be sustainable for them to even be there 10 years later. Because some of the ideas, they may not work. Like there are so many online jewelry companies that have come up, but in 2 years, they fizzled out. So like for example, today, Bluestone or, they have the Tata backing. Yes, Carrot Lane. So they have the Tata backing. That is why they are where they are today. It's a traditional business that is supported or invested in them. Otherwise, a lot of these businesses, they fizzle out. So the future as such, I think, is starting today with the collaboration. And that collaboration, like I said before, is already started now. And also to say that for, for example, we have a new portal which we call the DigiGold. So that is again a future thing where you buy the gold at the price that you want to at your convenience, and then it's already there. You're selling and you're buying. But the added convenience is that you can even redeem it at a jewelry store. So that is a thing for the future. It started now, but it's going to catch up for the future. So I don't think in the future as such any difference is going to happen. This trend will continue. This collaboration will continue, and this collaboration has already started.
Very, very interesting points. Mr. Audi, you want to add something here?
I wanted to add something. You see, startups are very welcome for traditional businesses. You are creating a disruption in the market, which is good. Okay, it shakes us up from our slumber. Okay, and makes us agile on our feet so that we can take you on. It's very important. So, for traditional businesses, this was, it was required because traditional businesses were exactly, slumping. But now with the startups coming in and threatening your very existence, I think traditional businesses are coming back hard.
Wonderful. I think that's really, really amazing. My last question to you, Hirak, would be, Today, as we are discussing, startups are disrupting segments and startups are actually becoming market leader in a lot of spaces. There's a very interesting concept which has started from the US called Thrashio model. What happens, Thrashio as a brand, what they do is that they go on Amazon and other platforms and they buy the top category leaders in various categories. So there's a company I want to talk about. It's called Wow Skin Sciences. A lot of young people would be able to relate. Just started a few years ago. Today it has become a very, very common name for young people because of their very interesting proposition. As a traditional brand, would you like to launch your own range which is appealing to Gen Z, or would you rather be comfortable acquiring in a way the Thrasio model is? What would be more comfortable for you as a brand?
We are looking for both ways, okay? Because we are already talking with some of the skincare brands who have come up recently. They have a very small turnovers that they are doing around in the digital model. They are also coming up. So we are ready to invest in them. And also we are giving them a platform in the generic market to, we are helping them with the distribution model and all. And we are doing some of these programs right now in our organization. Apart from that, we have already started. We have introduced 2 or 3 products which are dedicated for the digital only D2C products. Apart from that, 2 or 3 products are coming up, which are only for digital sales, not in the general market.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Mr. Ghosh, my last question to you. You have built one of the very prominent brand, and you currently manufacture from East India. What would be your advice to startups who are based out of Kolkata and East India? How can they get advantage of being in this part of the country, and what should be their roadmap from here to grow and become a large company?
One of the best thing about Eastern India is you get very well educated manpower very easily locally. So this is one of the advantage East India has over any other part. And also some other areas of operations which has many problems earlier are nowadays getting solved. So East India will be a very good proposition for all entrepreneurs to grow. We are, and if you want something to do, it is always possible to do. We are the only bicycle brand from the Eastern India outside of the Ludhiana base. So initially people used to thought it is not possible to be operating out of Eastern India. So I think the things are changing, and in a positive way, for the startups has a good opportunity to grow.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. With that, I would like to summarize the session today. Couple of takeaways for all the young startups. Traditional businesses and large companies are very, very open to collaborate with you. So if you have an idea which you can add value to the large company, feel free to reach out to them. We'll be more than happy to facilitate. Number 2 is that as a company, you should certainly look at some of the cues coming from traditional businesses, such as profitability and creating a brand which is relevant for a really, really long time. I take this opportunity to also thank Subhashish, that's from Bengal Business Council, and the entire team to put together this session. And many, many thanks to all the eminent personalities here to share your perspective on how traditional businesses are looking at startups to support them and coexist with them. Thank you so much for that. Big round of applause for the panel. Thank you so much. We have a token of appreciation curated by Offbeat, requesting for Ms. Sain. Thank you so much. Mr. Hirak. Mr. Ghosh. Mr. Audi. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. And we can have a picture together very quickly. Rama, can you take a picture for us? Thank you. Orko, over to you.
Just take a photo with our BBC brethren. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. Orko, over to you. Of course. Yeah, why don't you take a minute to talk about BBC before they leave? Let one of them talk about BBC, what exactly BBC is at the
থ্যাংক ইউ রাইট আমি একটু বাংলাতে স্লিপ করছি I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce the curator of today's event, Bengal Business Council. এটা একখানা association of Bengali entrepreneurs, new age entrepreneurs from Bengal, যারা চেষ্টা করছে to do something for Bengal and for Bengalis. Okay, we have a six-pronged approach where we are promoting business development within the Bengali community, business development for the Bengali community. We are promoting association, any problems which Bengali community has, we are taking it up with the government. We are trying to break the ethos that Bengalis can't do business. This is an ethos which is existing across the board. We are trying to break this ethos that Bengalis can't do business. We are trying to work on this. So I would like to welcome everyone. We are also taking in student members. We are taking in members as associate members. We would want you people to join Bengal Business Council. Meghdut here is also one of the senior members of Bengal Business Council. So please feel free to reach out to Shubhashish, to Meghdut for joining the council. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. As enlightening as it was, I would like to invite on stage a very, very important person at this point of time, our chief guest and guest of honor, Mr. Debashish Sen, MD, HITCO and Additional Chief Secretary. Also the man who is responsible for the makeover of this city. If you have been to Newtown, Rajarhat, you know what I'm talking about, the architect of Kolkata's future. Sir, if I may have you on stage. And I would also like a huge round of applause for the man with the vision, not only the vision, but the execution of turning this city into what it is today. Also, I would like to call upon stage Pauline once. Meghdut, please take the dais. And this is the address we have been waiting for. It has been awesome outing with all you enthusiastic people, but now it's the mics over to our guest of honor, Meghdut and Pauline. The stage is all yours.
Last year they were both there, no? They were both here. So, of course, today, if you must know, if you were not here last year, Debashish Babu has always been with us as a supporting, as the biggest support system for Startup Carnival from the very beginning. And not just Startup Carnival, everything we do, I think he's always given his Midas touch to us, and we are very thankful to him for that. And today, we have the pleasure again of hosting us. Just to give him a little bit of context, as you know, obviously, Startup Carnival has been going on for the last 4 years, and this year, again, we decided to do it in a more of a hive entrepreneurship model, where we've brought in so many partners to curate individual events. So each of the events get publicity as well. Each of the events has its own user base, has its own interested people. So everything from the metaverse, Web 3.0, NFTs, very cutting edge topics, to all of curating an event for all of the Shark Tank startups that went from Kolkata, to events about traditional businesses that we just saw with Bengal Business Council, to an event on creator economy and rise of the influencer economy, which has become such a big way for brands to reach out to more potential younger audiences. We've seen all of that today. It's also the day, it's a very interesting day for all of us, because the Bharatmala EV tour is in Kolkata for just one day. They arrived at 5:30 in the morning today. And as you saw, the bikes, the high performance electric vehicles, which are downstairs, we're also launching an MTech program in electric vehicle technology at Techno India University, and obviously we want your support. You've been a big proponent of electric vehicles. You've been a big proponent of sustainability in this city and of promoting social innovation from the very forefront. So it would be our absolute honor to hear a couple of words from you about your vision of how you plan to take this city's backbone, make it stronger using new age technologies, and not just new age technologies, about bringing back what's good, what's required, and keep while doing all of it, keeping sustainability as the very back end of it. A huge round of applause for Mr. Debashish Sen, our chief guest and our forever mentor of TIG Startup Carnival. Over to you.
Thank you, Magdu. Thank you, Pauline, for inviting me here. Yes, I was there last year too, and Mr. and Mrs. Roy Chaudhary were here too. I'm missing them, but probably they have some family occasion to be taken away. Talking about startups, what can I say? What has already been said and being discussed, but I will add only one more angle. I will say that in what I have been dealing with, that is city development and urban development, we are also looking for startups. And a small hint for those who are here. Government, and when I say government, I mean Government of India, that is central government, government of the states, and the municipal government spend an enormous amount of money in public services. Enormous. The budget, planning budget of West Bengal, a tiny state in India, forever debt-driven, is also more than 3 lakh crores of rupees. Every 12 months, 3 lakh crores of rupees are being spent on one project or the other. Of course, a lot of teachers, policemen, fire brigade, everything is necessary. But all I'm drawing your attention to is that there is a huge amount of money being spent from the government in the interest of public service. So why don't you ride the train? I will give a specific example. It is not in circular semantics only. Very recently, you know, in September last year, much of Calcutta was inundated with waterlogging. And it was a terrifically bad waterlogging. I will not get into that, but even my smart new town was waste. There was water up to the waist in many parts for weeks. And people were not amused, let me tell you. I got all the big bats. So what kind of a smart city is there? What are that? I have waterlogging. Thonthoniate hoy thikache. In a new town, keno Rajarhate, and all kinds of things. So we sought creative solutions from startups in a what we called water hackathon. We called upon the startup community to tell us. Our PWD engineers, our PHE engineers, they are very experienced, too experienced if you ask me. They don't know about hydraulic IoT devices, they don't know about artificial intelligence and data analytics, and they don't know how to compare meteorological data and switch on the pumps before the deluge starts. So we wanted to have good solution, IoT operated valves, you know, the water drains away to the canals, but the canal keeps on rising. So after a time you have to close it, otherwise water will backflow into your system. I am talking of Sector 5, which also I look after, and Technopolis, Tech India, Techno India, all was inundated. Because the valves could not be closed, even the water level has already risen. Not to make it too technical, so we did this water hackathon, and one entry has been judged successful by the jury. He is being given a prize money of 1 lakh rupees towards just because the idea is good kind of a thing. But what is more, you know, there are lots of tendering systems and procurement systems in the government. We have to be, because we are dealing with taxpayers' money. But in this case, we made it upfront that if you can deliver what you have conceived in your solution, if it works on the road, like the pothole repairing machine I just saw, here is my champion. He showed a lot of things, spray, wo, sab to theek hai, lekin will it get washed away in the next monsoon? I asked. He firmly denies and said, 5 years ka mera guarantee hai. But in 5 years he will leave this job. Whom do I catch? So things like that. I'm joking, you must take it with a pinch of salt. But what I'm saying is, we need smart solutions for in the public service domain. Repairing potholes is a very, very wise thing. Crores and crores of rupees are spent by the PWDs of the world in repairing roads. Why not catch a bit of that piece? They have their budget, have to do, because if the road is not good, and the minister will be angry. So you have to repair. So there's a budget, there is a way of doing things. If you can get a smarter way of doing things, if you have a smarter solution for preventing waterlogging using data analytics and IoT and hydraulic flaps and shutters, if there is a way of everything that you see what the government does with its budget, soon the budget of West Bengal will also be there, and you have already seen the central budget. So where is the money going? And can you take a bit of it? He is talking about electric vehicles. Prime Minister announced about in 2070 there will be no thermal power plants. What does this mean for you? It means an enormous opportunity in renewable energy sector. Enormous. 1,500 gigawatts of electrical energy will have to be produced through renewable energy, that is wind, solar and what have you, away from thermal and coal. You take 1% of that huge opportunity by laying out solar plants and things like that in the OPEX model and CAPEX model, whatever you choose, and you already have a very, very good business proposition with you. So many people are doing it in Delhi. They get somebody's rooftop like this one. They'll put some panels, and every resident, every flat on this will get 100 units of electricity free because they're allowing the roof to be used. So the house owner is happy, he's getting free electricity, 100 units, and the spare energy he's giving to nearby industries or to the grid and getting back money. Great ideas of making money out of the government system. So I will only say that this fourth year of the Startup Carnival, where we all want to hear good stories, success stories, and I'm happy to understand that a lot of money, startup money has also been given. So that's also very encouraging, those who are chosen by the jury. And I will only invite you to think about the huge possibilities in the public service domain. And with that, I wish you all the best.
Please, a huge round of applause for Debashish Sen. Just a couple of words. I arrived to the city 3.5 years ago, and Mr. Sen was an open door, so accessible, yet on paper from the top of his big governmental / public service corporation. It's very rare to have access and to know such leaders who are so uniquely positioned in the ecosystem that they use this position to enable change in the right direction. It is too rare. By too rare, I mean negatively too rare. We should have a lot more Debashish Sens in Kolkata and in India and in the world around us overall. And if you are on your journey towards potentially becoming such a leader, this is definitely an inspiration that I would invite you to get inspired from, because when you have an open door like this, having worked with Mr. Sen for a little while now, and you know that that person is accessible, that you can get mentoring from him, that you can know about opportunities to grab from such a person like this, you get to do things. It has to be a bilateral ecosystem where not only you have the startup that kind of pushes and hustle, but you also have leaders of the ecosystem who open the door to you. And thank you so much, Debashish Sen, for being one of these people. Too rare. Thank you so much.
So it's also our great pleasure. We're going to be, we have two announcements lined up for now. The first one, we would like to take this opportunity for Mr. Sen to unveil the new upcoming interdisciplinary program from electrical engineering and mechanical engineering of Techno India University in an MTech program in electric vehicle technology. It's been our dream for a very long time to be able to push that. Obviously, it's not something that we can do at a bachelor's level because you need foundational knowledge of departments, but hopefully with this is going to be the first of its kind program in the state and maybe in this part of the country itself. I might be mistaken, but John, you can correct me if I'm wrong, and hopefully we'll be able to spread a lot of positive energy among young people to to jump onto the brigade through the educational forefront itself, so that they can build newer startups in the EV space, and we can push our country towards a more greener narrative. So without any further ado, we would like to, with a huge round of applause from all of you, we will be. This is the launch of our mechanical Masters of Technology program in electric vehicle technology at Techno India University, and we're glad that Mr. Sen was here to evangelize it on our behalf. Thank you very much. We'd also invite John, if you could please join us on stage once. John has been, as some of you, if you were there in the morning, John Kuruvilla's been, he was taking a nap right before. He's been very tired because he's been riding on a bike continuously as part of the Bharatmala EV tour. John, this program, today's program, in some way it also started with John deciding that 17th February was the day when he would be in Kolkata. So we sort of set up the Startup Carnival around that, and it grew from there. So John, you also proposed that Pothole Raja be part of the event, and we fixed a pothole right in front of Offbeat. That's why the delay was there. He was supposed to be here at 5:50. He was here exactly, I think, 5:49. His car entered. We showed him the Pothole Raja program. He was, I think, decently encouraging, interested. I think there is a potential, sort of. You have to close the loop. We've put you through close the pothole, yeah. Close the pothole, and I'll ask maybe John to share a couple of words on the interaction so far. You also got to show him the electric vehicles downstairs, the performance electric vehicles. A couple of words from you. I'll move to that side here.
Sir, it's a complete honor to meet with you. I'll tell you why. I have met with many people in their offices. They never come out to encourage startups. It's a very rare thing. And and like Pauline said, people should take inspiration from leaders like this. I was telling Gautam, I used to come to Calcutta because I launched an airline into Calcutta many years back, Air Deccan, and there were no roads. And traffic jams. This time riding into Calcutta was such a dream. I crossed Howrah Bridge and I said, I'm going to be stuck on that bridge. No traffic jam. From Howrah Bridge to here took me 10 minutes, I think. And that's to do with the planning that you all have done in this city. Calcutta is famous for traffic jams, heat, anger, road rage. I saw nothing of that. And even the weather, sir, was outstanding. Outstanding. God is on your side. So, it's leaders like this who can make a difference to a city, but it's people like these who can enable these leaders to make a change for the better of all of us. I think so. He can't do it alone. He will need startups. He will need entrepreneurs to make a difference. And Meghdut and Pauline, congratulations on the MTech program. It's a very unusual one. Never seen this before. And I have two people that should be involved in this, both Prajwal and Ranjita. Your students should look up to them for internship, because there's no point studying in a college if you don't get the right kind of mentorship outside. So you have Prajwal and Ranjita here, and they take care of the EV part of the OEM business. But you have another important thing, sir. You have a charging company. You have a spares and service company. People forget spares and service.
Raise your hands, guys. Everyone being discussed
come
right now. Why don't you join us on stage? All the EV startups who are here as part of today's program.
So people talk of EV vehicles and charging, they forget spares and service. So we have Romy and Prashant also who do this. So I would like... Yeah. So, Ranjita, why don't you all sit? I'll... Yep. So you've heard Mr. Sen and his vision for West Bengal. How can you help West Bengal achieve its ESG sustainability goals through the EV mechanism?
Thank you, John. Thank you, John. Thank you, sir. I think electric vehicles is something that all the cities in India need. It's not just Bangalore or West Bengal or Karnataka or Delhi. So this is something we are working on. What we are working on is, or what we have noticed is that majority of the Indian electric vehicles that are coming out are all about low power, low scooters. But the demand for the market is for a diverse variety of vehicles. So we are trying to focus on more performance-oriented vehicles, be it the kind of motorcycles that you're seeing downstairs, or be it a more performing, higher torque, load capacity kind of vehicle. Now, where we can help, or where we can contribute to the ecosystem is in working with students, with working with interns. In fact, every single engineer in my company has joined us as an internship during their final year and has gone on to work with us at least for 2 to 3 years. I think Akhil is here with us. He's one of the lead engineers on the Mantis. He's been with us the longest right now since almost 2016. So he started as an intern. So we do work a lot with interns. We would be happy to work with some government entities. We do work with some government entities right now. We can't go into details because of certain considerations. So we are always happy to engage with the social ecosystem. I think there are enormous number of ways in which we can work together.
And I think one of the ambitions of Aura Energies, because Prajwal comes from a very academic background, he's done his PhD, he was working with Safran, he was working in France during his research, is always to work on what is the best in the engineering that's happening. What is the latest in the tech that's happening, right? There is a lot of good work that's happening in universities, that's happening in incubation centers, that's happening in accelerators. One of our ambitions is, of course, to tie these things together in a way. And whether as a mentor, that's too big a word for someone as young as us, but in some way to help them see how the dots fit together. That's something that we'd like to do. Probably tell you that, for example, hey, we want high performance motors made in India. Okay, we want compact motors made in India. Mr. XYZ University, can we work on this together, right? That is something that's part of something that we really want to do, and it's part of our research as well.
Just to add to that as a last point, we do encourage a lot of our own engineers and staff to work. So in fact, we have 4 startups, 4 engineers of mine who have now quit us and gone on to start up their own startups in different areas. So we are always keen to help them out whenever we can. Yeah. So.
Just one more thing, sir. You know, sir, they do the sexy part of the business. They do the dirty part of the business. Because without them, their vehicles cannot run day in and out. So, Romy, you want to say something to sir?
Thanks, John. I wouldn't call it dirty. I think it's a very critical part of the business. It's like the backbone of the entire journey. I think if there's no service, there's no bike. If there's no spares, there's no automotive, right? Prashant and I came here, yes, the event was there, but also we came to activate West Bengal. We are looking to enter the city and the state and in and around all the other areas in the north and northeast. So really happy to accept any interns who are willing to join us and see how we can, grow our network better. That also encourages a lot of EV operators and OEMs to tie up with all these interns and see how we can take this forward. I think that's pretty much where we are.
And so one more thing. All the mechanics, roadside mechanics who service regular scooters and motorcycles and cars, they're trading them to become EV ready. So that's another thing I think will be a big thing for West Bengal. Thank you so much.
Let's just take one photo with everybody. We co-curated program in education, entrepreneurship. Yes, come in the middle.
I'm very excited on that.
Yeah, excellent.
I hope.
Yeah. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We'll continue with the session right afterwards. I think John is going to curate another session and a press conference, but he's running on a tight schedule. We have him for another couple of minutes. So before we do this announcement, I'd request the AV team to play the video, please. And right after that, we'll make an announcement. Please watch this video, and right after, we're going to have a very interesting announcement for the city of Kolkata. while the video comes on, I would request Kinjal Bhattacharya to come up on stage and give us a little brief of what we are going to be talking about now. Kinjal is also, apart from being a very dear friend for many, many years now, he's also an ex-student of Techno India Group and one of the most successful event engineers in the country. He's an entrepreneur who's made curating events, quite cool. I think he started that entire process and he's got a massive team now, everything from marriages to weddings to massive celebrity events to rock concerts. He's done it all nationally and internationally. Kinjal, a quick little brief about what we're going to be talking about right now while we wait for the AV to come on.
Yeah, I think the AV coming up first would have made more sense, but quickly I'll try and brief what we are trying to do. We have always been keen on developing the scene around here in Calcutta, and we've got beautiful support in the form of Meghdut, and today we have Devashish sir. All of us know about Olympic Games, right? So everyone knows about Olympic Games, and when we hear about Olympic Games, we can visualize sports. Sports, a competition of the body. There used to be a games, international games, which was called Delphic Games. This was older than the Olympic Games. This was the sports of the mind. Any form of cultural activity, any form of linguistic and literature activity. So this used to be an international games, and I have been lucky to be part of the Indian Delphic Council for the last 5 or 6 years. I have been working for them, out of Hyderabad and Delhi mostly. And with Meghdut's support and blessings of Devashish sir, we are going to launch the Delphic Games in Bengal with the vision of getting the Delphic Games, the main edition, to Calcutta with all of your support. Do we have the AV ready by chance, Tuhin? It's a small AV, but it's important that we know about it. Yeah, I'll quickly read about, I've got a call coming in, sorry. Yeah. So we've got a message from Mr. Ramesh Prasanna, who is the Secretary General of the International Delphic Council. I am delighted that my friend and colleague Kinjal Bhattacharya of E365 Group, together with Meghdut Roy Chaudhary of Techno India Group, have proposed to start the Delphic Council of West Bengal to do justice to one of the richest cultural milieu in the subcontinent with unique arts, heritage and traditions, and get them on the world's most ancient and only common floor for arts and cultures. They are blessed by the visionary Mr. Devashish Sen, IAS, MD HITCO, and Additional Chief Secretary, Government of West Bengal. We at the International Delphic Council welcome this initiative and will support it all through. We look forward to your arts and cultures being showcased across regional, national, and international Delphic platforms. That was the message from the Secretary General. Do we have the video ready yet? No? Tuhin and Darshit, we all are embarrassed over here. Orko, are you there, please? Yeah. Help me out.
Yes, I am helping you out. People need a funny bone. Tuhin, just let me know whenever you need help. I understand. Good. Just Meghdut, I'm charging you extra for this extra 5 minutes that I'm actually taking the embarrassment on myself because I'm embracing the embarrassment at this point of time. And for people who have been here since the morning and thinking where I got the jacket, I got it from the money that I stole from somebody else's check. So thank you so very much. Whoever's check it was, I don't really know. But we are talking about the Delphic Games, and I heard if it's about the mind, I'm not there because my mind is lost in translation at this point of time. I'm running out of poor jokes. How many more minutes do we need? And it's up. No, it's not up. Tuhin is working tirelessly, but we need to give a very big round of applause for Tuhin and all of those guys. Yes. So ladies and gentlemen, you can see folders. Folders behind me are unfolding slowly. Valentine Day is over. Let's not play hide and seek with a romantic, lead. It's like almost Romeo and that Juliet is not coming out of the window. Thank you so much. Appraisal. There.
In ancient times, the Greek city of Delphi was the spiritual center of the Mediterranean world for about 1,000 years. But it was the Delphic Games that took place in that city that have proved values for modern times. The International Delphic Council, founded 1994 as a non-profit, non-governmental organization, is responsible for both the International Delphic Games and the Junior Delphic Games. The games gather the world's best talented artists in 6 Delphic art categories, a global stage to encounter arts and cultures.
Delphic Games is going now to be the Olympics or the competition for the arts or of the spirit.
Professor Bautista brought the 3rd Junior Delphic Games 2007 to Baguio City, the summer capital of the Philippines.
The name of Delphi, it for us is not only historical name, not only one strict point on the map, but some cultural signal.
The Delphic Games of the modern era is based on 3 key elements: competitions, presentation, and exhibitions. The best artists are honored with Delphic awards such as Medal Award, Gold, Silver, and Bronze in comparable art disciplines, Lyra Award for exceptional individual artistic performances within a larger presentation, and Laurel Award for outstanding and incomparable artistic compositions. The 2nd Delphic Games 2005 were held in Kuching, Malaysia, under the motto Revitalizing of Endangered Traditions. It became impressive clear that in a globalized world, the communication among different cultures is possible and even more so necessary than ever.
Was mich an dieser Idee so begeistert.
What excites me the most about this idea is the communication and unification among all people through spiritual disciplines. I'm a musician, conductor, and I believe that especially music is an international language which points direct into the heart of people. At the 2nd Junior Delphic Games 2003 in Düsseldorf, Germany, the participants called for Delphic peace, honoring the essence of ancient Delphic games.
That's a problem. We spend so much time trying to get it fixed. Now the sound doesn't want to stop. But a round of applause for the Delphic Council, and finally the fact that we have a Delphic Council of this state. And we would love to invite, first Kinjal, if you can please come up on stage. And we'd love to invite Mr. Sen to please come up on stage as well. And he's unofficially told us he'd love to be part of this, but officially this is us asking him that from the city of Calcutta, where the mind is what we most treasure, across the country it's spoken about that West Bengal is a state where the most intellectual ability is present. What better place to be the center of the Delphic Council for the East than in Kolkata? So Mr. Sen, a couple of words for you. We would love to have you on board to lead us and mentor us and guide us in the process of setting up the Indian Delphic Council for Calcutta and for the state of West Bengal.
I think it's a fantastic kind of idea to latch on to, and Meghdoot always has been very good in getting the best ideas around. And of course, thanks to you, at least I didn't know of the Delphic Games before today, but having known that, and if we are ourselves proud of Calcutta being the cultural capital of India, with Satyajit Ray and Shandar Mukherjee and everybody around there, I think this is something we can't afford to miss. And we should have the best event. I'm told it's every 4 years, no matter. In the next event, we must do it and do it in a grand scale. I am proud to be part of it in whatever way possible.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
This is the reason why we love Mr. Devashish Sen. With his spontaneity, he's always present and he's always there to guide us, and he's got the curiosity and the enthusiasm of a 15-year-old, and we love that about him. Please always keep guiding us, being our North Star, and we thank you very much again for gracing the stage today. A huge round of applause as Mr. Devashish Sen leaves. And on behalf of Cafe Offbeat as well, a little token of appreciation for him. Pauline, if you could please come up on stage and give it to him. This also has a little, it has a t-shirt which says, "Make Calcutta Relevant Again." I just wanted to let you know about this. It's a campaign we've started to bring more young people back to this city. And with your support, you've always been there evangelizing our beautiful city. And hopefully, I'll be able to see a photo of you wearing that t-shirt. If you do take a photo, please send it to me. We'd love to put it. Thank you. He's super big on social media. He's got great engagement as well. So thank you very much for joining us again today. Thank you very much. Calling Orko back on stage again. Please let us know what is the next course of events. I've done way too much Red Bull. Don't worry about it, okay? Give it to everybody. I have had way too much Red Bull today. You can take a picture anyway. I have my...
Well, thank you so very much. But without further ado, I would like to invite on stage Mr. John Kuruvilla. Now, I think this man needs no introduction. The pants, the gear, and also the fact that he himself rode for all these kilometers, and now we have a discussion on our hands on electric vehicles. And also with him, I would like to invite Mr. Gautam Kot. And sir, the mic's all yours, the panel's all yours.
Can I have Ranjita and Prajwal? They're not here. Karthik, can you call? Yeah, Ranjita is here. Prajwal? He's gone to Seattle. Okay. So what Romy? Romy is here?
Hello.
Sir, if I may, I just have a small announcement. I have the mic, please.
I would request to all the students and the guests that are upstairs and near the terrace, if you could please come and join your seats, please. To all the guests that are upstairs, can you please come down onto the seats? I think it's a very encouraging gesture when speakers of this caliber are speaking, if we can actually indulge them in what they have to hear and what they have to say. And I think we can take this buck forward. To all the people that are outside in the wings, if you could please come to the chairs, it would be a great help. Thank you so very much. Sir, the stage is all yours.
Thank you, Arko. So let me start with, Romy, can you join us? Let me start with why we did this journey, because a lot of people ask me, why do you do this journey? So Gautam and I are avid motorcyclists. We ride every weekend. We do about 200-300 kilometers every weekend. And we were doing a joyride just for the heck of it. I mean, 35 days on our bikes, garlanding India. And so that's how we started. And then we mentor startups. We mentored 50 startups who've cumulatively now raised about $30 million. And we realized there's a lot of energy in the small towns of India, a lot of energy. And they don't have access to mentors, they don't have access to capital, they don't have access to labs. And we said, and we mentored, out of the 50 startups we mentored, about 50% of them come from small towns, Hubli, Udaipur, Bareilly, Asansol. So we said, let's take this opportunity to actually stop at colleges in these small towns and inspire and encourage students to start up. Coincidentally, in the 9th cohort, we had a charging company, electric charging company, and he said, can we spread the message? And it just stayed there, because charging, we're not here to spread the message of charging. Then one day I was on a trip to Coorg, and there was a common friend of Ranjita and mine in the car, and I told her, this is what I'm doing. She said, why don't you speak to Ranjita? She's a co-founder of Aura Energy. They're producing Mantis motorcycles. So I called Ranjita, and she said, look, we'd love to be part of this, but we're doing a new prototype because we've got enough learnings for the past 5 years. When are you planning to do this? We said we're doing Feb, date is fixed, 4th. And she said, look, I'm in. So we had a charging company, we had a bike company, and we were ready to go. And then out of nowhere dropped in Romy and Prashant, a company, a business that we take for granted, spares and service. And they said, listen, this trilogy, this trinity of a bike company, a charging company, and a spares company, garlanding India, spreading the message of entrepreneurship, gives this whole journey purpose. And then Saurabh is another company we mentor, and he said, listen, you guys will be going through a lot of potholes. I want to join you and fill potholes along the way and talk about road safety. So we said, great, but easier said than done. You now have a bike company who has a range of 200 kilometers in city. We've not tested this on the highway. We're doing 14,000 kilometers. So incidentally, we also said the longest ride in the world on an EV was 12,000 kilometers. Let's break the damn record from India. So garlanding India took 14,000 kilometers, which means we need tons of battery, tons of charging on the way. So what do we do? So we said we need a pilot vehicle, which will be a vehicle which will go ahead, stop at the next station, set up charging stations, come back, pick up drained batteries, take it back, set it up for charging. We'll have the bikers in the middle, and we have a support vehicle carrying a crew for spares and after sales, carrying spare batteries, and carrying a videographer, a content person, because we want to archive this whole thing. Great. This entire thing was costing us upwards of 1 crore. And none of the big automotive companies had the foresight to see what we are doing, and they didn't encourage us. So we said, listen, let's drop the lead vehicle. Let's go with one vehicle. And that's how the journey started. Now, everything that can go wrong went wrong. But before that, before I tell you the plan, I would like to start with Gautam as to why did he join this ride?
Why did I join this ride? I'm questioning myself every single day right now. No, but like John said, I'm a very, very committed long distance motorcycle rider. It is something that I've always enjoyed doing. This was a new challenge that we kind of created for ourselves, where we decided not to use our, super bikes that we are very comfortable with, that are really high performance vehicles for the long distance ride that we undertake. Now, this was a completely new sport, or if you want to call it sport, or a new experience for us. I've never ever owned an EV in the past. whether it was E2O or Reva or even an Aether. So the first time that I got on an EV was on the Mantis for a couple of rides, right? Before we started this 14,000 kilometer long trip. So why are we doing it? You know, it is, one is obviously because we are, you know, hardcore riders, but I think it is also because there's a purpose that has attached itself to this ride where, you know, we have an opportunity to stop at multiple colleges around the country, such as what we are doing here at Techno, to talk about entrepreneurship, to talk about the fact, about our experiences in mentoring startups, especially startups that are not founded by old people like John, but, you know, young people like Saurabh, who just turned 30. He's not young anymore anyway, but I mean younger than him anyway. So that is the opportunity that I'm relishing. And, you know, I think that's going to be my answer from here on. You know, why am I doing this? I just love interacting with folks like you. So I'm hoping to kind of get a lot of interactions from here as well.
Why is the Mantis doing this ride? Short answer, why not? Everybody thinks EVs are this, you know, fashionable thing that some minister is trying to push somewhere because of some oil agenda or something. It's not that. Electric vehicles are here and now. The performance, maybe 10 years ago when, you know, some of the older generations of electric vehicles were coming out, the tech was really not up to it. But right now, the kind of tech that you have on electric vehicles, the kind of performance that you have on electric vehicles, and the range that you get on electric vehicles, and even the cost parity that has come down. For example, for two-wheelers and three-wheelers, the cost parity of EVs and IC vehicles is already there right now, today, right? So in a way, we wanted to do these long rides on the Mantises pretty much since the last 2 to 3 years as part of the company, right? And when John called me back in September, and I was like, I don't know, this is like some fate, because exactly what we wanted to do on the Mantises, which is like very long rides to prove the feasibility of EVs, right? That is exactly what these two crazy people wanted to do. So why not? You know, why not a third party? Why should Orha try to prove it when there is a third party that wants to do it, wants to take the bikes from us and go on the road? So that was a very strong motivator for why Orha wanted to do this this ride. It just aligned with everything that we want to do. Yeah.
Thanks, Sanjita. Why did Spirit get onto this bandwagon? I think couple of reasons. Spares and service is not limited only to ICE vehicles. I think there's a big myth that electric vehicles have got less moving parts and so they don't need service. But let me tell you, we've tied up with so many OEMs and third-party logistic companies. These vehicles need to be touched every month. They need to ensure they're rideable every month. And when John called me and said, hey man, are you up for this challenge? We just said, why not? Right? I'm not from the industry, but we've been looking and so enthusiastic about the EVs. It just makes sense. You know, let's prove a point and tell people that EV anxiety revolves around charging, revolves around range and performance, which the Mantis is trying to solve. Charging is with Charger and Bolt trying to solve, and we want to solve the service anxiety. So there's no bigger opportunity than this ride, which potentially has the opportunity to be a world record, right?
Okay, so what I'm going to do now is we want to contextualize this to the startup world. So I'm going to break it up into pieces, and we have incidentally 3 great startups that Gautam and I have been involved with. Pothole Raja with Mr. Debashish Sen showed how potholes can be fixed using a unique machine. We have Clearco, who's a sponsor for this event. They guarantee cleaner air. And 2 years back, when we took Clearco to customer, they said, air is free, man. Why should we pay for it? Today, they will touch about 12 crores in revenue, highly profitable, on a air as a service model. And then we have Renovate, which is India's only company which does renovation. And they will do a GMV of about 100 crores this year. That's the kind. 2 years back, their monthly turnover was 12,000 rupees. So that's the kind of startups we have. So what we're going to do is actually drop. How many of you are startups here? Or you want to do startups? Okay. So, the first thing you do as a startup is plan. Gautam and I spent 14 months planning. Routes, weather, road navigation, border roads, open, closed, how many kilometers a day. And we were doing this on super bikes. What speed? That planning went for a toss when in September we said, let's do EVs. Super bikes, average speed 120, EVs, average speed 60. World of difference. So 35-day ride went to 54 days. So replan. Challenge with EVs, like Ranjita said, range. We can do 200 kilometers in the city, but 14,000 kilometers, how many battery swaps do we need? So we did planning there. What we do, we said we'll have a pilot vehicle, we'll have a chase vehicle. Then we actually had a bigger problem. Nowhere in India, except the big towns, do you have charging stations. Where do you put charging stations? In highways, in Ongole, in Visakhapatnam, in Kakinada, small towns. Where will you put charging stations? Gopalpur on sea. Where do you put charging stations? So Charger came in and said, listen, I will activate my network and set up charging stations. The challenge with that, the charging stations were kilometers from the hotel we were staying in. And we start riding at 5 in the morning. And we stop riding as per plan by 2 in the afternoon. These were the plans. All plans went for a toss. First plan, which went for a toss, Pratap, who was supposed to lead the pilot vehicle, came down with COVID. Father came down with COVID, so he backed out of the scene. We had an EV mechanic. Fourth, we are leaving. Third night, he backed off because his father came down with COVID. So first 2 plans went for a toss. Then we started, we didn't get a pilot vehicle, so we had only 1 vehicle. Then we realized that because this new mechanic was not trained, where the earlier mechanic was trained by Aura and by Spirit, and he could swap a battery in 15 minutes, this was taking us an hour and a half of battery swapping because he didn't know. He was trained for 5 days. So a journey where we start at 5:30, stop at 2 o'clock. In the first 10 days, we never stopped before 10 in the night. And when he said stop at 10 in the night, the charging station guy has gone home. We went to Ernakulam. The guy says, listen, it's 10 o'clock, yeah? You were supposed to come here at 4 o'clock. I'm sorry, I can't give you charging. What do? Next day, you can't travel. So we actually convinced hotels to give us their fridge points and AC points to set up charging stations in hotels. By which time, tempers were frayed, fingers were pointed, we were yelling at each other. We was riding at 40 degrees, fries your brain, and your backside is sore.
Also riding it at 40 in Kerala.
And riding at 40 kilometers an hour in Kerala. Cops stopping you because you have temp registration. It was hell. We stopped at 2,500 kilometers in Chennai because Chennai is 5 hours from Bangalore. And we said, let's recalibrate. So startups, what you plan, important that you plan, nothing will go according to plan. Nothing. You have to recalibrate. So we decided in Chennai, and some of us were against it, some of us were for it. We said we need a damn pilot vehicle. But we don't have the funds to now, in short notice, get a pilot vehicle. So we said, let's get a superbike. The superbike will travel 3 hours ahead of the pack, carry 1 charging station strapped to the back of the bike. The guy will go ahead. He will convince the hotel to set up a charging station. So you set up 1 charging station because you have to plug into the MCB of the hotel. So when the next on-charge comes, they don't have to figure out what to do. But then that means that Gautam and I, who were partners in riding this, I lost out of the fun of riding at 40 kilometers an hour and getting my brains fried. But that was a change in plan. The second change in plan was we realized that one charging company was not able to open its network across the country. And this is unheard of. Guys, Charger and Bolt, 2 charging companies, 2 competitors, actually have come together to make this event a success, because if this event succeeds, It brings in confidence amongst the consumers, amongst EV manufacturers, amongst everybody. So Charger got all the charging stations up to Calcutta. From Malda till Leh Ladakh is going to be Bolt, and then they're going to start swapping. So everything that was planned went out the window, and a new plan has come into being. Then we realized that Saurabh Pothole Raja, he's the guy who organized the truck. The new mechanic said, listen, I can't be lifting batteries. Each battery is how many kilos? 10. Each battery is 10 kilos. You have to lift, change 40 batteries every day. 40 batteries into 10 kilos is 400 kilos. In the damn heat, on the damn highway, you have to swap batteries. So I can swap a battery. I can fix an MCB. Gautam can swap a battery. Our truck driver can swap a battery. Saurabh can swap a battery. Everybody has learned. We can join you. Everybody's learned how to swap a battery. So in the startup world, multi-skilling is very important. Very, very important. Okay. Then what happened is, in some places, quality of power is bad. Connectors started blowing. So what do? Because you have limited connectors. And they're running a business. So each of these companies, we are the only two unemployed guys. Each of these companies are running their own business while doing what we're doing. Gautam and I mentor startups. We have 4 partners in that company. So we handed over all the work to our 2 partners. The key partner, his father was diagnosed with brain tumor. So he's in hospital. So the mentoring of those startups are now fallen on both of us. So we have to come to the hotel every day and spend time mentoring startups in different parts of the world, including in the Middle East. We're running Alda's program in the Middle East. So everything that you plan is completely out the window. You have to think on the fly. So I leave it to Ranjita to figure out what she has done on the fly to make this a success. Let me put you on the spot.
Like we said, nothing you plan will work. It's the same for us. We had planned these mantises for their ride with proper cast parts. Okay? Proper cast parts, fully solid, amazing. You know, it's going to be a great ride. You know, everything's going to be great. The ports were closed. Our shipments didn't come in. The imports didn't happen. It was stuck in the ports for a month. What did we do? We contacted a metal 3D printing company. They call Amaze. They work with a lot of student companies. If you guys are students here, engineering students, you should get in touch with them, right? And they 3D printed pretty much 60-70% of the Mantis that they're riding. If you can believe it, go down and check it. About 60-70% of the vehicles downstairs are metal 3D printed, right? That was one thing, all on the fly. It was just decided somewhere in Jan, oh my God, we need this right now because the shipments aren't coming in. Post Feb 9th, so the reset that happened in Chennai, and how we had to figure out all of the rest of the pieces and put them in, right? Whether it's the hotels, trying to figure out the charging in the hotel so that, you know, they wouldn't come back as hulks after their 400 kg lifting every day.
Let me stop here. So in Chennai, we all met. And I said, listen, I will drive my bike. I'll ride my bike. Gautam will ride a bike. Let's ship the second bike back home. Prajwal?
No way.
Prajwal said, no way. We said, listen, guys, you got to run a company because they're doing crores of business. So what did they do? They huddled. They left at 12 midnight. At 6 in the morning, they came and said, Prajwal is dropping everything. He's going to ride the second Mantis. Now that, I think, was the best decision that Prajwal did because he now has first-hand knowledge of everything that's right, everything that's wrong on the bike for 2,000 kilometers. And the beauty, let me tell you, this bike was giving us 125 kilometers on the highway. Because Prajwal was with us, he started tweaking software, he started tweaking belt, he started tweaking God knows what. The bike started giving us 150 kilometers on the highway. It's unheard of in the EV space in India. 150 kilometers at 70 kilometers an hour is unheard of. If it's giving us 150 kilometers on the highway, it will give 220 to 230 kilometers in city because regen works. So that was another complete flip that we did.
Yeah. So we're now having a tag team rally of my team, and now is where we're going to pivot again. So we're going to swap not just the batteries, but the riders on the Mantis. So after this, Akhil, whom Prajwal introduced just before, is going to take over the Mantis riding from here to Guwahati, and at Guwahati, we're going to swap again. The riders, not the battery packs.
Now, none of the EV vehicles in India have been tested in the mountains, in the hills. So Prajwal is going to fly into Guwahati, and he wants to be the rider to ride up the hills, because that will be the true test of the Mantis. Now, nobody's figured out in the heat how the battery works. It's all simulation. In the cold, how the battery works. In Leh Ladakh, how the batteries are going to fare. So this is the kind of flipping that you have to do on the go. I mean, I tell startups, you have to learn to change a stepney in a moving car. And this is the stepney that has been moving. Let me tell you about Romi's engineer. 3 days in, we're stopping at 11. We're sleeping at 12:30. We're waking up at 4 o'clock. And we're on the road at 5. We wake up at 4. Never in the first 9 days did we ever hit the road before 8. Because there's something going wrong. And this guy threw up his hand saying, sorry, I can't do this anymore. What do we do? Shall we ask him to go home? Boss was called. I don't know what he did. But the guy came back full of energy saying, I will finish it. Now the driver, he started getting hand pain, leg pain. He's also not got any winter clothes to go into the mountains. The coldest he's seen is 18 degrees. And he's come in chappals. So yesterday in Jamshedpur was a rest day. Whole day he was shopping for thermals, innerwear, gloves, shoes, monkey cap. That's the kind of flipping that's happening. So this is the journey. We're on Instagram. Root for us. Support us. As we've now done 6 colleges. And the energy in the small towns are amazing. Amazing. What do you say, Gautam?
No, it has been amazing. You know, there was an interesting question that somebody asked us yesterday in Jamshedpur. There's a few startup folks here. I've got Uday, and there's you run a startup? Yeah. You do, right? So the question that we were asked yesterday was, do you ever have self-doubt when you're running a startup? Right? Have you had any self-doubt?
The question is, it's a 12th standard student that asked this question to them. Do you have self-doubt when you run your own startup? I guess you guys can answer this question.
Yes, we do.
And what is your remedy? How do you tackle it? Do you just shut the company and go home and apply for a job?
No, sir.
Do you have self-doubt?
Yeah, sure. So we have had self-doubt many times. Almost every week we plan something and then something goes wrong. Like John was saying, just like the trip, the entire life is like that. So obviously we have self-doubt every now and then. But the only thing that keeps us going, I guess, is that we stick to the vision that we have, why we started the company, and then eventually things work out. That's how, we have to have that kind of this all is well wala jo funda hai ki kuch na kuch kar lenge. So that is the only thing which keeps us going. Ki Neil will figure it out. So like you guys faced all the challenges, but only thing that didn't change ki nahi karna hai. Nobody quit. So when you decide that you won't quit, things will work out, but it will happen in a way which we can't predict. But it will work out. That's what we believe. Yeah.
Absolutely.
But I'll tell you something, Udain. We were so full of anger, fighting, tooth and nail with each other. The one thing we said, band nahi karna hai, karenge, hook or by crook. You're right. I want to bring a youngster here. Where's Devank? Yeah, come. And I'm going to ask him some very crazy questions.
Come sit here.
So, how old do you think Devank is? 15. 14. How old are you?
Sir, 14, sir.
He's 14. What do you think he does? Nope. He studies in Heritage School, am I right?
Yes, sir.
You do a startup, right?
Yes, sir.
Please explain to the ladies and gentlemen here what you do. He's 14 years old.
Sir, my startup.
No, if you say sir, you're insulting madam. Go ahead.
Helping Hands FinTech, which is my venture, it provides, it caters to the financially underprivileged students of our society and helps them with financial support timely. Because the financially underprivileged students of our society aren't like sharing my mom, like how I started with this. This is a very personal story. My mom was once telling me about her life struggles. So she told me that her father had passed away at a very young age, and she was in class 3 or 4, and because of that she had to go through financial crunches, and because of that she had to drop out from a private medium school to a government school, and she really wanted to study but she couldn't because of the financial crunch. And just to tell you, my mom completed her B.Ed last year. So I understood that lack of timely financial support is a major problem for all the underprivileged students of our society.
So Devang's company, Helping Hands FinTech, provides educational loans to the help who come to our house, to the drivers. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
And he provides between 500 to 1,000 rupees as loans.
Yes, sir.
At what % interest?
Sir, I charge 2% principal, 2% interest on the principal.
So he charges 2% principal on the 2% interest on the principal. How many NPS do you have? How many people don't return your money?
Sir, in spite of when I was starting the venture, people were telling that they won't return your money back. But sir, I found that to the I've given like my traction is around 18 to 20. So to the loans which I've given right now, I guess 1 or 2 loans are pending. But the to like whomever I have given to, they are completely how should I put it for? They are filled with gratitude when they are returning, because they needed that money like at that time, but no one was catering to them. So when they got that money, like because I give to the students, so they could like buy stationery or a extra book which helped them in the exam to get better marks. So they are always filled with gratitude.
Are you looking for VC funding?
Sir, not right now, sir.
Not right now.
Sir, because right now, actually till date, my venture was in the ideation stage, and now I'm getting incubated by Parsbem Consultancy Private Limited, and on pro bono basis. So it's an incubation firm based in Pune.
Okay, thank you. Any questions to Devang?
Thank you so much.
Now these are the entrepreneurs of India who should inspire people here. And that's what Gautam and I, Ranjita and Prajwal, Romi and Prashant, Saurabh, Samir of Chazar are doing amaze. Udayan, thank you for supporting us financially, are doing to make this happen. Every day is a new challenge. But like we tell kids, every challenge is a phenomenal opportunity. Many of the students, Pauline, in your campus reached out to us, came to us with ideas. And the mistake you guys are making is copying somebody else. Be original, but critical. The problem you're solving must be so powerful that somebody is willing to pay you money for it. Only then can you build a business for the sake of business and not chasing VC money. The media is full of stories of everybody who is raising money, but the media does not cover the 99 who've lost money and who've shut business. So please build business for profitability. Today, even today, VCs are looking at sustainable growth instead of just throwing good money after bad money. And you have youngsters like Devang. There was another person I was trying to get, but because we don't have internet, his name is Raj Mehta. You should look at him. At the age of 12, he built India's first electric cycle. At the age of 14, he started a company called Greta Scooters. At the age of 15, he was the youngest Indian to get an export-import license. At the age of 20, his scooters, Greta scooters, are exported to 8 countries. He was supposed to be online, but because we don't have proper connectivity, he's dropped off. The kid who's doing our entire social media is in 10th standard. He runs a company called Grow Creatively. He negotiates with people like us. He's 16 years old. He's writing his board exam while doing our social media and doing a fairly decent job.
Guys, please follow Startup and Rev on the social media. It's all done by the Grow Creatively team. Yeah, and he's 16.
He's 16. So the point is, the best time to start up is when you're in your 18s and 19s and 20s and 21s. Because even if you fail, your pop and mom will look after you. But if you fail, look at the beauty. Devank does finance, he does admin, he does marketing, he does customer profiling, he does GTM, he does cleans the toilet, he makes tea, coffee. If he fails, any company in this country will hire him vis-a-vis a simple coder. Today, startup founders are far more in demand than the fancy MBAs and engineers. So please, this is the time to start up, fail, scale, fail, learn, scale, take up a job, come back again. We are mentoring a kid who was 22 when he came to us. At the age of 19, he wrote 10 international papers from a town called Hubli. When we met him, we said, what's your vision? So Altaf, full of nervous energy, like our friend Devank here. You're nervous, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You're comfortable speaking English or Bengali?
Sir, English.
No? You speak better Bengali, right?
No, sir.
Oh, you speak good English, okay. So Altaf was very uncomfortable, and in a stammering voice he said, I want to disrupt AutoCAD. We said, what? So he was a little worried. I want to disrupt AutoCAD. Can you speak a little louder? I want to disrupt Autodesk. So show us what you do. And he showed us the most magical product. You do a hand drawing, you take his phone, scan it, it'll give you 3D modeling of the building in 30 seconds. It'll give you BOQs, it'll give you costs, it'll give you everything. We hugged him, got him in. His mentor screwed him. He said, sir, I have got a scholarship to MIT, I'm going. We said, listen, Altaf, you got a brilliant thing. You wasted 6 months of your life. Can you give us 6 more months of your life? Next week, he is flying off to the US after raising millions of dollars, got thousands of customers. The ex-MD of Autodesk India has become an advisor to him, and he genuinely is going to disrupt the architectural design planning in this country. We have Udayan's partner, who was 23 when he came to us, lawyer by profession, had a product which just monitors air. We said, nobody's going to give you business. So we took him to a hotel where we met him, a loft. The gentleman said, no, I'm not, what's the point in you giving me air? My building is bad. What do you do with it? He went back to a drawing board, actually engineered an entire, and he's not an engineer, engineered an entire solution which monitors air and cleans the air. Then we took him to customers. Customers said, why should we pay you? Yeah, air is free. Delhi mein pollution hai. So what he did, every meeting he went for, before the meeting, he would take his monitor into that outlet, and he would then come and tell the restaurant owner, the air in your building is so polluted, your guests are smoking 20 cigarettes a day because your air is polluted. Now that shock hit people. COVID came. He flipped his business to clean air at the outlet, at the inlets, killing viruses coming in. Today he does 70, 75 lakhs a month, profitable, raising millions of dollars. So India, 1.4 billion Indians have 1.4 billion problems. Those are 1.4 billion opportunities to be solved. And people like Debashish Sen are great leaders, and we have, I've not seen a man as forthcoming as him, but there are people in pockets who are actually rooting for startups across the country. So please leverage people like them. Please leverage people like Techno, because this is fabulous what Techno is doing. You don't get this in Bangalore. And to have a college with 80,000 students, that's 80,000 ideas that can solve problems for India. Ranjita is a biotech engineer. I said, what's a biotech engineer? But when she talks of her bike, her eyes light up and I say, shit, you did biotech? I mean, she knows everything about the bike. That's the passion. Romy didn't know he didn't know what a tube looked like. Today, the man can change tires. He uses common sense marketing. Prashant, of course, knows automotive. Look at Saurabh. He gave up a job at HP. His partner, look at what he's built. No, I don't want marketing.
No, I'm just.
Correct.
I'm just asking you that. What do you think that? What do you think this thing would be made out of? Any wild guesses? Sorry. Okay. Interesting. Some more wild guesses? People who don't know. Sorry? Okay, somewhat close, but this is made out of 100% recycled plastic waste. And another question that I'll shoot to you. So you see the size of this mat, right? What do you think the load it can carry? One bicycle, one scooter, one car? Sorry? One John. Okay, one John, two Johns.
Mr. Sen said, one truck goes over, it will go fatak.
And this small little thing can carry the load of a Boeing 747. So what we are saying is, I mean, I'm not marketing by the way, but we are on a mission to make our country pothole free, and this will enable us having roads which refuses to develop potholes.
But there's a problem there. The model won't work because if roads don't get potholes, how will contractors make money? That's a problem he has to solve. So that's us. I think ask us questions. You know, kids in DBMS, BIT Mesra, questions after questions. But we had to cut it off because we are on a schedule. So please ask questions. That's the only way you'll get wisdom from us. If there are no questions, we put you to sleep. No questions. Oh, he's taking sanitizer, that's why he's asking a question. Orko, come on, you're supposed to entertain us. Ask a question.
Thank you so very much. It's not the mindless entertainer anymore, but I have a question for you. Now, being I wouldn't say an entrepreneur myself, but just to give you a background of what I have done. For the last 12 years, I just wanted to be in and teach martial arts. It's nothing much, right? But you won't consider it a full-time occupation. I have a master's in journalism, so I had a cushy job being a journalist. I was a radio jockey for 6 years of my life. That's a very cushy job. But I left everything, and I was doing side by side. I left everything, and I have now a chain of gyms running. I have sponsored athletes all over West Bengal that come in, study what they are doing, and are professionals, becoming professionals. Now, for a guy like me, for 12 years, I have done it with whatever funding that I could have gotten, you know, getting in my savings in. But a problem with my business, I don't know whether it's a problem. I'm just asking a personal question because you are, I don't know whether it's a problem, but I'm an ideation kind of guy. I'm an executions kind of guy. I know my business. I'm not a businessman who will create the model and will go to different businesses and sell it, because at the end of the day, I don't want to be in the business where I keep on teaching people, but I want to curate the next level of athletes now who can go and represent our country in the UFC. If people don't know what the UFC is, it's the biggest martial arts organization in the world with a $5.2 billion estimation today, and or to go to one championship, which is a $5.8 billion company here in Southeast Asia with offices in Bangalore. But Calcutta is 25 years behind. I want to change that scenario, but I don't know who to go to talk to, because I am an executions kind of guy. I need a partner or a co-founder who is a business kind of guy. What advice would you give guys like me?
Sorry, I'm just jumping in. You need a good co-founder, man.
Yeah, I'm just telling you that. That's my question.
See, I think, am I audible with this? Yeah. I think every startup that you have seen either on the stage here or otherwise, it's a killer co-founder combo. Whether it's Saurabh or Pratap or Romi and Prashant, or even John and Gautam as how they are, riffing off each other. I think, I don't know, quick answer would be, man, you need to get a good co-founder. Somebody who's the opposite of you. My co-founder is the opposite of me.
What problem,
Yeah.
Orko, what problem are you solving? Wrong problem you're solving. It doesn't excite people. What excites people, and I'll give you, it's off the hip, you're solving the problem of lack of confidence. If you go and tell schools, listen, MMA builds confidence. And I'll tell you how I got this idea. So I spent a lot of time in Kenya. Krav Maga. The amount of money people are making in Krav Maga in Kenya, because, and especially girl students, to look after themselves, every corner has a Krav Maga session happening. Yeah.
Now, as soon as you said that I solve the lack of confidence problem, right? So we have tied up with schools, and mainly here is also one of the Techno India is one of the schools that we have tied up with. And not only that, we are in talks with separate other schools that we are going in, and we are curating our programs as compulsory sports programs in self-defense. So by the end of
But don't call it self-defense. Schools don't want kids beating each other up.
So we call it something else.
Yeah. So it's so positioning is critical for. If I ask Udayan what Cleco does, they were earlier a clean air company. What are you today?
Guaranteed clean air.
So a clean air company 3 years back, and today guaranteeing cleaner air. There's a world of difference. He went into a large mall, 5 million square feet, no, Orion?
2.5 lakhs. 2.5 lakhs.
2.5 lakh square feet. And he told Orion, I will guarantee cleaner air in your mall. They're paying him. अब COVID की सबकी फटी है. I will make sure everything is bacteria free. People there, people are giving you.
Yeah, so even right now, if I look at the pollution here, we can't feel it, but it's almost AQI is 250 right now.
Where's your meter? He's carrying his meter, so you need to set up.
No, I don't want to scare people off.
Don't scare people. 250 PMS is the air quality here. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah? Challenge.
My entire computer engineering would joke
See, it's 255 right now.
Yeah, 255.
255.
255.
PM 2.5 is 230. AQI is 230. So we are also.
We have another question.
So the pandemic, what has happened is that people have also started asking about, airborne pathogens, COVID ho sakta hai, all that. So we have recently launched a product which has been certified against COVID-19. 99% COVID will be killed in 4 hours. Tested, certified by ICMR and RGCB, which are basically the nodal bodies in India. So with this, we are getting a lot of interest because people are like, okay, so now the risk here is if somebody gets COVID, they will call me. So we are just saying this is reducing the risk of COVID transmission, and still we are guaranteeing that data. We can show this, this has reduced. Still, if somebody is getting from somewhere else, that's not our problem, right? So, yeah.
This is why I do these kind of events, You get free knowledge that's worth of crores. Thank you so very much. And I am going to search for a co-founder who's going to...
By paying 5,000
I'm running
rupees
away.
per question.
I can run faster than you guys. I'm running away.
I think there's this young lady here who came up to me right before, and she said, I'm very scared to ask a question. I want to ask a question, but I'm very scared. So I said, no, you sit and you'll wait and they'll finish and then you will only ask the question because she was trying to tell me the question. So now we'll have Rashmita, what's your Harshita. Harshita wants to ask a question, but through this process, we're going to make sure that she's comfortable asking the question and that after this point, she's never scared to ask a question in public because I think it's one of the biggest problems of our country. We are too scared to ask questions because from when we are young, we have always been shut down. Be it at home, be it in college, be it in school, wherever, people keep shutting us down for asking questions. And at some point, it builds, averse nature on that. So Harshita, over to you. You're going to ask your question yourself. What do you want to know from them?
Good evening, sir. No. Good evening, everyone present here. So I just wanted to know that this electric vehicle, according to you, is it any way helping in the energy management?
Is electric vehicle anyway helping in the
energy management?
Awesome. What do you study?
I'm studying computer science engineering, artificial intelligence and machine learning.
Perfect. You're the right candidate. What is happening in terms of energy storage in the country right now?
I don't have any idea regarding this. I just...
Okay. How is... No, I don't want to put you in the spot. You want to sit down, you can sit down. Okay, sit down. You can sit down with your mic. No worries. Wherever you want to sit down, the audience also is fine. No, we'll just have a conversation. A quick riffing, okay? Better. How is electricity produced in India right now?
Electricity... There are many ways to produce electricity. And mainly it is from coal, petroleum. And there are some ways, other than those traditional ways like wind energy and then hydro energy, this kind of things.
Awesome. During the monsoon seasons, when there's a lot of wind coming in, up from Kerala into Tamil Nadu, how the southwest monsoon goes and how the northeast monsoon comes back, 8th standard geography. During that time, states like Tamil Nadu, Karnataka produce almost 65% of their electricity by renewable sources, just by wind, right? Because they have so much of installed capacity of wind. What happens when the wind is not blowing?
When the wind is not blowing, then the windmills are not working and thus no electricity formed.
What happens when the sun is not shining? What happens to the solar?
The solar panels don't get any energy from the sun and thus no energy stored.
Awesome. So what is the problem here? Is the problem energy production or is the problem energy storage?
Storage.
Do you want to do something about it?
Sure.
Can electric vehicles do something about it?
Yes, electric vehicles can store them in they can have some things inside of them which can store the energy and they
It's
can
a battery.
use it.
Yeah. That is one idea. But can you have batteries at home, batteries in your vehicles, batteries everywhere? Or some way to store energy? Would you not want to do a machine learning tool just to figure out how to best optimize how the energy is stored and where?
Yes.
Because you have all of these different sources of energy, whether it's wind or solar or thermal or grid storage or net metering and all of these other ideas sloshing around. Wouldn't it be best to figure out a way how to optimize this?
It will be best.
Yeah? Aren't you the right person to do that?
That's your next startup idea. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
She's not. She's already going to work on her business idea now.
Okay, any more questions? Otherwise, we'll have to call it a day.
Hello. I have a question. Your electric vehicle is very polluting and not sustainable because you are using the battery and that lithium and all the minerals. They come from all China and Russia and
Democratic Republic of Congo.
yeah, and that is a very political. I mean, it is वो फंसा हुआ है political views में.
What's the question?
And the question is, this is not sustainable. Actually, I think hydrogen fuel cells are the future. They are not getting any funding or subsidies like electric vehicles because they did not start early. But I think in future they will catch up. So how will you manage?
Okay, long answer. Go to Orha Energy's Medium blog. Orha Energies, ORXA, Energies, ENERGIES. go to our Medium blog and read something that I wrote with a lot of research. So you have all the references there and all the data from the MNRE and all the other websites about the myths of EVs. And one, what you referred to is the long tailpipe. The second that you referred to is the mining. And what do you study? Are you studying?
ECE.
ECE.
Yes.
So you did PCMC, PCME, PCMB?
Yes, yes.
Okay, one of those. C, periodic table.
Yeah, yeah.
Sodium.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, where is lithium on the periodic table?
I think first group.
Okay, what is below lithium?
Actually, I'm not good at that.
Okay, there are other options. I'm not saying hydrogen is the only option. There are other options for energy storage. Go up and down the periodic table and figure out what we can do for energy storage. Honestly, Aura Energies works with a bunch of early stage research on different chemistries that is not lithium cobalt based. We're very pro that, honestly. We're very pro that. We want to do it. You guys are coming up with sodium chemistries. We want to use it. You guys are coming with aluminum chemistries. We want to use it. Figure out for me a cell chemistry that will make the bike that's downstairs go 1,000 kilometers and make John Uncle whine less.
Yeah, that will take a lot
If
of time.
it does 1,000 kilometers in one charge, because the energy density will be so much higher, then my job is done. I'll just put that in my battery packs.
But hydrogen per gram basis, on a per gram basis, I think hydrogen has a much higher density, energy density.
Let's do that. See, we are battery assemblers at Aura Energies. We use the best chemistry that's possible.
Yeah, good evening. So, like you talked about better performance of the EV, and you talked about better mileage, right? So, my dad is a big fan of two-wheelers, and he says that the next two-wheeler he's going to buy, it will be an EV. So, one concern he has is about the price of EV. So, like if in the future my dad has to buy a Mantis EV bike or a scooter,
I
then
hope he does.
yeah, of course. So he's concerned about the price. Like he says that 1.5 lakh or 2 lakh is too much for him to pay as for a scooter or.
I think the next EV collaboration we do, John and Gautam, will have to have a EV financing company as well. Okay, that's one answer. Sorry, I was just making fun. But price parity of electric vehicle technology in two-wheelers, especially low-power two-wheelers and low-power three-wheelers, is already there. Price parity means the upfront cost. What your father is worried about is what is called as the upfront cost. I think everybody here is already convinced about what is called as the total cost of ownership, which is over a lifetime of say 5 years or say 1 lakh kilometers or even 50,000 kilometers, how much cheaper is it to own one type of vehicle over the other? And EV wins hands down anyway, right? They use 54 rupees of electricity to go there 200 kilometers every day. 200 kilometers, that's about it, right? But that's not the case with petrol vehicles. So total cost of ownership, already EVs are great. What your father is worried about is what is called as an upfront cost. In a lot of two-wheelers and three-wheelers, it is already there. And I think it's going to come down even closer, even for performance vehicles. Cars, not so soon, because the battery packs are very large, but it will happen. It's already happening. It has happened in smaller two-wheelers. You know.
Yeah, my father is actually partially convinced that he's going to buy a EV.
Ask him just to do the math on how much it costs to own over 5 years, and he will be convinced.
Hopefully.
Thank you, everyone.
Stop doing that now. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a lot of friends in mind. Thank you so very much for everybody for being here. We have a message from the Co-Chancellor Madam's desk. So, Professor Manushi Roy Chaudhary, Co-Chancellor of Techno India University, has sends her message, a wonderful initiative taken by Techno India Group to organize the 4th edition of the Startup Carnival 4.0. It is indeed a great platform for every startup, entrepreneurs, investors, business houses to showcase their potential. Enthusiasts would get an opportunity to gather knowledge and valuable insight through curated panels, discussions, getting very best of each other. A proud moment for TIU as EV technology that correlates highly with our flow of quality human resources capable of successfully overcoming the global challenges of tomorrow will be launched. No obstacles can stop us, and the show must go on. Every challenge is to be accepted and won over with confidence. Go ahead to make our mission successful. That was quoted by the Vice Chancellor herself. And a little bit of vote of thanks to all our esteemed partners who have made this possible. So I would like to thank Techno India Group, Techno India University, the IIC, Offbeat CCU, Y East, Startup and Rave, Ovons, Technopreneurs, Webingo, Starshot Ventures, Bengal Business Council, Wiki, Kolkata Buzz, E365 and Free Flow for all the support that you have given us. Special thanks to Meghdut Roy Chaudhary, thanks to Pauline, thanks to Skand, thanks to John, thanks to Gautam sir, thanks to everybody, and special thanks to our media team, Tuhin, and all of the guys from Blooper House who make this possible so that we not only reach you, but we reach millions and lakhs sitting at home who can see what we are doing. Thanks to Akib from Free Flow. Thanks to everybody who makes this night possible. Shayon, without whom I won't be saying the words that I'm saying. Rupal, Debujoti, everybody makes this possible. Thank you so very much. A good evening, and I'll see you next year with poorer jokes. And there is a special something for you on the first floor. Please remember that this is, in 20 years, first time Neil Mukherjee will be performing for the first time, and it's a musical evening for homecoming. Let's go downstairs and enjoy some quality music. I'll see you on the first floor. Thank you, guys. Okay. Can I request everyone onto the stage for a team photo?